of the Millennium 2001. All records are made to be broken of the Millennium. These are the current top team rankings. All records are made to be broken. These are the current top team rankings. Capcom. This is the tournament for the new millennium. You'll experience the most exciting battle in history. Let's get ready to battle. Feel the intensity when power and technique collide. Crush the competition. A battle beyond your imagination. Let the martial arts madness begin. 2001 is the year we make contact. Welcome to the revolution. Capcom versus SNK2. Mark of the Millennium 2001. All records are made to be broken. These are the current top team rankings. All records are made to be broken. These are the current top team rankings. Capcom. This is the tournament for the new millennium. You'll experience the most exciting battle in history. Let's get ready to battle. Feel the intensity when power and technique collide. Crush the competition. A battle beyond your imagination. Let the martial arts madness begin. 2001 is the year we make contact. Welcome to the revolution. Capcom versus SNK2. Mark of the Millennium 2001. This is the first dream event of the 21st century. If you choose the wrong groove, you may just lose. The winner of this tournament is the strongest team in the world. These fighters are as good as they come. Any team. Great! I knew that groove was in your heart. Fighting 2001 is about to begin. Hardcore fans have been eagerly anticipating this event, and now the waiting is finally over. location is Nairobi. This battle is about to explode. Fight! Live and let die. Fight! Go for broke. Fight! Wow, they came out with a sneaky surprise attack. Hadouken! Hadouken! Seiya! Hadouken! Seiya! Tournament. They're way too strong to compete. I mean, what's up with that? Someone is going to have to take that team down. Next location is... This battle is about to explode. Fight! Well, they came out with a sneaky surprise attack at the start of the round. Go for broke. Fight! Hey, who allowed them to join this tournament? They're way too... Next location is Shanghai. This battle is about to explode. Fight! Feel the calm before the storm as the round begins. Next location is Baron. This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight! Live and let die. Fight! Wow, they came out with a sneaky surprise attack at the start of the round. Go for broke. Fight! They came out with a sneaky surprise attack at the start of the round. Wait a second. A new opponent has interrupted the tournament. Next location is Barentsburg.
You cannot escape from death.
Go for broke. Fight! Keep rocking, baby. This is the first dream.
I will challenge you. Wait, who's in the audience right now? Who is watching? Hello. Make yourself known. Identify yourself. Identify yourself.
Oh man, are you ready for this? This tournament is keep rocking, baby.
Live chat.
Next location is Barentsburg.
Identify yourself.
Escape from death.
Go for broke. Fight!
Hello. How are you? What time is it where you are right now? Is it night? Is it day? Are you... What alerted you to this stream? Did you get a notification on YouTube? Uh-oh. I'm making an experiment. Hello, Sam. How did you get here? I'm doing an experimental... Oh. I'm checking if anyone will appear at this time. I'm going to cover controversial material. This is why I'm only on YouTube right now. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello. We're gonna look over a video. Are you excited to look over a video? We're gonna look over a Steven video. Ask your community. Oh, nice. Yeah, hello.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
Yeah. I'm not sure, Pipa, if you're referring to my experimental stream or if you're conducting an experiment on your own. But yeah, we're gonna look over a Steven video. Oh no. Oh no, Sam. Oh no. Oh, you said this stream is an experiment. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh no, I meant this one. Yeah. I meant this one. It is an experiment to see how many people will come. I didn't share the link to this stream anywhere. So, you know, this is a double experiment. It's an experiment because of the time of the stream, and it's also an experiment to see how many people will come if I give zero warning, zero heads up, and not say anything about the stream. Let me see something. Oh, gigglers. Bird milk. Do you like bird milk? I like bird milk. Okay, let's turn on the thing. I'm gonna make the game less loud. Oh, okay. Very nice that it actually notifies people. You should... Maybe you have... Do you have the bell? Do you have the bell on? Or no? Or are you not a beller? Okay. I've got a special video for you. We're gonna discuss chat logic. Or rather, Steven is going to be discussing Chud Logic. And interestingly enough, in this case,
Don't get banned.
I might be. This is a development, okay? In this case, I might actually be rooting for Chud Logic, believe it or not. It's true. Anything can happen on this stream, okay? So this is a video where I might actually be having some sympathy for Chud Logic, it seems. We'll see. From what I have witnessed of what's going on here.
God. Chud, don't.
It's something about a girl who just happens to be a huge transphobe going after Chud Logic's personal life or something like that, which I am not a huge proponent of, you know? This is basically why I've said recently during a stream that... Oh, hello, stay positive. Oh, it's not me, it's Lav. A person who has this like a transphobe and like goes after well, in this case I'm probably not gonna be attacking Chud Logic in this case, is what I'm saying, since I don't know. I'm not a fan of attacking people's personal life. Like I've said during one reaction that I'm not a fan of speculating on people. And it's just strange, you know? And we're gonna take a look, okay? We're gonna take a look. So please stay positive. Please stay positive, okay? Okay, let's check this out. Are you ready? Maybe I should just ask you all if you're ready. And Paul. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really attack Chud Logic. At most, I attack his bad views. You know what? Do you know? Does that make sense? I don't really care for attacking Chud Logic. Like, I can attack his bad opinions or if he's acting silly, but I don't really care to attack Chud Logic as a person. Are you ready? Yes, no. Okay, let's go.
Don't get banned, bro.
Where are my kids?
It's so funny.
Yes, we are doing a reaction to Steven reacting to Chud Logic reacting to Love, the transphobic girl. See? As
I
always.
like how transparent it is that like Lav will come to a stream, she'll argue with people, people will demonstrate that yes, everything that's happened to you is your fault, you are a compulsive liar, and you've lied about almost everything. And then immediately she gets...
Oh yeah. I'm not even sure if I want to go into the whole Steven Love situation because that's a whole mess. That's a whole horrible mess. Okay.
Lav is in Chud's chat and he's going off on her right now.
Genitalia on the internet. You're never going to escape that, are you? You're literally never going to escape that. No matter what you do, no matter where you go, the internet is forever. There will always be pictures of your genitalia on the internet.
Jesus.
You'll never be able to do anything about that, will you? Stupid bitch.
Oh my god. Chud, don't get banned, bro.
I mean, he did get mad, but come on, look at this. A 30-year-old man, your viewers, where's your family? I don't know. I don't like this. This the whole going after a person's family. I'm not a fan of that, you know? I'm not a big fan. You know? This is weird. Weird behavior. Oh. I think if you have to start... I think if you start to go, it's like talking about someone's family, talking about someone's status, like if you start jabbing at someone's, I'm not even sure what Chad Logic's status is when it comes to family, but if you start like writing things like, oh, where is your family? It just means you don't really have anything to say. I don't think so, to be honest. I wouldn't do it. If they go after your family, I think it's indicative of how they are. I don't think you have to stoop to their level. You know? I think there are better ways to respond if somebody tries to attack you on a personal level. You know? I don't think that's a very good way to respond. Are you saying Chad Logic went after Lav's family and then she responded by going after his? Like is that what happened here? I don't think you need to respond in the exact same way for it to be not considered just taking it. If someone robs you and you call the police, instead of just robbing them back, is it just taking it? You know? Like if someone robs me or does something, I just call the police. I don't rob them back. You know? No, I don't think so. I'm anti-violence, okay? I'm not a violent person. Slap at the Oscars. My gosh. My gosh. Already. Plus, keep in mind, by what you said, the answer would not be a slap at the Oscars. The answer would be, I don't know, insulting some other person back. Is taking away someone's job justified to attack them? Can you elaborate? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean by attack them? Yeah, revenge arcs. Also, what do you mean by taking away someone's job? Right? Like this, you're being super vague. What is the example of taking away someone's job and what is the example of attacking them? Those are examples are so vague. I mean, you can insert anything here.
Why?
Can't escape that, can you? Can't escape that. Never gonna escape that. You're never gonna escape that, are you?
What did she say to him?
All anyone is ever gonna have to do is look up your name, and there you'll be, for them to see.
I mean, he did use some. He did use some pretty. Looking at what's being written here, he did use some pretty harsh language, but the gist of what he's saying here is you're just making an embarrassment of yourself, and it will be here for everyone to see. You know? Like, Chad Logic actually did the better type of reaction, of response, than just attacking Lap's family back or something. He just said you're making a spectacle, you're embarrassing yourself, and it is here for everyone to see. Even if he said it in a more flowery language, if that makes sense, you know? So, I don't know, is that an example of Chad Logic just quote unquote taking it, or what do you think? Is Chad Logic just taking it here? I mean, I don't think so. He pointed out that Love is making a fool of herself, and that is on the record. They do say that nothing ever disappears on the internet. Let's go. Let's continue.
It's fine. Listen, there's no bait to be had. These are the last gasps of a desperate whore, okay? Who has been totally.
Okay.
It's fine. Listen.
That's a bit.
There's no bait to be had.
That is a bit
These are the last
rough.
gasps of a desperate whore, okay? Who has been totally blown out in every conceivable way, still desperately clawing for
God.
attention in the chat of the sociopath that abuses her, apparently. Yet another lie,
My gosh.
another thread added to the web of lies that she's weaved.
Web of lies.
And as it all falls
Jesus.
apart, here she is, desperately trying to hold it all together.
I mean, that is a bit rough, but
And that's it, isn't it?
In it. The red pill
Destiny's
arc.
watching. Well, she's got what she wanted, hasn't she? She can't fucking survive without the attention from Destiny, can she?
Blown out every way, including her back.
I don't know.
Is that it? Do you have anything else? I'm 30.
From what I've seen, this Love person is acting very strangely. Like, the whole story of that thing is like the whole collaboration with the biggest creep on the internet, Mr. Girl, and then going after people. I don't know, I guess we're gonna get more context here from Steven's mouth here about what happened in this particular situation, but the whole broader thing is very strange. Very strange indeed. And that's apart from Love being a giant TERF transphobe, basically. I don't know.
I've got bad teeth. What else was there? I'm sad. I'm nothing.
The
Oh,
bad
saying all
teeth.
that.
What else have you got?
The bad teeth is just like this. What's stereotype about British people? Oh, you're British, so your teeth have to be bad. I can fix her. Can you, Adam? Can you? Good luck. I wish you good luck on this endeavor. I'm not so sure. Like, I don't know. I wish you good luck on this endeavor. Like, I've seen her be pretty vicious when it comes to her transphobia, so I don't know. I'm not being very charitable towards this love person, to be honest. And she does seem to be going after ChadLogic's family and private life, which is messed up.
Fuck him. If she's saying all that.
I'm boring, apparently. Okay.
Is America going through a social economic collapse or just an
Is there
internet
anything
meme?
else?
Wait, everybody always feels like it's the end of the world and we're going through collapse.
Anything
I'm
new?
pretty sure that's
Anything
just
fresh for me?
a thing we all feel.
I think that's it. I think she's gone.
I don't know.
Oh, here we go. You will die entirely unhappy. Oh, she sounds like President Sunday now. With nothing but your failing React career. Couldn't imagine
Laugh.
anything more
When you hit
pathetic.
30, you will lose everything, while Chud is everything Chud Gigacket.
Being boring is the most generic of insults one can use. ChadLogic has used this insult against me. I don't know. Very unimaginative insult. Although I would sort of encourage ChadLogic to reconsider his content. I don't know. But that's totally unrelated to
But I
that.
tell you
So
what, I will always have my kids, won't I? Let's be honest, you probably need to sort something out there, because otherwise it's going to be a bit late for you, isn't it?
Jesus. Wait, does he have children?
Hopefully your cuck husband doesn't leave you.
oh my gosh.
God.
Clock's ticking. The clock is ticking, let's put it that way.
Jesus Christ.
I guess
He has twins.
I guess he did. And I guess ChadLogic did go. Never mind, ChadLogic did go after her family back, I guess. Gee. I don't know.
These insults you're throwing my way are so pathetic. Where are my kids? In bed, probably. They're probably in bed at the moment.
That is so weird and creepy. Where are your kids?
Damn. She's going full lav. He's going
Did
full
they hear
chud.
Daddy calling a random woman a whore? I mean, if they did, they'd probably...
Chud's career is drama and entertainment, so boring in career is career death for him. Yeah. I guess. I don't know if this is the career that he chooses for himself then. But that is, I don't know, that is the weirdest thing for me, asking someone, where are your kids? Like, to me just screams that someone just has nothing to say. Nothing of substance. This desperate flailing of, where are your kids, you know? Do you know what I mean? It's just sad and pathetic a bit.
think it was based.
Oh God.
At Famoid at home with their loving mother, something you know nothing about.
Jesus.
to Chud Nation.
Yeah. So weird.
TikTok.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
I know you feel the embarrassment every day, and that's enough for me. All of this is projection. I don't feel embarrassed about
I
anything.
guess, but
The
it doesn't
only
have to
person
be
that
that way,
feels
Adam.
embarrassed
I
is
don't think so.
embarrassed As you circle the drain of public discourse and interest, holding on for dear life, desperately hoping that you don't fall out of the limelight.
I guess I did use the whole. I guess I did the whole.
Chad, you run a
circling.
React channel that you stream on every day. You're a clout whore. I am. And I'm way more successful than you are, clearly.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
I guess I did the whole circling the
Your
drain thing.
entire streaming career lies in tatters. You were such a bad content creator that you had to go back to selling pictures of your pussy on the internet?
Bro, is Chud drunk?
My gosh. That's a good question. Bro, my gosh. I gotta be honest. When Chad Logic read that whole thing, I wasn't even sure if it was Chad Logic insulting her or if it was him reading out her insults to him. I wasn't even sure who was insulting whom here. My guy.
Right now? Why is he so mad?
Welcome to Chud Nation.
I mean,
I'm
mean-
so bad that all you do is react to me.
Should maybe a
Yeah.
whore, but at least he's not a whore.
Because you're a lolcow. Because you're a lolcow. That is what you've become.
I mean, I guess people get angry when their personal lives get involved. My gosh. My gosh.
When I see you on a stream, I have the same mentality as a farmer
I know, right?
as he goes to milk his cows. You know, it's like... not really looking forward to it. It's just kind of business as usual. Milk the cow. Milk all the money you can out of it. Come back the next day when they're ready to get milked again.
My gosh.
Anyway, by all means, listen, this is very minimal input for me. Keep going. People are just throwing money at me for this.
Oh, thank you, Adam.
What are you getting out of this, by the way? Are you streaming?
I mean, we're gonna probably do something else after this, but I don't know. I think it's not okay to go after someone's private life. Like, if you don't have anything to say, then you just don't say anything. Just don't start asking creepy questions like, where are your kids? You know? Like, before you speak, think. Or something. Yeah, I think so. I guess, yeah. Like, this is... And between collaborating with Mr. Girl on some strange documents, Love is busy being like transphobic on Twitter. Really peculiar person. Like... the person that went drama for your mama, like most of chat, true. This is also wacky. Yeah, but to be honest, I think implying that someone is a failed father in a public setting is creepy in itself, you know? I don't think anyone should speculate on anyone else's fatherhood. Oh wait. You know? Does that make sense? The YouTube chat has a bit of a delay on YouTube. Where's the chat? That's better. I think that's better. Here we go. Yeah. It's better. The chat is better. It's on a black background now. There you go. They have fixed the issue somewhat. Yeah. Like, I don't really like it. Like, if you don't like someone, then just go after the things you don't like about them, the things they say, their behavior, right? If you don't like someone, you have a behavior of theirs you don't like, go after that. Don't start speculating about their fatherhood or motherhood, or start asking creepy questions about their family. That's just, I don't know, that's really weird. Or speculate about their mental state or anything like that. It's just very strange behavior, right? What do you think? I think it's strange.
What are you getting out of this? I can just disinterestedly throw
Chuck
insults
gets
at
an
you
extra dollar from the
at the tail end of my stream as people just throw money at me. What are you getting out of this? Except for, like, you know, ever decreasing spiral into your various mental illnesses. What are you actually getting out of this? This is perfect for me because we could probably turn this into a YouTube video as well. We'll probably be able to turn this into a YouTube video. That'll be another few $100, okay? That'll be
I
another
guess.
few $100 for me.
I don't know. I think there are better ways to earn
Prize
money.
Cow delivers again. Right, come on. Let's keep going. Let's reset the bars. I reckon we can do more. Come on.
I don't think it's a win for anyone, to
Let's
be
see if
honest.
there's any milk left. in
This
the
sort of
udders. Let's see
situation.
if there's any milk left in the udders.
I don't know. This feels like an L for everyone involved, to be honest.
Here we go. Okay, what else we got? Come on.
Right.
Come on, Femoid. Come on, Lav. What else have you got? Is that it? I didn't do anything. I barely said anything. I was just.
Why did Lav suck off her dog on stream?
I've been streaming for like 12 hours.
12 hours? Oh my god, dedication. Oh my god.
I barely did anything.
This is
Hey.
wild.
Business Major Gamer, thanks for the 10 gifted
I
subs.
hope you die in reconciliation with the Lord because you're going to be roasting in
I barely did
circles
anything.
forever.
Welcome.
I mean, does that?
You should become a
just
patron. You should
demonstrate
troll me
what
with
an
some
absolute
money.
load of shit she's talking?
I see.
How the fuck is she going to claim that I'm a sociopathic abuser
Chud Nation.
if she
What?
willingly comes into my chat to try and start shit? Like, you know, what? I'm not going to her. I'm not going to her arena. I'm not replying to her. I'm not going to her stream to give a shit. She's coming to my fucking
What's
arena.
happening?
How the fuck are you going to argue that her analysis of me being the sociopathic abuser is correct? It's insanity. It's just bullshit. It's more lies. I don't even really think I was doing anything.
Oh
I was
yeah,
just saying a few things.
that's right, Mojo. Steven
Do you know that
Steven returned to StarCraft 2. That's right, Mojo.
You know?
That's one. Steven returned to StarCraft 2. Well, I mean, I'm one to talk. I am playing Capcom versus SNK 2, which is a game from 2001 or 2003. So I'm no better. You know? I'm playing an older game. Okay? A much older game right now on screen. So I'm not exactly gonna be like, oh yeah, that's funny, he's playing such an old game. No, I'm gonna be honest, I actually like watching StarCraft, so I'm not gonna say it's boring because I actually like StarCraft and I like watching it, so it would be very hypocritical for me to say, oh yeah, it's so boring when I actually like watching it, you know? I actually like RTS games, so I'm not very good at them, but I do like watching them. Yeah, but I like StarCraft. Come on, Moha, don't be mean to me. Don't bully me. Don't bully me for liking StarCraft. People do play StarCraft. There are tournaments happening still. You need a lot of. You need to be super fast to be playing StarCraft. You know? Like. If you want. If you want, I can play some StarCraft on stream, but it will not be a spectacle, okay? I'm very bad at it. I'm gonna let you decide. My gosh, start a poll. Ask your community. Ask your community. I mean, someone has to be playing for tournaments to happen, right? I mean, big tournaments with not local small tournaments. I mean, big tournaments with big money and professional commentators being hired. Does Toho 8 have professional commentators or something? Oh, I should. Okay. I guess we will be playing StarCraft.
From not 3 weeks ago. Come on, this is good content, of course. Lav is a kind lady cow, of course. For now. Today
Thank you
she
for the
is
bits.
but a learner, but one day, this queen has some real mamoy milkies.
Lav is not the first person to call for my downfall.
But how do
Call for my...
She's not the first person that will predict or call for my downfall. She won't be the last. Obviously, the last person to do that recently,
What do you mean by AI is playing?
White Nervosa has claimed that I'm not going to be streaming in 2 months. She made this claim towards the end of January. So, you know, we'll see.
Oh, okay, I get it.
We'll see. 18 days left. I don't know, man. I just, you know, I've got no shame.
I've noticed you have no shame. But I don't know. I'm still gonna side more, which might
I
be,
just don't really, you know.
considering all of the context, it might be weird, but
I used to get called Spock at school because of my ears. Because my ears are a funny shape. I used to get called.
I'm still gonna side with child logic a bit more here because it's just not okay to go after someone's children like that. It's strange. Okay. Oh no, Moho. I'm about to crank up the StarCraft game or something.
Spock at school. That hardened me up. That hardened me up to the world.
I see. I see.
One time, I got my head shaved when I was at school, and all the other kids called me like, basically like cancer boy.
Jesus.
I
Basically, they
see.
said I had cancer for like a week. That was my name.
Is that what
Thank you for the
make...
bits. Appreciate it.
Oh my gosh.
Tag live love lav.
Thanks
This
for the bit.
person called Lav
Formal host with 3,000 bits.
started
Thank you,
commenting on
that's super generous.
ChudLogic's
Appreciate you.
family,
Anyway,
asking
you guys
where are
know,
your
so
children.
I'm gonna have to go bald at some point. My hairline, my hair is gonna go. I've probably got another few years, and then I'm gonna have to shave my head. I don't want to be one of those
Chud
dudes
Nation.
that's desperately holding on to his ever decreasing hairline.
You know?
So I'm getting myself set up for that. That's the next big step.
It's very strange. Lav is very...
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, right?
Lav is a very particular person in, like,
Okay, that
general.
is insufferable, but thank you for the 333. No. I'm gonna
Wait,
outsource
wait,
it.
wait.
Okay? We're gonna do the Destiny 2 hours hate. That's the plan. That's what I want to do.
Just get a nice
Funny, like, how
wig.
transparent it is that like Lav will come to a stream, she'll argue with people, people will demonstrate that yes, everything that's happened to you is your fault, you are a compulsive liar, and you've lied about almost everything. And then immediately she gets reprogrammed by like Max and Shaylin, and then she comes back out like swinging hard.
Oh my gosh.
Like I feel like she's gone through this pattern like how many times? So like she went back to Max for her reprogramming. Now she's like back out and like reinforced, like ready to like argue the same dumb point she's argued
my
before, and then the Lav cycle will repeat again in the future.
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to talk on Mr. Girl or
Speaking
Shaylin? Yeah, if Shaylin is ever jumping into any conversation ever, it's always with Mr. Girl's approval first. That's
Oh,
always
no.
happening. So for Shaylin to be involved in that conversation last night, at like
That whole situation is... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Mr. Girl gave me the creeps from day one. Like... And so many people embraced him. That was the creepiest part of it. Yeah, that is below the belt. I don't know. If you have something against people's ideas, go after that, not after people's... I'm not sure. I am not sure why he's telling us this. I don't know. I hear more and more men saying things like, I'm not gonna be the sad person that holds on to his head. I'm just gonna shave. I keep hearing this from people. People keep saying this. Like, maybe it's to chase away insecurity. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the bullying at school thing. I'm not sure why he mentioned that. Maybe it's to indicate that he is tough because he endured it before.
Bam, for those that know, aware.
Not sure.
Shaylin, we were all civil.
We were civil before you came into this call screaming your lungs out, you dumb.
The only way that's possible is if Max was seeing it and then was like signing off on it first. So they were both obviously awake.
I mean, losing hair is a pretty, like, sensitive topic, you know? For anyone. And believe it or not, cis women also, there are cis women that also have a receding hairline. Which is like which becomes an extra big thing, right? Because for a guy can just say, oh, whatever, I'm just gonna shave my head, but I feel like a woman has a harder time just saying, I'm just gonna shave my head and whatever, not care, because I feel like a woman will be judged more based on a thing like that. What do you think? I think so.
And then I think that was proven later because Max was posting on the subreddit like an hour after that. So like, you know that he's like, yeah, the puppet master. For Shaylin at least, not as much for Lav, as much as that probably drives him fucking crazy.
What the fuck is this? Wait, hang on a sec. We should look over some of the memes.
I really think so.
This is my favorite one.
You promised, for fuck's sake.
How do Max and Shaylin make
Leave it
money?
a bit.
Well, Max is the only one that makes money. For all his talk of like abuse of power and everything, Max is Shaylin's employer. Like, I think Shaylin only makes money by staying home and doing commissions for Max. I don't know how, I don't know
Commissions?
how that works.
What?
But yeah,
What do you-
Shaylin does not work full time. There's an interesting discussion in your server as to why you refused to call Nick a Nazi. Some people there are theorizing you did this because you thought Fuentes stopped actually being Nazi tier. It was more like, there's not an interesting conversation. It's super easy. It is super simple. Prior to the Kanye stuff, Nick was not doing the overt Nazi shit anymore. Post Kanye, he is doing Nazi shit. So now I call him a Nazi. It's super simple and it's super easy.
Deserved, huh? I know that at the time when it happened, I had sympathy for it. I don't know, I had sympathy for it. I think it was a pretty low thing to joke about, to be honest. Especially since it was rooted in some health issue. I don't know. On one hand, I think that it shouldn't have been done, but on the other hand, I can sort of understand it, if that makes sense. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't think Steven will ever sort of... I don't think he'll ever not defend that. I don't think it's justified. Like, I think you can understand why someone did something without making it justified. Right? You can sort of understand why someone did something and not make it justified.
Very, 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 very easy. I've been keeping in touch. What has Nick said post Kanye that is explicitly Nazi?
I think
that once Nick started going on with Kanye and Kanye...
To be honest, if anything, I don't understand why he laughed at the joke. Yeah. He did lose control.
Kanye just started being explicitly like Nazi. I think now Kanye, or now Fuentes in his personal streams is...
But if there's
basically calling for the
anything...
deaths of Jews, which is what he did in the last one. That's what the
If there's anything I actually don't understand is why he laughed at the joke to begin with. Right? That's the part I don't understand.
clip that I tweeted was. Brett Weinstein goes after Ela.
Doing.
Whose speech?
What Ayla is doing basically takes civil.
Why are we discussing this old thing?
I say that without fear of contradiction. Its fundamental purpose and sidelines
Which
it.
is?
Reproduction.
The production of
genes.
A stable environment that allows it to continue.
What is this?
In the future.
Yeah.
Right? The idea that we are going to take sexuality and we are going
no.
to turn it into this a la carte thing.
Is this some anti-sex work thing again?
Is definitely a threat to the much more constrained version of this, in which people partner long term for the production of a home that is
Production of a home.
raising of children who are then well equipped for the world that they emerge into. And civilizations need to be able to sober up when they are threatened by something. And to the extent that we have turned civilization into a carnival, we do not have the seriousness of purpose to handle things like an enemy that, you know, is it good
An
for the
enemy?
reward center to be triggered? Oh, yes. What happens if you trigger it without having accomplished anything? The point is, look, a small number of people can do what you're doing, Ayla. And if they do, I'm not saying it will make civilization non-viable, but you are playing with the stuff that does run that risk. You're not the only
What?
one playing with the only set of things that put it at risk, but this is one of the things that puts it at risk. And so, in any case,
That I'm always suspicious of people talking about civilizations. Like, if you strip it from all the talk, then oh, like, if you stripped it out of all the talk, it just becomes people live to breed, and people breed for more people to live to breed. Like, that's a really sad outlook on life. People live to make a house, to breed more people, to breed more people, and breeding itself becomes the, you know, like, I don't know. Such weird outlook on life, in my opinion. Like, it's not some grand civilization purpose, it's just basic breeding instinct, you know? There's nothing grand or civilizational about having basic breeding instinct, you know? What do you think? Oh, I'm in top chat for some reason.
think about whether or not the people who are reacting to you are not just having a hissy fit, but in fact are trying to explain something that isn't easily explained, which is when you do what you're doing, it becomes impossible for civilization to function in any way
What?
it has ever functioned before.
That's nonsense.
Right? You are gambling on the fact that some functional mode of civilization
This is...
compatible with what you're doing, and there is no...
How did we get into this?
civilization has ever functioned.
How did we get to this civilization babble? How did we get here? Please tell me. Please explain to me how we got here, because I'm lost.
in the way that you're advocating.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. So what do you think of this? Have you enjoyed this little segment? Have you enjoyed this little Stephen Love, Chud Logic, bearded guy talking about civilization and sex work segment? If you've enjoyed it, then hit the bell. Become a Lucy fan. Hit the bell again and become a Patreon. True. I guess true. I've got another great video for you after this great video, but I feel like for that other video we need to change our thing a bit. I feel we need to play a JRPG for this. Well, not a JRPG. Okay? I'm using this term for now, but we're gonna discuss it. We're gonna do a JRPG segment. Maybe I'll call it Why I stopped using the term JRPG. Okay, we'll play this. And I'm gonna I'm ready, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's do a segment. I'm ready to do a segment. Are you ready for a segment? I'm ready.
So...
Oh my gosh. Nobody's answering the call for the Paul. Nobody's ready? We're gonna have an RPG ready. Alright, we're gonna watch James Stephanie Sterling while having the There we go. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have Grandia here. Ready? Okay, let's start then. 3, 2, 1. I'm refreshing the page because I seem to be behind. Blast off.
No one in their right mind would bet against Bandalam. 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 Bandalam.
The wife? Let's go.
We're in the murder basement, been hearing some weird noises, so we're just gonna go check that out. On the hat. It's been a while since we've been down here. There's all sorts of spiders, but they don't really make the kind of noises we've been hearing, so, wait, what the fuck is that? What's that? What is that?
So this is the segment. We'll see what we'll end up deciding to do.
If you're gonna give me the first blow, then I'll gladly take it.
True, I will.
Oh, hello everyone. James Stephanie Sterling here in the
Hello.
murder
Lucy has that.
where something happened.
I'm not in the basement.
We're talking about role-playing games today. RPGs.
My favorite
And before
genre.
we get into the meat of the matter, it actually got me thinking about a little thing. When it comes to a game like Final Fantasy, is RPG even technically right? Because with a, say, Dungeons and Dragons style RPG, You pick your own class, make your own character, and you, as the player, fulfill that role. Whereas you play something like Final Fantasy VII, and you're...
Like, before we let her continue, I would say that in this sort of RPG that came out of Japan, like Final Fantasy, you do not make your role, rather you inhabit a role. You go inside an existing role and you sort of play through an existing narrative. You go through a narrative. The narrative and the themes sort of is considered more important than making your own choices or creating the character, if that makes sense. You sort of see the world through the existing character.
Cloud Strife, and he's making all the decisions, and you're following along his story,
Yeah.
his dialogue.
You follow along,
You've
yeah.
got influence over the battles, and exactly how fast he gets to a location, but are you playing a role? Or is the role playing you?
I mean, in a way, it's Grandia. In a way, yeah, you are playing a role. You are sort of playing the role in the way that an actor plays a role in a spectacle or in a movie, you know? Like, a role has fixed dialogue. An actor has to learn the lines and recite them. It doesn't mean that the actor is not playing a role, right? That is sort of my opinion on the matter.
Get in the car, dickheads. The discourse has come to town and it's time to run our fucking mouths. This past week, Final Fantasy XVI producer Naoki Yoshida, in an interview with Skiller, sparked quite the interesting debate over the term JRPG.
Actually, Naoki Yoshida is far more known for Final Fantasy XIV than Final Fantasy XVI, because he basically revived Final Fantasy 14 from the grave because how bad it was. I'm of genuine belief that the only reason why Square Enix is afloat at this point is because of Naoki Yoshida, but I might be wrong, you know? Outside of Final Fantasy XIV, Square Enix just keeps making bad decision after bad decision. True, but playing a role is technically speaking not the only element of an RPG, right? Like, keep in mind, RPGs are based on tabletop RPGs. And you can have a successful tabletop session with just narrative. You don't need leveling up, you don't need stats, you don't need rules. You can have a successful tabletop RPG session with just talking, right?
RPG, and gave us all a lot to think about when it comes to perspective and how what may seem innocuous to one group might carry much more negativity for another. JRPG, aka Japanese role-playing game. Most of us have used it as a shorthand before, and most of us have considered it quite harmless. But I wonder now, how many of us who've casually used the term for years stop to consider what Japanese RPG means to, like, Japanese game developers? Well, this is what Yoshida got everybody thinking about, and it turns out that they're not exactly in love with the term.
Right.
This is going to depend on who you ask, but there was a time when this term first appeared 15 years ago, and for us as developers, the first time we heard it, it was like a discriminatory term. Yoshida explained by way of translator Koji Fox, as though we were being made fun of for creating these games, and so for some developers, the term JRPG can be something that will maybe trigger bad feelings because of what it was in the past.
Yeah.
In hindsight, oh that blessed beast hindsight, it makes sense really, and it's the least insulting. JRPG could very easily be seen as reductive at best. I'll admit I
True.
never really thought about it myself, and that ignorance is on me.
I never thought about it either, but I have to admit that when I've heard about it in a different video, I sort of did start thinking about it. And so I really wanted to watch this video on stream and talk about the topic some more, especially since this type of game is my favorite type of game. I've been playing games like this from childhood. This is like the genre of games that I've been playing most, you know? So of course I've also been using the term a lot through the years, and I've never thought about it if it was considered derogatory by the Japanese game developers. Hello, Arkael. ARPGs are action RPGs, right? It's a little bit of different. It's a little bit of a different thing.
Me, especially because I was starting to make my name in games media at the time of there being a lot of anti-JRPG sentiment. But in my head,
Yeah.
it's just a term people used, so I used it. That's kinda how terminology works. But I think we've all learned over the years that just because a term is considered okay, it doesn't mean it is. As time goes by, the understanding of how words affect certain groups of people, or the re-examination of the etymology behind them, can alter our perception of them and either change or outright retire their use. This is why I no longer use the term jizz peddler anymore. Ah, stickle shits, I said it. Ah, jizz peddler, I said stickle shits. Ah.
Yeah, but I sort of think Pipa says I think JRPG can be essentialist, racist as an insult, or praise. Lots of people love the games, but oh no, you usually either say computer RPGs or Western RPGs. You don't really specify American. People usually say Western. Like, I think if you love the games, then it's even more the reason to respect the developer's wishes not to use the term, right? Like, if you really like the games, enjoy the games, I think it's even more the reason to respect the wishes of the developers of them, right? Like, even if there isn't much essentialism behind the term, I think it's worth respecting the wishes of the people that create the games and how they feel about the term, you know? Does that make sense?
Oh, jeez!
I think so, personally. But I wonder how Steph will feel about it. Oh my gosh.
It wasn't a compliment to a lot of developers in Japan, Yoshida expounded. We understand that recently JRPG has better connotations and it's being used as a positive, but we still remember the time when it was used as a negative. What's personally interesting to me is how this discussion of the origin of the term lines up with and informs a bugbear of mine that I've recently been ranting about on live streams while playing Final Fantasy games as a result of my worrying theatre rhythm obsession. See, like I intimated a moment ago, I remember when what we've classically thought of as traditional JRPGs was something of a pariah in Western gaming discourse, particularly when it came to game reviews. There's a particular video game I always bring up when it comes to this subject.
What?
Lost Odyssey.
Oh,
Xbox exclusive RPG.
I remember.
In my opinion, brilliant.
I've never finished
Fucking
it.
Love that
I have to
game.
play it on
It's
stream.
got some amazing writing in it, particularly the melancholic short stories recounting the many lives of its immortal protagonist. Its gameplay is rock-solid turn-based combat with an interesting immortality dynamic and a neat little time-based attack gimmick. And via the character of Jansen, Lost Odyssey...
And also there's the last story, another game that I love.
Odyssey still has by far some of the best...
Yeah, I genuinely think Pipa sort of hits on like how the developers feel, you know? I don't know. I think there's something more about it than just developers getting salty about being categorized, you know?
Best and funniest voice acting of any damn game.
Okay, not funny. I'm not laughing, okay?
But it was released in 2008, the tail end of the 2000s, around the time the term JRPG is said to have been embraced on a wide scale and, as Yoshida tells it, used or at least seen derisively. And indeed, this was around the time
Hello,
such
Lenitas.
games were lambasted for being old-fashioned, boring, all the same, in need of a shake-up. I saw this brilliant game criticised time and time again for these things, and I just didn't get it. It was doing what games of its genre did, and it did those things fantastically. I believe it's no coincidence that Square Enix spent years after Final Fantasy IX ceaselessly reinventing the wheel with its combat mechanics and gameplay gimmicks. It is just a belief, mind. But for years I said Square gave off the impression that it was ashamed of the genre that made its flagship series so famous. But I can hardly blame them, if they listened at all to Western game reviews, who seemed at the time to have well and truly turned on the genre.
Yeah.
The early 2010s saw anti-Japanese game sentiment really start to brew. I was reminded of what game developers Phil Fish and Jonathan Blow were saying of Japan's games around this time in an article by VG247. Now my memory sucks, but after being jolted, it's all clear as day.
Although I remember when at the time of Lost Odyssey, less JRPGs were coming out, you know? Certainly less than on the PlayStation 2 before it, and even PlayStation 4 after it. You know? I don't know. I'm not sure what constructive conversation about what JRPGs could improve on mean, since a lot of the time from what I've seen, people complained that those RPGs were not more like Western games, you know? I've seen that. Like there was a time when people just turned on all games from Japan in general and said that Western games are superior. I remember that.
This was like a big deal back then. Your games just suck, Fish said to a Japanese developer at a GDC panel before offering on Twitter, your country's games are fucking terrible nowadays.
See, this is literally what I've just referenced this, and Steph just gave us the thing itself. This is what I've been talking about. Yeah, the person asked, what do you like about Japanese games the most? And he responded with, they just suck, you know? And then he proceeded to give reasons that they basically suck because they are not more like Western games, you know?
What is about Japanese games that inspired us?
Recent.
Oh,
recent. I'm sorry.
They suck. I'm sorry. Like, you guys need to get with the times and make better interfaces and like update your technology. We're totally kicking your ass. Back then, you guys were the king of the world, but your time has passed. I'm so sorry.
Did you look at his face? Look at what you did, Phil.
I don't know. I've had a problem with this for a long time with what happened here. Like, I don't know. Like, ever since I've heard this, like, I've had a huge problem with this. You know? This gives off a really big gamer bro. No, it's not just one moment. There have been a lot of I've been plugged in during that time. It's more than just one moment. There has been like a big it's been a whole what do you call it? Atmosphere surrounding it, you know? It wasn't just an isolated incident that, and you know,
Meanwhile, Blow would call Japanese
like Western games don't really do all that many quote-unquote new things themselves. You know?
games joyless husks.
Like, I'm gonna give a take here. People claim that Western RPGs did amazing youth. No, they didn't. I'm sorry. They didn't actually. They just improved on their own existing models. You know?
And no, he wasn't describing himself. Okay, that was a bit of a low blow. Ha! But he's pretty joyless.
This is, well, I mean, I don't like Japanese games either. The thing that I don't like about them, all the modern ones that I've played, except, you know, like Dark Souls and Demon Souls and stuff, is you sit down and the game treats you like an idiot, right?
Fish has since apologized.
And the Western ones do not treat you like an idiot? Come on. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Like, that person is not gonna tell me that the West produces tons of games that are like Dark Souls and Demon Souls.
But his comments reflected wider attitudes in the gaming community at the time. This was a period where...
Steph is right. It did reflect wider attitudes in the gaming community at that time. I know because I've witnessed it. You know?
On forums and social media, JRPG was absolutely a term of derision. I've always loved a good game in the vein of Final Fantasy, as evidenced with my long-standing grudge against critics of Lost Odyssey's alleged tiredness. But hell, I still stereotype the genre as one dominated by silliness and quote-unquote femboy characters with pointy hair. As has been pointed out during all this discourse, a particular quote from Bio...
I've hated that stereotype from day one, basically. From when it was born, I've already hated the whole pointy hair thing.
BioWare's Greg Zeschuk in 2009 is a perfect snapshot of many attitudes towards Japan's RPG output at the time. JRPGs are in dire straits due to the lack of evolution or progress. And that was someone from BioWare who said that. Now it's been...
Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, in many aspects, Western RPGs claim to have evolved, but they de-evolved. Fallout 3 is a de-evolution from Fallout 2. The new Fallout games are worse RPG games than Fallout 1 and 2. So, yeah. I don't know. Making Fallout more of a shooter is not quote-unquote evolution.
Stated that JRPG started as a neutral term and became tarnished in the late 2000s as a result of shifting attitudes, but whenever it happened, this is seemingly around the time Japan picked up on it and took it as an insult. And why wouldn't they? It's been said that the last quote in particular started discourse that reached enough of a peak to affect attitudes in the Japanese game industry. In any case, the term has stung for at least some Japanese developers, certainly enough for Yoshida to consider commenting on it.
Right.
Speaking of which, he had more to say, adding a timeline that seems to be backed up by the history we've been discussing. I remember seeing something 15 years ago, which was basically a definition of what a JRPG was versus a Western RPG, and it's kind of like Final Fantasy VII, and it has this type of graphics, this length of story, and compartmentalizing what we were creating into a JRPG box. And taking offense to that because that's not how we're going into creating. We were going in to create an RPG, but to be compartmentalized, they felt was discriminatory. For a long time, we've broken role-playing games into two distinct, one may say reductive camps.
Yeah.
JRPG and Western RPG.
Yep, that's right.
The first is almost always turn-based, text-heavy, linear, traditional, and all weird and anime-flavoured because Japan. The second is Skyrim. Those are your two camps. It's interesting to note how one term isolates a single country, while another refers to an entire half of the globe, indicating the long-running stereotype that Japan is uniquely weird and should be singled out while everywhere else is quote-unquote normal enough to be grouped together. It's also important to note that while JRPG has remained in use, Western RPG barely comes up as a term anymore, replaced by the term Action RPG. While more accurate, its use in relation to its sister term only further highlights the singling out of Japan. You can see how utterly fucked up this disparate terminology gets when categorizing a game like Dark Souls. See, Dark Souls is undoubtedly an action RPG. It has what we call RPG elements in abundance, and it's action-oriented, with real-time combat that...
I don't know if I have seen great innovation in Western RPGs. The modern ones. You know? I've seen a lot of de-evolution in Western RPGs compared to the older ones. To be perfectly honest.
that the game very much focuses on. It's an action RPG. It's also a JRPG. I mean, by sheer literal use of the term, it's an RPG from Japan. It's a Japanese role-playing game.
Right.
Or I guess a Japanese action role-playing game. A JRPG. People have arguments about this too, whether or not it's a JRPG. And it's because JRPG, to a lot of people, means something very distinct. But we need to remember one key point when we on this side of the world argue what a JRPG is and isn't. In Japan, they just call them RPGs. Because...
Yeah, but I said... Like, that's the thing, Karasu. I said that I have witnessed the evolution of modern Western RPGs compared to their older counterparts. So when you start listing old Western RPGs that did a lot of new and evolutionary things, that bolsters my argument. You know? Let me see. Kingmaker. We might look at it later, the Kingmaker. Like, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep an open mind.
Whether it's Dark Souls or Final Fantasy, that's all they really are. And the differences between those RPGs aren't really exclusive to one country. Are we going to call Stick of Truth a JRPG? Indeed, this is something Yoshida's translator outright communicated during the interview. One thing he wants to get across, said Fox, is that when we create games, we don't go into them thinking we are creating JRPGs.
Right.
We are just creating RPGs. The term JRPG is used by Western media rather than users and media in Japan. While we've been looking stuff up for this topic, my partner stumbled on an interesting comment. Someone mentioned, there was a whole thing like a month or two ago where people were screaming mad saying Pokemon was not a JRPG. I missed that debate, but that sounds incredible. Because think about that. For the jizz-peddling love of it all, just think about the implication of the assertion that Pokemon isn't a JRPG. Of all things. And as I say this, I gotta confess that until now, I never really considered whether or not it was a JRPG. It was just Pokemon. But it has all the hallmarks of what has become associated with the label, right? Turn-based combat, text-heavy, fairly linear, traditional, and it is very weird and so anime-flavoured it was literally introduced to many kids via a fucking anime. So why would anybody argue that Pokemon isn't a JRPG? Well, think about it. Pokemon is more than just any old video game. It's a worldwide smash hit. It's about as pop culture as games can get, having become one of the biggest cross-media franchises since the late 90s. Crucially, you see, this series is not niche. As weird as a game about children wandering into the woods on their own to collect electric mice and psychic clown boys is, it's so well known that we're all used to it. Pokemon is mainstream. Pokemon is normal. And that's the difference maker. It's an RPG, it's Japanese, it's unique and odd, and all the things, positive and negative, we associate with JRPGs. But it's so famous, so cross-cultural, it's become thoroughly normalized, and it feeds the attitude that Japan and normal are mutually exclusive ideas. Now, if we wanted to get we could point out the hint of cultural appropriation that simmers beneath the surface of these attitudes. Final Fantasy is a JRPG, it's popular, but it's still niche in the wider world of pop culture, and it could still be classified as anime silliness. Pokemon, though, is everybody's.
Oh no.
Dark Souls is comparable to a Western RPG, not those wacky games about pretty boys with...
Yeah, that's right. Souls games are... often people argue that it's like a Western RPG.
Yeah. Oh, Prompto. I've been doing a little reading on colonialism, and there are certainly some reflective attitudes in the divvying up of games made in Japan as specifically Japanese and specifically not. But of course, that's only if we want to get political with it. Bad girl. In fairness, of course, there is a world of difference between, say, Bloodborne and Final Fantasy IX, my best one from Final Fantasies. Both are RPGs, both play completely differently. There should indeed be differentiating terminology to separate the two. We've already got Action RPG for the former, that's done and dusted, though I also put Bloodborne in the survival horror camp, but I wanted to say something that wasn't Dark Souls. But anyway, what about FF9? Turn-based RPG? Narrative or character-driven RPG? Or is JRPG fine? despite the negative, even hateful connotations that were not only historically applied to the term, but have had repercussions in Japan so heavy they still affect developers today. In the West, games typically labelled JRPG are no longer treated with such universal derision, as such games have become accepted again, and ones released during that period of anti-Japanese game sentiment have often been historically vindicated. Lost Odyssey, for example, is a game I feel gets treated a lot more kindly today than back when it was first new.
There are a lot of games like that.
A little late though. Which reminds me, I started replaying it a few months ago and didn't get far. I ought to fire up the Xbox and get back to it because, and I don't know if I've been subtle enough about this, the game is fucking brilliant. I've been on a...
I think we're gonna play it on stream, but yeah. Witcher, yeah. Although, The Witcher is a Polish game, and there's a whole discussion to be had on whether or not Poland even counts as a Western country or something like that. So there you go. I'm opening a whole new door. Is The Witcher a Western or an Eastern game? I will let you decide, okay? Considering that Poland has been like Poland is considered to be sort of Eastern, sort of Western.
So-called JRPG kick lately, mostly due to my aforementioned obsession with theatre rhythm. I used to play such games all the time and then fell off. And I had a reason for that. For the longest time, I used to say I've fallen out of playing JRPGs because I didn't have time for such big 80-hour experiences. But I'd say that while putting in excess of 80 hours into all sorts of other games that weren't those, and I've literally, just now realised that the old prejudices have stuck with me for a long time.
It does.
In any case, I've been double-fisting both FFs 8 and 9, and I need to get back to a Western game developed with intense old-school Squaresoft sensibilities, Chained Echoes. And there's a thought. Do we call Chained Echoes a JRPG or not? It literally lifts a ton of mechanical and stylistic stuff from Chrono Trigger. It's got all the hallmarks of what we call JRPG, except, of course, for the fact it ain't Japanese. And I think that highlights the logistic issue of labelling an entire genre by country. If we take out the emotional aspect, we still have to contend with the fact that if we insist on using JRPG as a term based on gameplay tropes, we're calling Undertale a Japanese RPG. And maybe you're fine with that. It's weird though. I got off the main point, which is that today JRPG isn't a general term of derision anymore. Does that make it okay to use? Depends. Is it still harmful? According to Yoshida, it's at the very least uncomfortable. In fact, the Skill Up interview notes that he was visibly uncomfortable when the term came up. For my part, I'm thinking maybe it's a term worth retiring, at least on a personal basis.
I think so.
Maybe? I don't know. I'm a British American. I've got two cultural backgrounds, and they're based entirely on having no culture of their own, so I don't know what's a good idea. But I do think this is worth considering. I'd have no issue if we retired the term, and I'm up for giving it a go. Turn-based RPG sounds good, although I do like character-driven or just character RPG. It certainly makes for a big differentiator between playing an unnamed character class versus playing Cloud Strife. Just so long as we keep putting respect on Lost Odyssey's name, though, I think it'll be alright.
I think I'm okay with retiring the term as well.
Christ almighty. That's taking care of that for a week or so. Now, I'm not going to pretend that culture isn't different in different countries, and that culture doesn't inform our media. Of course, differing culture informs that culture's media. Call of Duty, for example, is a very American game. If I were to, say, criticize a trope in Japanese game design, I'd say endless text-based tutorials. That's something I find kind of unique to Japanese game design, where even 5 hours into a game, it'll pause and give you a text box telling you how to, engage with some sort of likely interesting but laboriously explained system.
That does happen, yeah.
With different flavors in other locations. Eurojank
Here's a term used to describe certain European games of a mid-tier flavour, often published by Focus Home Interactive. What else? We've got like Eastern European games have their own very particular flavour. And you look at the old Commodore 64 games. I'm not old! From back in the day, especially in Britain, which was typified by a lot of bedroom programmers with a very unique, very British sense of humour. Those are all worth considering as well. But I think the main takeaway is that we don't repeat the mistakes of 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I'm not old! I am. But we don't repeat those mistakes and start slagging off an entire country's games because there are good Japanese games, there are bad Japanese games.
True.
American games, and then there's everything Ubisoft.
And there are good French games and even Polish games, shockingly enough.
One final thing to mull over, and that is that you all should thank God for me.
Alright. So I don't know. I think I personally am okay with retiring the term. You know? We ready to... Well, I think I'm gonna try retiring the term, but let's see how people feel about it. Ready to retire the term JRPG? Ask your community, as always. Yes. I don't know. I've actually... through my life, I used to play a lot more this type of RPG that came from Japan, and I used to criticize the American or other countries' types of RPGs, you know? And then I've played them and I've enjoyed them. I've really enjoyed games like Fallout or Fallout 2. And I think different sort of games offer different sort of experience. And I think we often fixate on wanting all of the games to offer a certain type of experience, you know? Instead of sort of appreciating that different kinds of games offer different kinds of things, even if they are both RPGs. You know? Does that make sense? I think oftentimes we look at a game and say, this does not give me the experience that I think it should give me, therefore it's not the thing. Hello. Good morning. Hello, hello. Right. There are RPGs that mix up elements of platformers into their gameplay, right? Like Valkyrie Profile. There are many types of RPGs that offer many very different experiences. A lot of RPGs that I've often enjoyed were the RPGs that sort of had you be led through a narrative, if that makes sense. Yeah, there are RPGs that mixes up, introduces some games within, or just are, or make different sort of elements a core mechanic of the gameplay, right? I will show you. I will make it a bit bigger. Like one of my favorite RPGs, Valkyrie Profile. I'm not sure if you know Valkyrie Profile.
To my side, my noble Einherjar. Uh-oh, we may be in trouble. Firestorm! Yeah!
You know? Valkyrie Profile. You are referring to Valkyria Chronicles. And this is Valkyrie Profile.
Prepare to be cleansed.
In this game you play as a goddess, Norse mythology goddess, and you collect warriors. Valkyria Chronicles. Valkyrie Profile is you play as a Valkyrie, and you collect dead warriors for Ragnarok.
They were no match for us.
And a very interesting trivia, the voice that just said they were no match for us. This warrior with a really long sword, which is based on Guts from Berserk, who says they were no match for us. This character was voiced by a trans woman. You know?
They were no match for us.
You see? So this game settings is like a Norse mythology, sort of. But as you can see, there's a lot of platforming in this game. You know? To sort of make the gameplay interesting. You know? So I guess you could call it a platformer RPG because a core element of the dungeon exploring is basically platforming. So yeah, it's a really nice game. Oh, but this game has a lot of mechanics when it comes to battle behind the hood, so to speak. You can actually customize a lot of skills and set up a lot of nice things. You know? This game has a lot of mechanical gameplay behind the scenes, behind the hood, you know? A lot of skills that you set up that you sort of tweak.
Come to me, Dark Warriors. Battle awaits us.
No, I have not played Rain World. Speaking of boxes that explain things that you need to do in RPGs that Steph was talking about, this is an example of it. And this game, of course, has great music by a very famous composer of RPGs, Sakuraba, I think is the
Divine Assault.
you know, Nibalang Valesti.
Nibalang Valesti. Is it over?
Yeah. And of course it has a female protagonist, Valkyrie, you know? Very nice game. So yeah. We're gonna try and retire the term JRPG. We are ready, I think. Yeah. I kind of think it's just a marketing term to companies use to sell a certain expectation, like a vibe. Yeah. I actually agree with this. I agree with this. You know? I agree with this. Okay. So we are done with this. We have done one segment about Steven, Child Logic, Love, and things like that. We have done a segment about saying goodbye to the term JRPG, although I'm still, you know, I'm still gonna introduce you to many very nice games produced from Japan. Although I think I'm gonna also play I'm not sure if this is gonna be interesting to people. Let me see. I'm gonna ask this one more time. Would you watch Would you watch this? Would you watch this? Tell me honestly. Hello, Doogie. You know? I do think it's mostly about vibes, yeah. I would start with one. I like to start games from the beginning. I like to start with one and then move on to the second one. You know? I like to start games from the beginning, the series from the beginning. So if we played, we would start with the first one. Planetscape Tournament. What do you think? Oh. And of course there's Valkyrie Profile too, as well with a girl protagonist. Oh, I wanted to check this video out. Okay, we're gonna turn Grandia off for now. We're gonna... What game should we watch with the Dylan? What should we do with the... That is an interesting dilemma. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate, isn't it? Okay, to this we will play Grim. Well, you will know it soon enough. You will know it soon enough, Adam. It's a nice game. Yeah, it's a short. We're gonna play this game. Castlevania-like game with the Dylan. Wait, it's a short video? Dylan is heading to Germany, if Dylan's not in Germany already. It is a short video, you're right.
This is not a...
Marxist-Leninists. Man, I don't know. I just saw a tweet by a Polish person today praising Stalin, and it just made me really discouraged about everything. Seeing a person praise Stalin. No, he was in the Netherlands, and now he said that he's heading to Germany from the Netherlands. I think he met up with Rose Wrist and Lonerbox in the Netherlands, and now he's headed to Germany, and from Germany he's either gonna go straight to Ukraine or maybe he'll stop by Poland. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah. Yeah, he said that people replied to his tweet by saying that, oh, war tourists are here, but first of all, the whole war tourist thing is ridiculous. Second of all, I don't think Lonerbox and Rose Wrist are gonna go to Ukraine together with Dylan, right? I think they just met up and that's it. Like, Lonerbox and Rosers are not going to Ukraine with Dylan, right? Yeah. Interestingly enough, there are many medical experts that go to Ukraine. I should do a segment on that. Write in the chat if you'd like do some enthusiastic reaction if you would like me to do a segment about doctors and medical personnel from Poland going to Ukraine and taking wounded people from Ukraine to Polish hospitals. Oh, there are still bombs in Poland. There's still underground bombs left in Poland from World War II. I was once, I used to go to a German school, Austrian school, the Österreich Institute, to learn German, and we were asked to leave because there was a bomb discovered from World War II period. Yeah, it's really interesting. International cooperation when you have doctors from Poland going to Ukraine to take people who were wounded to be taken to Polish hospitals to be treated. You know? Yeah. True. So I think it's worth doing a segment on that topic. Of course, Vietnam is in a really dangerous position when it comes to that as well. There are a lot of jungle regions in Vietnam outside of the city that are still mined, and it's really dangerous to go to those regions on your own. So yeah, that's right, Karasu. Places like Vietnam, for example. Okay, let's start.
News story, but I saw this and I had to tweet it out because it was just a wild tweet. This is from Stannis USA, a communist on Twitter. Tales from a former neoconservative, day 11. I used to sneak into Chuck E. Cheese and ride this, pretending I was a drone pilot targeting the kids. They eventually banned me.
Like, I'm gonna say I've got loads of respect for Dylan Burns. I've said it before. Something really wild would have to happen for me not to be charitable to Dylan Burns, right? Really great.
Number one, sneak into Chuck E. Cheese? You can just enter Chuck E. Why would you even need to sneak into it? What? You sneak into Chuck E. Cheese?
That sounds really weird.
Okay, so that's the first thing. Second thing, why would you ever admit to this publicly? Why?
I don't know.
Why would you ever admit to this publicly? Let people know that you're fascinated about murdering children on a Chuck E. Cheese ride. Why? Ugh, just terrible, terrible. I'd take this to the grave. I would take this to the grave, man. People just don't have shame anymore.
Yeah.
Every female is a federal agent.
What?
They gossip and spread rumors, then they backstab you and have sex with your best friend.
What?
And claim it's because you are too weird and
my.
unfiltered.
Oh no.
They also post about the situation on Instagram.
What a self-report.
All females are feds.
Oh, what a self-report.
That feels very specific.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it does feel very specific. It seems very weirdly specific. Sounds like a personal experience, to be honest. They tell you you're too unfiltered and... Oh my gosh. This feels like such a personal experience description.
Like at the start, I was like, oh, they're memeing, right? Like, oh, all females are feds. They gossip and spread rumors, or they're playing the stereotypes.
Yeah.
Like really specific there.
Yeah.
Like
feels like something.
It's like, haha, like, oh, misogyny. They gossip and spread rumors. They backstab you. Then it was sex with your best friend. Okay, kind of getting off the rails.
Oh my
here.
gosh.
And claim it's because you're too weird. Okay, now you're fully off the rails and unfiltered. Now
I mean,
this is just POV Stannis.
Yeah.
They also post about the situation.
That is
It's like
POV Stannis. That sounds like like a diary, like some diary entry or something.
app. Like, not you didn't even say social media, just Instagram, and you get laughed at. All females are feds. Oh my god.
Feds.
Is this actually
Female.
just him talking about himself?
Yeah.
I would take that to the grave. What is up with this person?
My gosh.
Yeah, they're open. They're honest.
They're too open.
At least they seem to be.
But no introspection
What's this one?
whatsoever.
Just anti-tank mine delivery? Ah, yes. The sweet sound of freedom.
I don't know. It is open and honest on the one hand, but also it's like, where's the introspection? Where's the, you know?
Ah, yes. Freedom.
I don't know what's...
Victory is coming soon.
Sure.
Surely.
Surely.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and people are talking about it in the replies. Your girlfriend leaving you over your transphobic comments is a good thing, actually. Wait.
Oh, what? What?
Did he lose his girlfriend over tweets?
Oh no. Over transphobia.
Oh my gosh,
oh
really?
no.
Oh,
Oh,
I don't even look
no.
at- This is just sad now. Never mind. I want to move on.
True.
This is sad. This is sad. I want to move on. What's this? Another banger? They want you to believe, this is from today. They want you to believe these are conspiracies. The earth is flat. Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. The earth is flat is not a conspiracy, it's just illiteracy, right? Like, I'm gonna be honest here. The flat earth is not a conspiracy, it's illiteracy. I'm not sure if it's the same thing. What do you think? Okay, I like to involve the audience in my segments. So, I'm gonna let you weigh in on this. Um, I'm actually gonna give you 3 choices here. According to most Stalinist, introspection is in state and revolution and nowhere else, which really shows. Like, I don't know. The whole flat earth thing.
Is Russia. That's not a conspiracy, that's just a bad opinion.
Yeah. Crimea is Russia is also illiteracy, interestingly enough. Crimea is Russia is also illiteracy. This is all illiteracy. Genes don't exist. This is all examples of illiteracy. Literal illiteracy. Oh my gosh. True. True, Doogie, true. But we don't talk about the fourth option out loud. Shh. We don't talk about this out loud. Oh my gosh. All of these options are illiteracy.
That's just wrong from international whatever. Genes don't exist. What? Bush did 9/11, and dinosaurs didn't exist. Dinosaurs didn't exist?
Tuba Wheels gave Bama's rat.
Dinosaurs still exist. Birds are dinosaurs.
WOGU.
Oh my god.
Do people believe dinosaurs don't exist? People believe that? Why? I think I mean, he's a communist, right? Like, I know, like, hardcore evangelicals are like, oh, you know, like, it's all a fake because
True,
the Bible,
the world is
right?
flat.
But that's silly, right? And if you're a communist and the religion, opium of the masses, yada yada, like,
genes don't
why
exist.
would you believe that dinosaurs are fake? Is it a capitalist conspiracy? All these capitalists want to make money off of...
Go outside and, I don't know, feed some pigeons. That are your dinosaurs. Literally.
Off of big fake lizard TV movies and Jurassic Park. Tuba Wheels, thank you so much for giving Bami's Rad a tier 1 subscription and saying Pagu Wagu. I appreciate it.
You should
That must be a Hasbro?
subscribe to my
They
Patreon.
unironically believe dinosaur bones were planted in the ground by the Rockefellers. I'll find a
Oh
thread.
my
Hold
God.
on. What? Why? Why would the Rockefellers want to fake dinosaurs?
For fun.
Why? And they tricked every nation on Earth, every single one. Not
True.
a single nation. North Korea believes in it. North Korea is not controlled by the Rockefellers.
It is. From now on.
Every single.
It is now.
Stannis content? Oh god. Fuck it, I've had enough. Transgenders are worse than Hitler.
What?
They've cost me my fucking job.
What
I
the?
wish I could come up and move to Russia one day.
Oh my god.
The hell happened?
The
A few weeks
transgenders.
ago, I compared the LGBT narrative to Nazism, and it went viral. I was doxxed. They told my girlfriend in the company I work for. Now my current job found out via background check or something, and they are going to fire me.
Oh my gosh. This is...
Okay, I do have to say, right? Hitler did a lot more than just...
It all comes back to transphobia always, doesn't it? Like all those people being miserable in life, it all always goes back to transphobia. All roads of misery lead to transphobia in some way, it seems. I don't know. Like, this is a... Wait, is this the same person as before? The same, but...
Via background check or something, and they are going to fire me.
It always leads to transphobia.
I do have to say, right? Hitler did a lot more than just cancel you. Right? Like, if Hitler didn't like you, he did a lot more than just cancel you.
True.
Okay? I feel like he's kind of underselling Hitler here and exactly what kind of activities he got engaged in. Oh god, this is really the saddest communist on Twitter, isn't it?
True.
This really is the saddest communist on Twitter. My goodness.
How do you find those people, Dylan? How do you find these people? Is my question.
My goodness. Ugh. A sad little fella. What a sad little fella.
How do you end up here? That was such a short video. How does Dylan find these people? You should, like, You should find people like that for me to react to. To what? Hello, Nakla. To what? Dog Blondie? Oh no. Oh no. Welcome to the stream while you're at it. Early here. Yeah, it is pretty early. I'm gonna go to the toilet now, so don't go away, okay? I'm gonna go to the toilet. So while I'm in the toilet, please consider subscribing to my Patreon, which I'm gonna link now. We're gonna link the Patreon, right? Let's link it. Pin message. How are we feeling right now? How do you feel? I'm eating a Polish sausage, by the way. It's true. Nobody can stop me. So yeah, we're gonna watch one more video for the road. And then I'm gonna fulfill my promise and I'm gonna show you the greatest art in the universe. And by that I mean I'm gonna draw on stream if you're interested. And me drawing on stream. Most common mistakes. I don't make mistakes. My channel is only growing. My channel is not failing. I do not fail. I am too big to fail. Karen Borisenko thinks Hitler went to heaven. That looks promising, but it's old. Right. So, we don't want to watch any nerdy anime related video. Are you really running now? I don't know what that is. It's more love related stuff. And I guess Mr. Girl's partner or something like that. Guess we could watch this, but I don't think people will like watching this. No, I don't want that. Twitter Freaks is like the new dog whistle. Who's that? Oh. Stasor based. Okay, let's watch some more Dylan. This is a Dylan Appreciation Day, after all. I hate streamers as a streamer. Oh. Oh, oh. Am I being called out? Still waiting for the lovely day where Google Awards will start giving play credits for me to answer questions about your channel, like it started to do with Sundays. Oh. Wait, Google asks you questions about President Sunday's channel? What is that all about? I don't... Huh? Oh, wow. Interesting. Maybe one day, I think I should at least reach 1,000 subscribers for that to happen. By the way, how do you like the new short? How do you like the new short that I've uploaded from the forest? The forest that my mom went to and then painted based on it. I can't believe 2 people disliked that short. How do you dislike a forest? Oh. Interesting. Rewards. Interesting. But yeah, why would you dislike a video of a forest? Yeah, thank you. Like, I started to realize that I had a recording of the forest in my phone, so I've uploaded it as a short. But 2 people have disliked it. I guess 2 people hate nature or something. There's even a duck on that short. Okay, let's see why. Let's see why Dylan hates me, because I'm a streamer and Dylan hates streamers. So I don't know. I feel sad. I feel sad about it now. You know? We're replying to some people before we move on. Oh my gosh. Marxist-Leninists are such sad people. I can't believe. Evening, yeah, it's 1 p.m. I don't know. People hate forests, I guess. You know? I can't. Alright. Let's go. Let's see why Dylan hates me.
Oh God, I didn't want to have to do this story because
Oh,
the
no.
story makes me cringe, and it makes me cringe
Okay.
really, really bad. And I talk about this all the time. I have terrible, terrible secondhand cringe. I have to.
I'm a
walk out of the
streamer.
room multiple times while watching Sacha Baron Cohen movies like Borat
Who?
and Bruno.
Oh, okay.
And Borat too, like all of them, right?
Okay.
Same thing with This Is America. I have to get up and walk out of the room if it's going to be particularly embarrassing or cringeworthy. And because of that, watching public freakouts sometimes is difficult to me. But it's the most difficult for me when it's a streamer. And the reason why is I can relate to being a streamer so much, and it's very easy for me to...
I do public freakouts or
And so
something.
when seeing streamers acting terribly, which
I act
to be honest,
terribly.
they often do, I just get the worst secondhand
That's me.
cringe. But I've seen a lot of particularly bad examples of streamers acting horrendously in public. And I'm not even talking about, oh, Aiden
That's
Ross,
me.
he streamed porn on Kick, or
That's me.
oh, this streamer did that. I'm talking about just like full acting like a degenerate in public. And there's two examples
That's
I
me.
wanted to show you guys. And I just want to say, like, these
That
are
is
people
me.
that I feel that should solidly have the book thrown at them.
Is it me?
I don't know. I'm not saying like, oh, let's take years off their life, send them in prison
Oh,
or
no.
something. But these are people that
Dylan wants to arrest me.
penalties for how they're behaving.
Oh, no.
And the streaming platforms on which they're hosted should
Oh, why?
take long into consideration.
Oh, no.
Of kicking them permanently off because
Oh,
I don't
no.
think they're responsible enough to have a platform.
What have I done?
For both of these individuals.
What have I done?
So the first individual, I think it's a little obvious why. Now, I of course don't want to set the precedent of, oh, if somebody donates a sub that's like this, you should immediately ban them, because sometimes, you know,
Oh no.
people just get pranked or they don't have to
I didn't mean to do it.
the donations. But people who behave this way or seek this type
Oh,
of behavior
no.
out in order
I tried to
fund
be good.
donations, those people who just act like a degenerate in public and try to bait these
I
types of
tried to be
donations,
good.
I do not think they should have a platform whatsoever, man, because they just make the platform toxic, and honestly they can endanger people. Now, I know that's a lot of like prep for us to watch this clip, but once you realize what's happening in the clip, I think you guys will sympathize with why I'm saying that. Baked Droning, thank you so much for the tier 1 and for being sub for 11 months in public. I'm gonna be honest, I might take out my headphones a few times while watching this because it is genuinely difficult for me to watch clips like this.
Okay. Who is this?
This is for sociology.
Who is this?
Yeah.
Attention.
Is this where you're supposed to be? I think so.
C4 has been successfully activated. Bomb detonation countdown successfully started.
What? Right? Hello, cakes.
We gotta go.
Welcome to the stream. We're watching a Dylan video. He explains why he hates me.
I'm sorry, but how calm he is, he's perfectly fine with what he just did. Like, I would be scrambling like a madman to turn off my phone. I would be scrambling, like, to try to apologize. Because if a donation got through and it was an accident, after seeing how terrified those people were, they were running. They were running away. They were terrified. They were all about to die. After seeing that, I would be scrambling to be like, because I could understand if I was out in public, and I was just doing like TTS out in public, and something like that happened, and he was like, sorry, oh my god, I didn't ban some words, and I got through. That'd be one thing. He showed no effort. This is somebody who either was baiting it or was completely fine with what was going on. And, like, it's completely.
I think he treated it as content or something.
A nuisance and terrifying.
I wouldn't be surprised. People
there.
People treat stuff like that
Do you think
as
they
content.
understood exactly all of the, like, oh, this is just a teacher? No, they probably thought they were about to die in a modern Columbine to some degree, or they thought that was a possibility because they don't understand the deep technology stuff, and a lot of the younger people, they have no clue either. My goodness, man. But let's keep watching. Let's see what happens to this guy. And dude, this type of stuff, This type of like degenerate, like purple army type activities, this should be like completely purged from all streaming platforms. I don't care which streaming platform it is, because this is just like baiting, being a nuisance in public, and associating your brand and your company with the worst type of behavior and feeding into it, incentivizing people going out and calling bomb threats, people going out and trying to like throw out racial slurs in public. It's just the absolute worst degenerate type behavior, man.
Oh shit, dude, that was just thick. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh god, guys, look at that. Holy fuck. Dude, you cannot get a better reaction.
Dude, it does not help that from this angle, he reminds me of the former president of Iran that was... I was going to say very anti-Semitic, but they've had a lot of anti-Semitic presidents. I'm going to be for real.
Oh, no.
God, what's his name? What's the one I'm thinking about? He was a really famous one. He was like the one that was like really off the rails. I mean, a lot of them are off the rails. I'm really not narrowing it down, okay?
Uh-oh.
What's his name? He just got the same haircut and the same beard. Yeah, fucking, I can never say his name correctly. But you know exactly. Yes, this guy.
Who?
Yes, he kind of look. It's the camera's blurry enough that I can see it. It's just blurry enough that I can see it. Ah, God, just blurry enough.
Holy shit! Oh,
it looks like his son or maybe a cousin, maybe.
On the ground.
You're on the ground right now.
Wait, what's going on?
Ah! The ground. Don't make any sudden movement.
Okay, I'm recording, bro. If you're gonna shoot me.
That's fine.
What happened here?
Put the gun down. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro?
Record all you want. That's totally fine. Move this way.
Alright, let me check my phone.
Oh my.
Contact in relation to a bomb threat. Move away from the shit right now.
Oh, bomb? Oh, no.
On the ground.
I didn't do nothing, bro.
Is that about the whole bomb threat thing?
I didn't do nothing. I'm sorry. You went to a public space.
Yeah.
And had audio play off of your person saying we're about to kill all of you. Bomb
True.
is about to explode. C4 has been planted. Right?
True.
And now you're like, I didn't do anything, man. What's even the argument? What's gonna be the argument? Like, oh no, I didn't do anything. It was all the phone. It was all my phone. It was all my microphone.
What?
It'd be like, hey, were you the one who drew the swastika with your pen? No, it wasn't me. It was my pen.
It was the
Nobody's
pen.
gonna believe you. No one's gonna believe you for good reason, right? You're baiting this shit. Now playing stupid. Come on.
Is this for real?
Buy it. MG reference a musical. How does he think
It's on record.
It's like, oh, I thought you were the guy who was a terrorist, about to place the bomb, about to blow stuff up. Never mind. You said you didn't do anything. Goodbye. Have a nice day. How does he think that's gonna go? What's even the point?
Yeah.
On the ground now. Lay flat on your stomach.
Thank you. That's good.
Put your phone down if you're concerned about it. Put your arms out to your side like
This
this.
is so ridiculous.
Don't move.
Bet he thought he would just make content out of the situation or something.
Alright, bro.
Alright, bro.
What are you doing, bro?
Hey, just listen to the officer. Put your hand behind your back, okay?
I didn't do anything wrong, bro.
Bro.
Stop, bro. Hey.
Oh my gosh.
Stand back there, sir.
Is this for real?
I didn't do anything, bro. Look at the video, bro. I recorded.
If they watch back the video, that is not the conclusion they're going to get. They're going to hear your phone playing audio of an explosion and trying to terrify. Come on, man. It's not even a good
bro, you're gonna
alibi.
arrest me for nothing, bro.
What do you mean nothing? Oh my God, dude, is there like a follow-up in the replies about like he got arrested article? He calls himself Arab Andy.
What?
YouTuber live streamer arrested for college campus bomb threat prank. Arab Andy has a history of offensive streams. A YouTuber
Is this for real?
goes by Arab Andy on
Hello, Luigi boy, hello.
after walking into the University of Washington classroom and playing a text-to-speech bomb threat. YouTube has since taken the live stream down for violating its terms of
Imagine thinking.
uploads are still available to watch on YouTube. Arab Andy can be seen.
Imagine thinking you're gonna take on a name like that, do a quote unquote prank like that, and just get away with it with zero consequence. Imagine thinking that. This is like ridiculous. Come on. What did he expect to happen?
walking into a classroom and playing audio of a text-to-speech donation from a viewer. Text-to-speech donations are popular with many streamers. Okay, yada yada yada. The University of Washington Police Department issued a statement. Around 5 p.m., a man walked into a classroom in Cervey Hall on the University of Washington campus, filmed with a phone in his hand, the UWPD said. He asked for everyone's attention, and a pre-recorded message emitted from a speaker on his jacket, announcing something to the effect of the C4 is charged, and a countdown began. People ran from the room and activated the fire alarm on their way out. One of the alleged people standing in the room during the bomb threat posted about the experience on Reddit. I was in the room when this occurred. I'm in the light blue shirt on the right side, and I was dive out when people started moving. The context here makes it look looks less real and intense than it was in person, because he entered the doorway and lingered in a very nervous and creepy way. He looked very uncomfortable at first. When he was asked if he was in the right place by Jerry, the faculty to the right, he said, "I think so," and smiled. Then the TTS went off. Honestly, it seemed like it was probably a prank as we were running, but you don't really take chances. His demeanor made it seem more real too. Dude, you know how wild it is? How much of a wild statement it is that this guy was just so naturally creepy that I usually wouldn't have believed it, but he seemed like such a freak in person that I didn't want to take any chances on this guy because he just seemed too freaky. Plus, considering he had an oddly large backpack, a phone in hand, electronics on the front of his body, circular speakers for the TTS, the people who saw him directly were the ones scared shitless for the most part. The people in the back and in the kitchen were much slower to run because it sounded like a weird announcement. My goodness. This isn't the first time Arab Andy has caused a public disturbance while live streaming and using text-to-speech technology. Previous videos demonstrate Andy getting the verbal altercations with passengers on a bus after a text-to-speach donation repeated a racist expletive. That's the thing, man. Dude, these streamers bait this. They bait it.
They absolutely do.
Public, of course not. Because you can tell the effort they put into making sure that their text-to-speech stuff isn't going to like bother everybody else, isn't going to be a nuisance in public, it isn't going to like say anything that's going to scare people or going to piss everybody off that makes them want to assault the streamer. Like, hey, black guy in the corner, you're going to just have my chat spam the N-word quick. Just see what happens. I wonder if it'll piss anybody off enough to get me stabbed today. Another video shows Andy getting pulled over by police officers during a street festival after the department received numerous complaints about the messages emanating from his phone. Okay, so that's the first person I wanted to talk about. The second example I wanted to talk about, honestly, while legally it's not as bad, because nobody is getting like, you know, it feels like their life is in danger. Some of you guys might have already seen this, and this is really, really bad. So
imagine thinking that would end well.
Because I don't even know if I want to watch this with you guys, because it's
oh no,
to watch this
oh
type of stuff.
no,
It really rubs me the wrong way. So this is a live streamer, a foreigner in reference to Japan, the country he's live streaming in, who gets on a train and then starts telling people to speak English while playing extremely loud and annoying music. And then when people are like, stop, he acts towards them in the most toxic way imaginable. Before or later, I think like staff of the rail station and or a police officer kind of like corners him off, and it's like telling him like, stop doing this, you're being a nuisance. It is really hard to watch, and so I won't blame any of you guys if you guys decide to like tap out, and like, because I'm gonna tap out a few times during this. It's God, man, it's gonna be hard to watch. Oh, and for those curious on which streaming platform this was streamed, it was streamed on Kick. It was streamed on Kick, which is Trainwreck's new streaming platform, I believe. So, you know, they've got the recent Aiden Ross stream with the Peeping Tom pictures. We'll just call it that for YouTube monetization purposes.
Imagine thinking this would end well.
Really, you know, kicking off, to say the least.
I'm pretty good, Luigi boy. Hello.
Kick isn't new? Isn't it a Trainwreck's, or am I confused?
Kick is something new, right? It's like this gambling platform that just formed, right? Right?
Or did Trainwrecks just take over it? Kick, not kick? Yeah, kick. Like kick. It's K-I-C-K. Stop screwing with me. Let's watch.
I wish a motherfucker would right now, right?
What is this? What is that? Oh my gosh. Who is
Dude,
this?
he's such a nuisance. I sometimes get embarrassed to just be from the same country or even from the same like semi-culture. Like if you're from a country that has a lot of English-speaking culture, I will even sometimes get offended. To see somebody that speaks the same language I do, or is from the same country that I'm from, go out to any other country and embarrass
Secondhand embarrassment.
because I really feel like they're leaving a terrible impression on the country I'm from. Like they're making me look bad by just
by
rubbing
proxy.
off on the same ethnicity, just rubbing off on the same country that we're from,
By
the
proxy.
same nationality.
Proxy embarrassment.
Yo, don't touch my shit. Don't touch me.
What's going on?
My shit. Don't touch me.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck you, pussy. Pussy.
What?
Fuck you. These motherfuckers touching my shit. I can't.
Oh no.
I can't go down.
What's happening here?
Fuck you think you are? What? Do you want me to turn down my volume? Yeah. That's all you speak in the train. That's all you have to say. Instead of being wait.
Dude, and he's doing all of this for 786 people, right? Like, if I was making millions of dollars, maybe you could justify this amount of humiliating yourself in public. Maybe you could try to in your mind. But for 786 people, half of who, if they're donating to you, they're just donating to see you say a slur in public or get yourself beat up. Like, half of those people in his chat, in their mind, their goal is to see this guy get hurt in public, is to do their absolutely best they can to see this guy say a slur in the wrong place or make a bomb threat in the wrong place, to get him shot by the police or to get him beat up by locals who don't like him. So not only is he probably not making that much money in the first place and living a miserable, self-humiliating existence, but he's also doing it for a bunch of people who want to see his downfall. I could not think of a worse possible existence than this person's existence and everybody who does the same type of IRL streaming as he does.
Wait, I want to speak English to you because you understand English, right? Nah. You know? Chotomate, ne. Speak English to me. Don't fucking Japanese to us, man. Okay, bro. Daijoubu. You see that? You see what happened right here?
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like one of the really minor bad guys in like a Yakuza video game that like the Yakuza have to come by and like this guy's like making a public nuisance of himself. You gotta go straighten him out. It's like a 5-minute mission. Like the most like it's like literal filler content. That's what he reminds me of. Like the type of he's in the train being a public nuisance again. You gotta like go throw him off a building or something, rough him up a bit to stop him from annoying everyone. That's exactly what he reminds me of.
Fucking motherfuckers. Chill. In English we say chill.
Shut the fuck up, please.
In Japanese we say disappear. Why are you racist? You're racist.
He got roasted.
You are racist.
And I think what a racism.
You're racist,
For
right?
what?
He said he was
Why is he
racist.
accusing him of racism?
You see, he said he was racist.
That is no racist. You're making anybody who's an English speaker just look terrible just by friction, just by you being in the same category as us.
Relax.
Like if I now go to Japan, if I meet that person on the train, they're gonna be looking at me funny, hoping I don't take out a speaker and start blasting music.
Relax, bro. Relax. Yo, by the way,
stop antagonizing these random people.
I want to say arigato.
Oh my god, man. These are the type of stop. Don't. Dude, I hope this guy gets his passport stolen, man. I wish nothing but misfortune upon this person. I am so sorry, man. I'm not gonna be humanitarian today. I hope he's like walking down the street, someone pickpockets his wallet, his passport, and then like the person trips and he sees the passport like flying to the sky before like going through like a sewer pipe and like getting eaten by an alligator in the sewers and completely gone. I wish nothing but misfortune on this person, man. Oh my god.
Sometimes
I'm so
people
annoyed
are mad
by
at
him.
me, but I'm not the same.
Yeah, we are not same. We are not same, but I
understand.
love you. I love you.
Thank you, because you're so nice. But some people are not so nice. He want to fight me.
Yeah, no. Well,
Right?
but
Paul got a tier
that is
1
no racist.
subscription. Which
He said he was racist.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Please understand.
What
That is
Japan.
Japan. That is Japan.
What Karimasta.
Going up.
Somebody bad people. Bad people.
No,
Nah.
no.
Anyway.
God, man, there's a reason why people hate streamers, and it's exactly for people like this, man. This person is making everybody racist towards streamers, and I appreciate it. I really appreciate it, buddy. Zen the Chill, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, saying switching my account to the base chat. Smart moves, Zen the Chill, becoming a site chat sub. You know, we've got a bunch of gutter chat subbers, which they, they're okay, but the site chat subs, they're the top of our society. Top of our society. Calling him a traitor, I'm calling him somebody who's moving up on the world, okay? Wishing misfortune on other people is against Twitch TOS? If that is true, then I should have been banned years ago. Oh my god, I've wished misfortune on so many people. I hope Donald Trump trips on a pebble. I hope Mike Pence scrapes his knee. I hope Judge Kavanaugh ties his shoes but doesn't tie them tight enough, so they start to loosen up and it's really annoying, so he like has to sit down in like a weird uncomfortable angle while walking to work through the halls of the court. He has to go down and tie his shoes again, and he has to double knot it because he's nervous about them untying again, right? Gosh.
gosh, Marxist-Leninists. I swear, gigglers. I swear Marxist-Leninists are something else. There's something else. When Marxist-Leninists say that the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact was just a pact of non-aggression. Pact of non-aggression that involved invading and carving up a country. Okay, got it. Non-aggression is when invading a country, I guess. Okay. Okay. I understand. It makes perfect sense to me. I have no idea why it doesn't make perfect sense to you.
Quantum leap in the American standard of living. Let's go.
Past generations of Americans pursue.
Ooh, he's looking kind of dusty here, don't you think? Don't you think he's looking a little bit windswept? A little bit craggly? You don't think? A little? Maybe a bit?
Big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They pushed across an unsettled continent and built new cities in the wild frontier. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system. Magnificent it was. And they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the Earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. If you look at just 3 years ago, what we were doing was unthinkable. How good it was, how great it was for
This 3 years ago. Manifest Destiny was continuing up until 2021, where it stopped suddenly.
our country. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living. That's what will happen. Here are just a few of the ways we can do it. Almost 1/3 of the land mass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals.
New cities? Why not just invest in the tens of thousands of existing cities? We already have There are cities that have like 2,000 people. Why don't we just build out East Palestine? We can harness the radioactive, super fast-growing crops that we've gotten with our special civilizational skill tree, Norfolk Southern Oopsie-daisy, and use our increased crop yield to finance a greater East Palestine. God willing, we'll build a West Palestine too.
For development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again.
Wait. Why do we need new city? We already have cities. We can. Why? What? Like, there are towns that just have a few thousand people. Here, right here, okay? This town is like Galena, I think, 10,000 people. Why not build out? Look at all the cool stuff here. We could build out from here. Why do we need new city? Why do we need to get rid of federal land? We already have. There's tons of towns like this all across America that were like influential back in the late 19th, early 20th century as like a midway point for people traveling between larger cities. But nowadays you can travel across the country in 6 hours, so that didn't last.
My gosh, gigglers. New cities.
We could reinvest in these cities and build like new stuff. He wants to build company towns. Yeah, that's the feeling that I get. We're talking about like charter towns here. We're what he's talking about is like cutting off like new slabs of America and like handing them over to cities or like weirdo
Why?
narcissist, planners so that they can build their own like little utopian dream. I think Adam something recently did a video on something like that. It's pretty weird.
Does the US need more cities?
Yeah.
Phoenix, Arizona is a monument to man.
This is a fucking Adam something video. That's what I'm talking about.
What the heck?
Yeah, this is exactly the one that I was referring to, where it's like, yeah, dude, we've got a big city we want to build. We just
Why?
need like $1 billion trillion in a desert to build it in, and stupid shit like that.
Oh my gosh.
These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
No, how? What?
Yeah, because I had to write back to some. Oh my gosh, I get so agitated at those Marxist-Leninist types.
Back the American dream. Another big.
That's not how that works. You can't just like manufacture
It's just
a city. Raise the volume. It's already at max. It's a weirdly quiet video. I'll turn it up in OBS.
It's like
cities like naturally build out based on economic need.
Big opportunity is in transportation. Dozens of major companies in the United States and China are racing to develop vertical takeoff and landing vehicles for families and individuals. Just as the United States led the automotive revolution.
What? Flying cars?
oh, Stalinist apologia combined with calling the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact a defensive pact of non-aggression. Ribbentrop-Molotov is a pact of non-aggression. I'm sorry. I just wrote to someone that you need to read history books, not theory, fan fiction written by your Marxist-Leninist friends. This is so ridiculous. Gigglers, this is just... I don't know what to say. When people call the Ribbentrop-Molotov a pact of non-aggression. People really don't read. For all the crap they keep saying about reading theory, they really don't read anything. Which leads to illiteracy about basic historical facts. Which is annoying. Because then those people will start crying about other people needing to read. You know? Literally zero knowledge about history, zero knowledge about anything. My goodness.
Not kidding.
Oh, cutscene. Cutscene. All right. A student. Aseri wa kimotsu. Alright. Smart.
Flying cars.
Flying cars?
These breakthroughs can transform commerce, bring a giant infusion of wealth into rural
Wait, what?
America,
Why can't I move?
connect families in our country in new ways. Likewise, through our strategic national
I'm raging against
initiative, which is
Marxist-Leninism.
very big and very, very successful.
Ay, ay, ay.
We will turn forgotten communities into hives of industry, producing
Hives.
goods we will no longer import from China. We will also have a major
China
initiative
again.
on lowering the cost of living with a special focus on lowering the cost of a new car and lowering the cost to build a single-family home.
Wow, that's crazy, dog. We're gonna lower the cost of living exclusively by subsidizing the things that have made costs of living so high.
Wow.
The extremely low residential density is the reason the housing costs are so high, because we can't build more houses because everything has to be a fucking stretched up. Look, this is literally like trying to put out a fire by subsidizing gasoline that you could pour in it to put out the fire. It's
True.
insane. What? Like, does Trump not understand what the Rust Belt is? Yeah, a lot. Like, Trump never really explained this, and obviously he never got anything done in this regard during his presidency. But the reason manufacturing jobs left America wasn't because of some, like, magically evil corporation decision-making. It was because we live in a system where corporations profit, and it's far more profitable to have a lot
I
of this
fell.
done in countries with worse labor
Oh
laws.
my
So there's
gosh.
no actual way to reinvigorate manufacturing in America without, like, either A, forcing corporate regulations with regards to, like, staying in the country and paying higher wages, which, if that's the case, fucking fine, or B, having us all be paid slave wages. It's gone, steel's not coming back? No. The best chance that we had for reinvigorating American manufacturing was green energy. We could have been like the number one green energy, like wind farms, solar panel tech, everything, if we had like heavily invested in it. But we didn't. We chose not
course.
to. We just decided we're not going to get ahead of this. We're not going to invest. We're not going to subsidize. We're not going to get in on this.
And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom. Finally, I'll challenge the governors of all 50 states to
Oh my
join me in a
gosh.
great
Can't you just put really heavy tariffs on imports to encourage local manufacturing? Sure, if you're okay with cars costing $40,000 at minimum. Could we still have a chance of being a green powerhouse country? Yeah, but it would require like a ton of work. The Trump breeding programs. Thinking about his fucking dusty ass face when you're busting one in.
modernization and beautification campaign.
I'm so mad. Why didn't it protect me?
Public spaces, making
I almost destroyed him as
more
well.
livable, ensuring
Almost defeated the boss as well.
building towering monuments
Don't
to our
forget the
true
tip.
American heroes. Very importantly,
Yeah, he wants to yassify America.
Oh.
I will also make
I
sure
forgot
all
about
of
that.
these new places are safe. We love and cherish our police. They will do the job.
We love and cherish our
Hey, you know
police.
what leads to the most deaths in a city that could be prevented? Cars. Car deaths in Los Angeles, 2022. 312, the highest in 2 decades, as opposed to murders in Los Angeles, 2022. Oh, never mind, sorry. It's 382 murders to 304 car deaths. My bad, murders are still higher. What we need to do is regulate men, okay? Because it's men who are getting in the car accidents and doing the murders. It should just be illegal to be a guy.
It is time to start talking about greatness for our country again. I will dramatically increase living standards and build a future that brings our country together through excitement, opportunity, and success.
I see.
Baby bonuses aren't a bad idea, though.
Excitement, opportunity, and success.
If you want people to have more children, construct economic environments where they're allowed to have more children.
True.
You know, it's the problem is that like it's like solving problems from the top, you know, and it is fash bullshit for sure. Or just taking immigrants. I don't fucking care. Hungary has been doing baby bonuses for 15 years and it never worked. Well, the
Poland does it as well.
Right? Is that like the reason people aren't having
Poland has a thing called 500 plus for every child or something. You know? So it's sort of a baby program as well.
Isn't because they can't afford to. In America, wealthier families have fewer children than really poor ones. Super poor families in like the fucking hood or whatever. It's not like they're having 0 kids and then all like the wealthy people are having a fuck ton of kids or whatever. It's the opposite. And there are like really complicated reasons for that. And I think a lot of it has to do with order and support systems. Poor people tend to live in communities with tight relationships with their family, with their friends, with their neighbors. Wealthy people don't. They live relatively alienating lives. Wealthy people might have the money for children, but they don't really have the time or the support for children, you know? If you're wealthy and you work like a job and you're a 2-income household, you and your partner both work a job, like kids, they
require time?
so much time and energy, and you have very little to go off of there. And a lot of the stuff you can get is really expensive too. I don't know. I feel like a lot of this would be solved with a less alienating attitude towards childbirth and towards
child rearing.
Child rearing.
Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, got it. Nice. In Hungary, you get money for buying a home after 3 kids. All it did was raise the price of homes. Well, it's not a very capitalist solution, right? I thought people who believed in capitalism were supposed to understand that if you want to...
We love the church, the police, and that's why we love the unregistered gun ownership, which turns every domestic dispute call into a potential shootout and traumatize them for training. True. My gosh.
Produce outsized like market effects. If you want to change something in the system, it's not enough to have a government bill that just like slaps money down here or there. You need to like work at the underlying incentive structures, and I agree with that.
Not the 500
that's one of
plus
the reasons
BS.
that I'm generally pretty skeptical of UBIs. That was just a bunch of nonsense. It's the Republican platform.
The Republican platform. Yeah. That's right. Because the state treats people without money like trash. Right? My God. Yeah. It's really like I don't think anyone here will disagree that nuclear family is a pretty restrictive model, right? Well, the thing is that in Poland, the 500 plus program is kind of for everybody, but it does not help much because it just gives the 500 plus program is a program, first of all, devised in Poland to create voters. It gives money to everyone, wealthy or not. You have more than you have 2 children, you get 500 for every child, but that does not do anything, if that makes sense. You know? Does not fix the underlying issues, as Vosh here has pointed out pretty correctly. Right? Like, oh wow. That's an old conversation. Yeah. Like the 500 plus, but it was literally devised to just make people vote. Yeah. Well, in Poland it's much newer. What kind of thing? We're only on YouTube, so we might as well check on Steven, right? Let's check on Steven again. Let's do it. Here we go. Might as well, right? Should we check up on Steven again? Let me see. One check up on Steven and then we can start the art. Actually, we can start the art now. We don't have to wait. We don't need to wait. We can just start the art right now. We can start drawing right now. It's Wednesday or something. Is it Wednesday? It is. Wednesday is art. Let's go. Wait. Yeah, okay, we're checking up on Steven. Yeah, okay. But first, I'm gonna set up the drawing thing. Let me set up the drawing. Because I have a commission to do, and I want to do it with all of you. The commission. Okay? A big commission. I've got a big commission that I need to fulfill. Why is it so disappointed by the software? All right. Wait, there are people that take advantage of your democracy that you have with me, okay? Please. Yes, please, thank you, vote. No, you don't want to check on Steven? I cannot believe you. I can't believe that you would not want to check up on Steven, your favorite creator or something. Let me open up a file. Okay, write in chat what videos you want for art. Come on. More. We're opening up the file. Not animation. We're not doing animation for now. I'm opening up a file. I'm opening up a file, everybody. A file that it will help us to perform a we are doing commissions. My gosh. What are we doing? Atunsai Films channel? I don't know that channel. Can you give me any of their... Okay, we're gonna do this. Where's the clip studio? What is that channel? There we go. We are drawing now. I'm gonna make the YouTube a bit smaller. Yoink. Gonna... There we go. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Ready? What is Rare Earth? I'm gonna check this out. I'm gonna check it out. I trust you. Let's check it out. I'm trusting you on this. The best cheese on earth. The town that cooks in a volcano. Cows 1, Spanish Army 0. We'll watch this one.
Today's episode is the story of when the Spanish Empire lost an entire army to a bunch of cows led by a woman. It's a pretty important moment in Portuguese history, especially here in the Azores. And the best part is that you live in 2022, so I get to tell you the truth. The year is 1581, and the people of Terceira are waiting on a giant ship to come and kill them. They are waiting on the flag of death itself. The nobility of this island are proud Portuguese, followers of the true King Antonio. And even though there are more soldiers in the Spanish army than there are people on this island, even though every battle on the mainland has already been lost and there is no chance for victory, these little holdouts are refusing to surrender. They are the last light of an independent Portugal, a light that will be snuffed out for the next 80 years, just as soon as that ship arrives. And when they die, so too shall their nation. So all they can do is just rally around that bastard and wait.
The cows!
On July 25th, off the shores of Salga Bay, that flag of death came rising up through the fog. In the belly of its ships were those hardened men of Spain, an unstoppable wave of doom, armed to the teeth and ready to crash into shore. From their fortress on the sea, 1,000 soldiers poured out onto the rocks. Cannons, gunpowder, men, a seemingly unstoppable invasion spilling like knives onto the verdant farmland of the Azores, onto the pastures of a woman named Brianda and her family Pereira, a family who, as the story goes, would immediately be killed. Well, everyone except Brianda. And if I told you this story in 1830, I'd probably say that the Spanish murdered her husband right there on the spot, and then turned and mortally wounded her civilian son. Because these weren't liberators. They weren't Catholics.
True.
They were monsters. Not
They
like
were
Portuguese.
Oh no, what?
2022, and frankly, we're not entirely sure.
I'm sorry, what
Whether her
happened?
husband was shot or killed or simply imprisoned momentarily, it's all just speculation. Whether she met the enemy face to face or ran from the hills after seeing their sails, speculation.
What happened?
She was even by herself or with servants who would have never been remembered because of their status. Again, just speculation. But this is a story, and Brianda Pereira slipped away into the hills. She screamed across this island like a banshee crying battle, and beneath her hooves, an army rose to its feet. She was Laura Secord. She was Paul Revere. She was Joan of Arc. And she was Portuguese. It was one thing to be whipped up with support for a claimant to the throne, but it was entirely another to see the pain of someone you knew in person, a neighbor, a friend, an islander, hell, a noble woman come bloodied and screaming. That just wasn't supposed to happen. It had a different effect. Brianda's call to arms spread as fast as word could travel. Nobody spreads news like an islander. From every corner of Terceira, men and women came running to rally to the cause.
The cows!
9 a.m. the next morning, now outnumbering
Come
their
on.
nearly 6-1, the army of Antonio
The
marched
army of
below
cows!
her now ruined home. And in 1830, the poets would drop their laudanum and tell you that this makeshift militia marched behind a fully armed Brianda. In their golden brown visions, they'd tell you that this maiden of Terceira drove the island's cattle before her like a storm, whipping up thousands to descend on the Spanish lines like some bizarro world Rocky Balboa, pummeled by the slabs of beef. They'd tell you that she fought bravely as those Spanish fled to their ships hand to hand with the women of this island fighting right alongside her, because she was the fire of independence that kept Portugal free, the romantic heart of this great colonial experiment. And what's more, look how the Spanish were beat by a girl. After all, this was 1830. It was the height of European colonization. Spain was, again, trying to conquer Portugal.
Portugal?
It's complicated, but suffice it to say that empire ruled the day. Glory and conquest and, all that.
The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth did not exist back then.
Propaganda, because it was, but it's also just what the nobility paid for. It's what the readers wanted to hear. Up with Portugal, down with Spain, Captain America, the 19th century, colonial adventures, and far
Captain
feats of amazement for children who still loved their king. And in 1950, they'd also tell you that the army marched behind Brianda.
I mean,
although their fascist dictatorship would have long...
a little bit of a different narrative rolled in where I live at that period.
Little swan song to help
I'll
them
just
slip
say
into
that.
a trance so they didn't have to be there to watch it all fall apart. Opium might hit like a brick, but there's no drug quite like nostalgia. Take a bump and the war didn't happen. Take another and the colonies make sense. It's better than facing the truth. After all, 1950 was a hard time in Portugal for the truth, but if you stuck to society's script well enough, hell, you might even get to write the next chapter. If you want your play to make it into a theater, it's simple. Just write a story about Brianda. She's safe. She's a hero. She's that pure Catholic mother that only a blessed nation under one
Oh
eternal Father
no.
can provide. Just
Oh no.
make sure to check with the
Where do the cows come in? Where are the cows?
In 1975, after the fall of fascism, they'd tell you that the army marched behind Brianda still. Because human rights needs a champion, even if it's a lie.
Oh no.
After all, no society changes easily. You can say people are free now, but it takes people to enforce that. People raised in a different time.
True.
Just because you have a new script doesn't mean it's a new story. A nation needs its myths, even the free ones, and it doesn't take working in Hollywood to know that old imagery best sets a new scene. Nostalgia is more than just comfort. It's unity. It's advertisements we all remember, jingoisms we can all sing. In the era of Portuguese liberation, Brianda led that army not to support a failing empire, not to display some
I mean, that's a bit more complicated as well,
to
right?
show that women ruled
The
Portugal too.
nation
They were just
unity
capable
as a
men,
concept.
and they'd be entering this new era of freedom strong, proud, and independent like her. Even if that wasn't entirely true either.
Oh.
Here in Terceira, though, they remember things differently than the poets. In their stories, they aren't exotic. They aren't far-flung. The local militia aren't some obscure islanders off in a colonial nowhere. They're their ancestors. The story that they tell is one of themselves.
Oh.
They tell of a local friar who had the genius idea of releasing those bulls at the Spanish, of a noble Portuguese soldier who led their army into battle and won. They even tell of Brianda, whose war cry they say started it all. It's just they're not really telling it for themselves. Because this is 2022, and the truth is that without those poets, the people here would have long forgotten that day.
Right.
But they haven't.
Oh no.
And today in Salga Bay, the locals still watch the horizon for that ship full of mainlanders, waiting for those 1,000 Spaniards to flood back onto their rocks. Because tourism is the new economy, and you can always sell a good story. So why not put up a monument? Why not say this house was hers? If nobody knows either way, why not say she fought too? It might
The
be
myth
2022, but
creation.
The truth is, this is what the nobility pays for. It's what the audience wants to hear. There is no eternal truth, but Brianda is a hero. Not because her anguish raised this island to war, not because she gave them a few years of hope, not even because she whipped a single cow, but because they said she is. To themselves and to each other, again and again and again. Everything else, though, just speculation.
Oh.
This is rare earth.
I guess that's cool. I guess cows are cool animals. What do you think of cows? Are you all cowgirls and cowboys? Or what? Let me see. Tate's oddly pro-trans take will shock you. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I've been wondering about what Vosh's take on this is. Let's go. We're gonna listen to the real communist Vosh on this topic. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's react together.
Andrew Tate, trans ally.
I guess.
I know you're thinking, how is that possible? Okay, well, please. Listen.
I'm listening. I've already seen it, as I've said, but you know, it's quite what a timeline we're living in. It's so quiet.
Specific area for the Bugatti.
I see.
Anyway, that's all gonna be lit up. Bugatti logos. You broke boys don't know. Listen, I recently posted a question on Twitter asking, would you rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1?
I wish I knew how to do his voice, like, as a bit, you know? It's like
It's a
English
wacky voice.
accent by way of Keanu Reeves, by way of learning disability. There's like a mix of stuff here. Well, yeah, it's like a fake British accent, but he does that quick cutoff to the words he's saying that Keanu Reeves does. He has that like low drum.
We might need to reapproach that content like more purposefully, okay? There is a lot of narrativization in it. And it did start to go into the whole unity and stuff. There's a lot to talk about there alone.
You know what I'm talking about? And then, of course, there's the learning disability. Yeah, the glottal stop, exactly. But I don't know if I can do all that, man. He's got a really weird voice. You have to be kicked in the head 495 times to get it
Don't
right. Yeah,
voice shame.
Proper brain damage necessary.
Don't voice
Everyone's
shame.
sitting there clicking woman, 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 woman because they think it's...
Okay, remember, we got to keep up, okay? We're paying attention to the prompt here. So this is, who would you rather sleep with, a woman who's a 1 out of 10 or a trans woman who's a 10 out of 10? Okay.
They're going to be gay if they do anything else, but they're not actually thinking about the question. I am
Oh
so
my gosh.
smart. I operate on so many levels higher than the average man. You people are not thinking about the question. When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a dick. That's the
Imagine unironically talking like that. I'm so smart. I operate on a level beyond the level, above the levels, inside of a level. I am deep in the levels. Top J, Top J.
Or Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
That's the girl. This is the question I'm asking.
This is so wacky.
So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just clicked the girl, the number 1, did it? Fuck Hulk Hogan. Yeah, he's got mustache and muscles, and he's all hairy, big dude, 6'5". It's pretty gay to me. That sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's, that is gay.
This isn't from that far back. This is from 2021.
Whereas Megan Fox, okay, he's got, but maybe you can like scoot it out the way. I mean, still Megan Fox. You know what I'm saying? At least she's small and shit. You can get your hand around her neck, mess her up.
Mess her up, what the heck? Mess her up.
This is the question I'm asking. You need to operate on a higher plane.
Higher
Think
plane.
about this. This is important. This is cultural.
Oh my
This
gosh.
affects the world we now live in. What is straight? What is gay? It's all a big sliding spectrum, isn't it? Because if you're going to sit here and go, oh, no, it's gay to bang Megan Fox, I counter that argument. It's gay to bang Hulk Hogan with a...
Actually, it's funny because, you know, leaving aside the whole sex trafficking and la-di-da, you know, getting to the actual point, there's actually an underlying point that's being made here, which I think is really funny. So which one is it? Well, I do think it's funny. Andrew Tate,
So
ass sweat
weird.
enjoyer, Aiden Ross, was like screeching, there are 2 genders. And meanwhile, back here in 2021, Andrew Tate is like, hey man, listen, sexuality is kind of a spectrum, okay? Think about it. It's very funny.
This is
but
so
I feel
weird.
like-
What a timeline we're living in.
Whenever I talk about this, I recognize that my own perspective is really clouded by the fact that I'm, you know, pan. So it's like I'm kind of trying to speak for other people a little bit. But even though I'm a degenerate, I have known straight people. And I feel like there are a couple of statements that I can make about straight guys that are like definitely true, even beside my biases, you know? And that is like, first of all, straight men are obsessed with dicks. Like, they talk about them constantly. They draw them constantly. When you look at heterosexual pornography marketed at straight men, it
That
will
is
often
so
gratuitously feature
bizarre. Is that
it's not as
true?
though the way they frame the porn videos.
Wait, is
like,
that
kind of try
true?
To avoid looking at the guy. They avoid looking at the guy's face a lot.
Is that
They do
true?
not avoid looking at the dick, like even remotely. And I think a lot of that is because there's a kind of innate eroticism to
Is that true?
genitalia, if you can believe it. And people actually don't have super strong genital preferences, right? Like, I really don't think they do. I think people, some people do, but I think a lot of people are a lot lighter on the genital preferences than they are on preferences with regards to, like, femininity or masculinity in terms of what they're into. That is to say, like, I think that, as a wise philosopher once put it, if it's between Hulk Hogan with a pussy and Megan Fox with a dick, you know, I mean, I think you know, like, where people would generally trend. And you can see this, too, that with, like, trans women, you know, who haven't had bottom surgery, like, it's not like straight guys, it's not like gay guys are going after trans women.
I'm gonna tell you something, okay? Okay, I'll have fruit. I'm gonna tell you something, like when it comes to like the so-called passing goals, in my case, I think the most important thing for me is my face. So I guess femininity and masculinity. It's an interesting.
It's
thing.
straight guys. Like if you take a look at, like if you ask a trans woman, okay, who's DMing you? It's not bi guys and gay guys. It's bi guys and straight guys. You know? Generally that's because I think a lot of people, the signifiers they pick up on are just like, okay, like what are their vibes? Like do they come across as feminine or masculine?
I think so.
Andrew Tate kind of said that here, right? Vosh, not incorrect. Most people do have a hard gender. No, stop. No hard opinions in chat, okay? I need you guys to really focus, all right? Call upon your inner chakra, all right?
True.
I'm not asking how you feel because you're all idiots and you don't know how you feel. I know how you feel, okay?
Exactly,
And
I
how
know.
I know you feel. The way I know this, okay, is because I've been around straight guys and they're f***ing obsessed with dicks, all right? And I'm taking that with me to the bank because I don't need to hear the wannabes in chat talking about how they're the exception, okay? No,
Oh my gosh, everyone wants to feel
it's a lot
special.
looser than people pretend it is, you know? And this is one of the reasons why, like, oh my god, people don't say it as much anymore. How many times did you hear, not do you hear, because right now it's not as much of a thing, you know, but did you hear, are traps gay? Because that question was centered on like this massive semi-sarcastic bit of internet discourse, the central premise of which effectively being that Johnny Bravo meme, you know, like, you know, if it gets my dick hard, then it's straight, you know?
Oh my gosh.
Like, that was the whole "are traps gay" cultural fixation could have only been born out of a culture where people really want to be straight while guys who look like girls. Because that's what a trap is, not trans woman, you know, so whatever. But of course, when they say trap, they mean trans woman, because in reality...
Please don't spark a new conversation or whether or not the word is bigoted. That would be, oh no. I do not want that to happen. I do not want that to happen.
Traps don't exist. There actually isn't like a whole subset of people who are guys but cross-dress perfectly as women all the time, day to day in their life, specifically to trick straight men. That's not actually a thing. I'm sorry. Sorry if any of you have fantasies that will go unfulfilled as a product of this, you know, this non-existence community. Trans women do exist, though. That's a real thing.
I am real.
And I think you
so
can,
real.
you know, like with Tate, for example, okay? I want to ask you guys a question and try to follow along with me here, okay?
Oh no.
If
Oh
you
no,
had a
what's about
friend-
to
if you were
happen?
hanging out with a friend,
What's about to happen?
and the friend, Finster, is the only femboy, I hope you guys know there's like a 99.9% chance that...
I don't want the discourse. No, no.
I'm-
Stop it. Stop it, Jessica. Stop it. We are not opening the floodgates. We are not doing the discourse. The discourse is over. The discourse, I'm shutting down the discourse. We are drawing a slime girl as like I am fulfilling a commission and I'm listening to the #1 communist video. Okay? I'm listening to the #1 communist, and by that I mean Vosh, not Andrew Tate. In case you are wondering who I was referring to when saying the #1 communist.
I'm not saying Finster isn't a guy, but Finster got some smooth skin. And their HRT femboy is a real thing, all right? I'm just saying. Okay, imagine you're hanging out with a friend, okay? The friend's a guy. They're chilling, all right? And they're trying to sell you on something, all right? They turn over to you and they start talking. And they're like, here, we'll put on Andrew Tate here on mute, so it can be like he's talking to you, okay?
Okay.
And he's like, hey, yo, Bugatti. But also, hey, so if you had a girl, like...
Hey, yo,
she was
Bugatti?
like a 10 out of 10. I
Who's
mean,
a
total
Bugatti?
Smoke show. Wouldn't you want to, like...
Smoke show?
Like, it wouldn't be that bad if, like, it wouldn't be terrible if you, like, sucked on her toes a little bit, right? Like, if you were to suck on her toes a little bit, like, that wouldn't be so bad, right? The person you are talking to...
How did we get here?
Andrew Tate does not... He's obsessed with sucking women's toes.
How
They
did
don't
we
have
get
to be
here?
a 10 out of 10. This is not some, like, reserved interest that he has...
The discourse is fun.
Okay?
Maybe.
This is a life-consuming desire. You understand? So this video of his where he's like, yeah, like, I don't know, if you had like a perfect 10 out of 10 girl with a penis, like, yeah, it wouldn't be like literally the worst thing to, you know, I think that Andrew Tate, like all reactionaries, is probably a chaser. To the extent that he even understands sex, which, again...
People call Vosh a chaser all the
Ed
time.
from Ed, and Eddie level IQ,
weird.
so it's possible that, you know, he might not fully get it. There's a ton of people like that, man. It's actually so crazy that we're living through this massive, like, anti-trans reactionary backlash, because the amount of, like, open interest so many people demonstrate in, being frank here, like, straight guys interested in chicks with penises, it's at like an all-time high. You know what I mean? I feel like there's this really weird dichotomy, or like an inconsistency, where there are tons of straight guys who are left-leaning, center-leaning, right, whatever, you know, who, as straight guys often are obsessed with dicks, you know, but they also like women. Not contrary positions these days. They like women with dicks. They don't like trans women. You ever get that feeling? Like, you go look at the incredibly popular...
I'm especially not going into the discourse about Vosh being a chaser.
Like, Furinari hentai dojins or whatever. And most of the time, those women aren't trans women. They're just magically women with penises. They weren't born men who transition. That context is entirely absent in the way it's all structured.
Not always, though.
Penises.
Not always.
So the issue here isn't even really with dicks or genitalia or anything. The issue here is just with like this, the like epistemic concept of gender, and to the extent to which it's mutable.
That's not always true.
Because that's the they freak out over. I think they only pretend to freak out over the dick stuff because.
True. They love it really.
I think they're obsessed with that part. You know?
Now this is the armchair psychology that we love.
I genuinely think that is the case for most straight men. Leaving aside what they prefer
They all want
most
me.
of all, if you just asked for preferences,
They all
and
want
you
me.
found like a really femboy and also a very butch masculine lesbian, I think overwhelmingly they would go for the former over the latter. Not always, but often. Though muscular and masculine aren't technically the same thing, right? There are, like, for instance, there are plenty of people who fetishize muscular women, but if you take a look at art that is, like, fetishizing muscular women, even really muscular, like super, super muscular, they still look feminine. Like, their faces are still really feminine. They tend to wear feminine clothes. Like, if you just casually...
Depends on the art.
Just browsing through drawn...
I just wish he'd chase me. Oh, no.
Really gets off in, like, muscular women.
Oh,
They
no.
look, like, still quite womanly. But there are a lot of like butch lesbian types who get sometimes like the evil eye from other girls because they get accused of being guys. I think Contra made that point in one of her videos that like there are some like butch lesbian women.
How do you like the slime girl that
not
I'm
just butch
drawing?
women, because I don't think women look like this if they're going for men. I think this is a butch lesbian thing. Who, you know, like they'd have to undress before you knew they were women. Like they have very, very masculine
Pretty
voices
wild.
and appearances. And I think a lot of straight guys would much rather go for a feminine guy than you know, like a very butch woman. Which again kind of destroys. It just really like reinforces the complete immateriality of this entire distinction. Sexuality is a pretty stupid concept to begin with, and as Andrew Tate points out, a spectrum, which he's correct on. So you know. So do you think most cis people who are attracted to trans women or trans men but turned off by the vagina, guy, or penis in a girl stems from transphobia? What? No? I'm not talking about transphobia. Wait, Hungamaster.
Okay, three people dislike the forest video? Why would people dislike a forest video? I don't understand. Why would people dislike my forest short?
This is
I'm
what I said-
shaking my head in
earlier.
disbelief.
This is what I said about At what point did I say genital preferences are transphobic? Pay attention. Oh my god. I gotta check the blue line when I'm mentioned and check to see, is it from Hungamaster, you know? My biggest issue with dicks personally
Who?
isn't like the dick itself, it's that usually the dude it's attached to bugs the living out of me. A ton of straight guys, especially before the modern age where nobody talks to each other, but if you went back to like the 90s or 80s or whatever, so many straight guys have stories of doing weird gay shit in male spaces, whether it's like male dormitories or sports communities or like
I
college
see.
or whatever, where it's like, yeah, what if we were all in a circle, we jerked each other off, you know?
What?
And people make jokes about these guys being gay. And the honest truth is, I don't think that's right. I make jokes about it. I do think it's gay. But oftentimes, I just think a lot of them are really stoked to have the opportunity to touch another dick. Because they kind of like dicks. Because, you know, it's literally a sex organ. It's a totem of eroticism.
I
In
see.
the most literal sense. I don't think it has anything to do with the actual, like, guy or anything.
I
I don't know
see.
if that translates as genital preference and sex. Okay, everyone in chat is just sharing their personal feelings and experiences. That's good. Yeah, anyway.
Oh my
Andrew
gosh.
Tate, trans ally. Unironically, you know, obviously he said it in like a really misogynist way and he's a rapist and blah, blah, blah. But the underlying argument that he's making here is actually a progressive one. It's progressive by his standards,
So
right?
weird.
Like, we're talking at a very low ground level. Like, it rises above that. And that perspective is, he says trans women are men. He said that. He said Megan Fox, he. So we're not talking about, like, gender validation or whatever. But we're talking about, like, the fluidity of sexuality. And accepting that is still a step above most of the people who like Andrew Tate.
Which is really strange considering that they still like Andrew Tate. Well, life is full of those little things, right? Life is full of those little things. But now we're focusing on the art. Right? Wait, people, you should vote. Oh my gosh. 10 people watching, only 2 people vote. I'm not watching a Star Wars thing. At least not right now. Oh no. Michael Knowles is just evil. It's been a while, Xander Hall. It's been a while.
All right, hello everybody. I'm back and I'm in Shasta City beneath Mount Shasta. It is beautifully snowy out. I mean, look at this place. It's like a winter wonderland. I haven't seen, as I mentioned before, I haven't seen this much
This
snow
place looks pretty nice. The big car.
since I was 14 years old. So, God, it is amazing to be seeing all of this and to be in all of it, especially because I thought I was going to be arriving in Seattle too late to see any snow. So
Wow.
it is nice to be able to see this on the ride. Also,
Pretty snowy here.
I am standing between 2 birch trees. I've seen these in Minecraft before. I don't really like them in Minecraft, but I love them in real life. And I've never seen one in real life.
Everything looks worse in Minecraft.
It's so, there's like this paper, and it's just so smooth.
It's not
this like cool pattern.
paper.
We got some hummingbird.
It's not
not
paper.
hummingbird, Woodpecker.
Come on.
Holes here from woodpeckers. Just
It's not paper. Xander Hall. Come on.
Oh, snow sticks to my shoes. But yeah, it is so awesome. I love it here. It is so cool. This is such a cool place to stop on our journey. But
Oh, it's
all
from
that out
a.
of the way, let's get
It's a video from the journey.
matter of this video.
Interesting.
I'm sure that many of you are familiar with the Daily Wire, but for those of you guys that aren't, it is basically just an evil media corporation that has, for the last few years, been
Wow, Xander Hall made.
motivated
Xander Hall made videos
dead-eyed,
during the trip. That's pretty cool.
figure-looking conservative demagogues to basically flood the online media sphere with as much conservative propaganda and lies as possible because they know quantity beats quality in
True.
this respect.
Sadly.
Know what they're doing.
Yeah.
The Daily Wire, I believe, is ran by Ben Shapiro, if I'm not wrong. Is that correct?
Not 100%. I think he's at least in the leadership.
Yeah, he's like really high up if he's not the CEO or owner, but he might not be CEO or owner, so I don't want to go as far
Oh,
as
it's a collab. It's a collab with Demon Mama behind the camera. Am I correct here? Is it a collab episode with Demon Mama and behind the camera? Oh, I should sort of. That's weird. Hello, Jacob. Hello. We're watching some content from Zanderhal with Demon Mama behind the camera. Yeah.
The face of the Daily Wire. It's his company.
Oh, like the journey's over. Zanderhal is at his new home, and Demon Mama is back at her place already.
As far as most people are concerned, and he's definitely the most impressive figure to work for them when you consider the other absolute pieces of shit that he's also employed.
I would have said the talent sarcastically. Oh, thank you, Jacob. Thank you so much. I'm sort of doing the art stream. I'm fulfilling a commission for someone for a slime girl. Also, I'm... Wow. Oh! You know, if I had enough money, I could visit the US and do a collab with Demon Mama or Zanderhal or something. So if you want me to fulfill that goal, please consider becoming a Patreon. What do you think? What do you think of my proposal? A new thing that I can promise you. There you go. This is my Patreon. This is my Patreon.
At this company.
It's
obviously
real.
we talked about Brett
It's true.
Cooper before, who's just this like attempt to appeal to the horny dudes online who want an e-girl to tell them conservatism is based. And then you
What?
also got Matt Walsh, who's just really, really
Creepy?
hates trans people and LGBT
Oh.
people and is probably a pedo.
Well, that-
And there's
that is-
also,
yeah.
Of course, finally, moving on to the topic of this video, Michael Knowles. I feel
Michael.
like he's got to be the least memorable, least exceptional person on the Daily Wire payroll. There's something about him that whenever I watch his videos, my eyes roll in the back of my head, and it's just like, why this guy? You know, like of all the Daily Wire figures, there's something that just kind of stands out about them, but this guy's so nothing. He's got this wax figure.
Wax figure?
Energy going on, but you know, enough ad hom. We'll move on to what he said.
Yeah, Lucy's going global. I didn't even remember this Knowles guy existed. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what happened, but not sure what happened there, but yeah. Oh, that's because I've been using the falsetto for a long time, and now I'm training using not the falsetto, the M1 more, because whatever I do with my voice, I am always training non-stop. You have to remember that whatever happens with my voice, I am always in the middle of training. I never don't train my voice whenever I speak. So my voice will, like I have right now this, but I can also speak like this as well. You know? I can switch my voice because that's part of the training. It's part of the training. It's part of the process. It's a long process. And then I will be doing the next step in the training process. You know? So it'll be like a big thing. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, Jacob, consider becoming a Patreon if you want to see me go and do a collab. Oh, okay. Well, it takes practice. And does take practice, right? It takes practice to do that. I want to be able to just switch. Oh, do you know the YouTube channel Trans Voices? That's the best resource available. That is the best resource available. Period. Period. Let me see. Still can't get over the fact that people disliked my forest video.
So Michael Knowles recently got under a little fire from, oh look at that dope-ass snow melt. Got under a little fire from the LGBT community online, and rightfully so, because he basically has been calling for a genocide against trans people. It was really funny, his response to it that went viral I think just last night, yesterday maybe. His response to it was really funny. He starts it off by saying, so lately I've been talking about how transgenderism has to be eliminated and we can't continue to agree with this delusion, and also they're pedos who want to go after your kids, and yada yada. He starts off the video with him doubling down on his genocidal rhetoric, and then goes on to say, and now all of a sudden, trans people
Literally does the quotes. Literally does the quotes.
He does the air quotes in the air when he says trans people on the people part. Trans people are now saying that I want a trans genocide. And he goes on to follow it up. His defense, I really do think that every lefty should watch this, because this is the best conservative defense against the claim that they want to genocide trans people I've ever seen, because it's pretty much yes and. He goes on to say, now they're claiming I want to genocide trans people, which is ridiculous. How can you genocide trans people when they're not even a group of people? He basically tries to argue that because in his mind transgender people are not a real group of people, that it's just a bunch of delusional, I guess, people, with quotes, that you can't genocide them because they aren't a group that doesn't deserve to be genocided, is basically his argument. So his argument against the idea he wants to genocide trans people is that trans people aren't people in the first place, so you can't genocide them.
Oh yeah.
That's about it. Yep.
That's about their defense.
This is so ridiculous. Like, I'm gonna be honest. That's basically... Oh, thank you. Yeah. Like, I don't know, this is basically the argument that the Nazis used against Jewish people, that Jewish people are not human, so it's okay to, you know? So, oh my gosh.
And it's really funny having heard so many liberals defend the conservatives' propaganda against the trans community.
I remember.
You know? Like, 'cause you get, like, these libs that
The
are
whole
no, it's not a
debate.
genocide. They're not trying to
Yeah.
LGBT people. It's just
Oh my
they're
gosh.
trying to take your rights away and, like, deperson you and make it so that you're, like, not really able to be yourself in public or exist.
Oh, and that's
because
bad.
of
Don't get me
media.
wrong.
And
Don't get
that's
me
bad,
wrong.
But it's not genocide. Let's not say the G word.
Oh, that's one part. But when But when some streamers took it further and said, like, even the Holocaust wasn't a genocide until 1942 or something, then I was like, okay, all right, dial it back with the anti-historical takes, okay, dial it back. Like, people pushed really bad takes about the Holocaust to try to defend the position that the trans genocide is not a thing. The whole poly people, loner box debate, everything. And now the far righters just come out and say, cry about a genocide, but you're not even people. This is what's happening.
Word. And you know, they really play it down. But then Michael Knowles comes along and is just like, trans people? How can you genocide a group of people that we don't consider human?
True.
Literally.
Like, what the?
You're just outing your... Okay. Regardless, though, this
Horrible.
Video, it's really horrible. It really, really is. But Michael Knowles does make me laugh because he's very unimpressive, and everything that he says is a direct contradiction to the last thing he said. He's probably the least impressive of the Daily Wire hosts, rhetorically speaking.
Yeah.
So it was really funny to watch. Depressing, but also funny.
Yeah, but then other people just jump on that train. Like, Matt Walsh then basically parrots the same sentiment, right? Like, we're gonna have to do a whole thing about the Matt Walsh thing as well. Because that's just... If there's a trans that the Norberts would have to feel like he'd have to do something about it. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Like, but that debate was not good. My point is that the whole debate about the thing was just not good, you know? For him, it's easier to ignore what's happening, sober feel better about the situation.
I don't know. How do you look at that and not just come to the conclusion that it's the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen? It's like it looks like a dark comedy movie.
It does. It came off like a segment from The Boys satirizing conservative propaganda.
It literally does. It comes off as satire.
It came off as a skit from The Boys where they like cut to VOT TV and it's like, now all of a sudden, like it literally came off like a skit, like a joke.
Woke lefties don't want me to use my eye beams on anybody that I don't like.
True.
But hear me out. Anybody that I would use my eye beams on isn't a person, so how could it be murder? You know, that is the level of argumentation here. Yeah, pretty vile and scary state of things online at the moment, but I'm very glad to see that Michael Knowles is getting a basically massive amount of shit on Twitter right now, as all these Daily Wire hosts should be 24/7 every single tweet they make. There is no excuse not to be quote tweeting every Daily Wire host's like big tweets with like clips of them defending pedophilia or clips of them like calling for genocide or clips of them doing this.
And the new clip of Matt Walsh?
Falling apart whenever the few times happen where they do a debate with someone who is like not just a random college student and get blown the fuck out, because that's always what happens. These people don't debate, they don't argue their ideas, because could you imagine if Michael Knowles actually got confronted on any of this? It'd be over. It'd be over. He would get wrecked.
It'd be like ripping the birch bark.
It would be. It would be. That's what would be left of him. That right there. You see those holes? That's all that'd be left of him.
I like how the only thing Matt Walsh has ever done is his life is complaining about trans women. True. Well, the sad part is that's actually not the only thing that Matt Walsh has ever done. Matt Walsh has done two things, Matt Walsh has complained about trans women, and Matt Walsh has also talked about how underage girls should be married away and how 16 is the perfect age for breeding or something. I don't know. Those are, I guess, his two claims to fame.
Yeah, these people don't engage with any actual critique or debate because at this point they've realized the most effective way to spread their propaganda is through flooding the media, like the online social media circuit, with as
With
much
BS.
propaganda as possible. They
Yeah.
want you to find them before you find me, or Demon Mama, or Vosh, or any other left-wing figure. And as long as they keep on managing to flood the algorithm with this stuff, they'll succeed. But the scary thing as well is that these people have gone more and more masked off lately.
Oh, yeah.
I remember back in everything before 20, honestly, everything before 2020, when the
It's actually pretty shocking. It's pretty shocking of just how masked off Matt Walsh is right now. And all those other people talking about you wanted a war, directly quoting Goebbels. I really need to prepare a thing about the whole Matt Walsh thing because it's unbelievable.
from these people was like, oh, we don't hate trans people. We don't want to, like, take away their ability to be trans or take away their rights or whatever. We're concerned about, like, what about kids? We're concerned about, like, just be a good person and we don't mind, right? That was essentially what they would argue. But nowadays, that's not at all what they argue. Now they're outright saying they need to eliminate transgenderism for America to be safe. There was also this bizarre segment where Michael Knowles starts talking about how women need to have safe spaces, which was kind of bizarre when you consider the last decade of conservative propaganda being all about making fun of the left, claiming that these
Safe spaces, yeah.
and fragile to exist on their own. You have to give them safe spaces, and yada yada. Now the right are the ones arguing this. It's
Yeah.
very similar to like the blatant hypocrisy in like 5 years ago, right-wing figures.
Just 4 or so years ago, they were complaining about sports, and now they're saying we aren't people and liberals will do nothing to help. Yeah.
We're using the concept
So
of women's
bizarre.
sports as the butt of every joke, and now all of a sudden they care so much about the fairness and validity of women's
Oh, yeah.
sports. Very interesting. I wonder what motivates them there.
They only ever care when they can use it as a bludgeon to hurt somebody else. That's it.
You see, I've been saying this for a very long time, and I think it's a great fucking quote. I'm proud of myself for coming up with it. To the right, cruelty and dishonesty is a virtue.
Yeah.
If you are their enemy, then any sinful, horrible action in what you would assume to be their worldview is justified against you. They will lie, they will cheat, they will probably even kill. So
And steal.
remember that. These are not good people. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one.
That is so... Yeah, we're gonna make a video about the Matt Walsh thing. Female Ben Shapiro, do you mean Abby Shapiro? Let's check up on her. You mean this person? Classical Abby? You mean this person?
Social
Few things, 7 things I wish I knew sooner. How to break up. She has 110,000 subscribers. She had so much media, like, she had so much, like, her ads were everywhere. And now she has 2.k views. Who? Oh, yeah, that is what happens. I know this person on Twitter that is a big trans advocate. She's a cis woman, but all the bigots keep calling her a man. This is so weird. True. Her views are so bad. Let's watch a bit, but the views are 100,000 subs and 2.k views. Like you can.
Things I wish I knew sooner. What's the story with the fancy stuff in the tabernacle? And how to break up with someone who doesn't want the same things you do.
She was propped up. Like her advertisement appeared to everyone.
All this and more on today's episode of the Classically Abby podcast.
This is very sad.
Hello and welcome to today's episode of the Classically Abby podcast. I am so glad you are here. I feel like I haven't recorded in a little while, and whenever I take a little break and then come sit down and just chat with you guys, I realize how much I just...
Not many people are here. 2.4k. Okay, let's go to Brett Cooper. Okay. That does sound pretty boring. Who's this? This is the female Ben Shapiro, right?
Welcome back to the
2.1 million subs? Okay, this one has a lot of views. Okay, which video do you want? We've moved on. They haven't. 174k views. The reality of woke parenting. Infamous trans teacher exposed. Brett reacts to liberals and conservatives debating education. Brett Cooper sings with country. Harry Potter actress finally stands up for J.K. Rowling. I wanna see this. What actress? Based? Oh, wow. Oh, she's going under the radar. She has 2 million subscribers. Holy crap. Trans chocolate. Oh my god. Biggest oppressor. Your own bad habits. Okay. All right. Choose your poison. Choose your poison because the channel is on the screen. So there we go. Choose your video. Choose your poison. Okay, you can make it a bigger now. Choose your poison, and we will take a look. The J.K. Rowling one, especially at the back of our fundraiser. Okay, let us watch the J.K. Rowling one. Oh my gosh. Wonder what her argumentation is gonna be. Where is it?
back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. It pleases me to say that J.K. Rowling is being controversial as ever. She is still angering people online by...
Why does it pleases you? I don't get it. I mean, it probably pleases you because you can riff off of it, but other than that, I don't really see why it would please you. Well, I guess that you sort of like appeal to your little edgy audience. It's gonna be like, yeah, for sure, for sure. For sure. How many views does this have? This video has... I don't see the views. How many views? Where are the views on this video? Why can't I see the view? 368K views. A lot. Right? She doesn't have any argumentation. Just her being a crybaby over nothing. All her videos are the same. Well, she does get a ton of views.
Dropping truth bombs, which I absolutely love. This is especially
Truth
heightened
bombs.
after the literal monumental release of Hogwarts Legacy, the new Harry Potter game, which, I mean, the game broke records everywhere. People are loving it.
Monumental. Monumental. The game is not breaking records all over. The game did well on Twitch, but it wasn't like it didn't like break records of all time. I don't think.
Even though angry, soulless, sad people.
What is this? This is so old. Oh no, this meme again. We're never gonna stop seeing this. We're always gonna be brought back to 2016. Forcefully brought back. My gosh. We're here again. Also, I love how all the people that don't play games at all suddenly become video game experts when their culture world topic revolves video games. All those people that don't really care about video games suddenly come out of the woodwork.
People on the internet are trying to villainize everybody that even thinks about playing it. In fact, they are basically trying to villainize anybody that talks about Harry Potter, that remembers Harry Potter, that has a tinge of nostalgia about Harry Potter, because if you think about it at all, you are supporting J.K. Rowling and her trans radical exclusionary feminism, turfism, whatever you want to call it. But a Harry Potter cast member recently spoke out.
Well, not really. I did a nice fundraiser with the game. I raised, even if it's not a lot, I've raised $1,000 for a charity. I plan to play the game more and to raise more money for charity. So I don't know.
And did something that no one else in the cast has done in years.
Oh.
Support J.K. Rowling. But before we get into the story, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and then ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or an off-the-clock episode.
Am I supposed to be...
Who played Luna Lovegood in the Harry Potter series recently gave an interview to The Telegraph, and she actually showed some...
Am I supposed to be impressed by this? Common sense. I so dislike the word common sense. It's just like a conversation non-starter and a thought-terminating cliche at this point. Common sense. In the 18th and at the start of the 19th century, common sense was considering women not to be human. So, okay.
Common sense and decency, which of course means that people on Twitter are losing their
common sense and decency.
Their damn minds. This is is a post from Popbase. He said, Harry Potter's Luna Lovegood actress Ivana Lynch defends J.K. Rowling. Quote, I just felt that her character has always been one to advocate for the most vulnerable members of society. I do wish people would just give her more grace and listen to her. Imagine that! Listening to somebody who might have a different opinion than you. That's a crazy thing to do these days. I cannot believe somebody said that. It's absurd that that's something...
Yeah, because you do that all the time, don't you? You do that all the time, don't you, Brett Cooper? You listen to people that you don't agree with all the time. Yeah. Like, this is pretty hypocritical coming from Brett Cooper here, crying about people not listening to those who don't agree.
It is controversial and makes somebody trend on Twitter. Like, are you kidding me? My God. Now, in the interview, she first spoke about her long relationship with J.K. Rowling, which is something that I knew nothing about. Apparently, as a child who loved the Harry Potter books, Ivana wrote letters to the author, and in one, she told Rowling that she was battling anorexia, and they became pen pals of a sort, and J.K. Rowling told her that if she got treatment, and if she successfully battled her eating disorder, she could audition for the part of Luna. Well, she battled her anorexia, she auditioned, she got the part, the rest is history. Fast forward years and years later, Rowling starts tweeting about gender ideology. They're attempting to cancel her basically every month.
Oh, gender ideology. Wait, what happened to listening to those who you disagree with? Where did that go all of a sudden? Like, what happened to listening to those you disagree with? Suddenly it's people crying and, you know, talking about, like, gender ideology. Very interesting.
Lynch jumped in and tweeted a very long statement. Now, at the time, she was sympathizing with both sides of the issue. She said, I have a lot of trans friends. I understand that this is nuanced, but she just thought that the subject was a bit too complicated for Twitter. But she did want to give...
Oh, complicated. Oh, okay, I see. It's so complicated. Okay. Ah. Right, yeah.
Some support to J.K. Rowling. She said, here are my thoughts, sending love to all. And it's a very, very, very long statement. But in the end, her main point was reiterating her love and respect for Rowling. She said,
Oh, you're not gonna read it.
Said, as a friend and admirer of Jo, I cannot forget what a generous and loving person she is. And I mean, she was absolutely torched in 2020 for this tweet and focusing on Rowling's humanity and how good of a person she is. It was so bad that she deleted her entire Twitter soon after.
Oh,
so
no.
This interview with The Telegraph is the first time that she is discussing this subject publicly since then. She said, quote, I was very naive when I was dragged into that conversation. I didn't even know there were two sides. I had a view of like good and bad. I do have compassions for both sides of the argument. I know what it was like to be a teenager who hated my body so much I wanted to crawl out of my skin. So I have great compassion for trans people and I don't want to add to their pain. I think that that is an incredibly important point that I don't want to gloss over because obviously she is saying that she, you know, wants to have compassion for trans people. But I also think that it's important to talk about the young women who, you know, are going...
Trans ideology, right? Compassion for trans people is when you hate trans people, I guess. Oh my gosh.
Through puberty and hate their bodies so much, are so desperately insecure. Society tells them that, you know, the best way to fix that is by chopping off their boobs, becoming trans. They all...
Oh yeah, that's what happens. Society tells you that it's the... Oh yeah. Oh, totally, yeah. That is totally what society tells you. If you're having emotional problems during puberty, you have to chop up your boobs and become a guy. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. That is what literally the whole society tells you. That's common sense, yeah. Believing that society tells you this is like the common sense position.
also need to have compassion. Because it's really damn hard being a young person, especially in this digital age where everybody around you is totally fake and glossed
Yeah, everybody around you is trans.
airbrush and everything. It's harder than it used to be. And as somebody...
Wait. I'm sorry. You as a public figure online is gonna cry about people being fake in a digital world online? You? Is this a joke? A public person online is crying about people online being fake. Okay.
Who battled an eating disorder, she knows that
You with your literally rehearsed speech online. Okay.
firsthand. It obviously is a sort of different issue, but still that stems from deep insecurity and self-hatred. She goes on and she says,
This is all rehearsed and fake. It doesn't get any more faker than this.
and being too triggered to be able to have a conversation. If you put me in a room with one of my doctors who treated me in the past, I would kick off. Like, I would want to scream and yell names. I do also think it's important that J.K. Rowling has been amplifying the voices of detransitioners. I love this. I had this impulse to go, let's all just stop talking about it.
Oh, she's part of the Daily Wire. Yeah, it even says Daily Wire here. Daily Wire is like bottom of the barrel.
And I think probably I'm a bit braver now about having uncomfortable conversations.
I like her very much.
I just love that little 3-paragraph part. It is so good.
So good. So good. Because society tells you to just chop off your boobs. Remember that.
Talking about the insecurity and the vulnerability of children, how doctors have, mistreated and preyed upon patients in the past.
Oh, yeah, sure. All the doctors, did you know that the trans population, did you know that trans people used to be like 1% of the population or below, and now it's like 99%? Because doctors and society pushed it. Did you know? 90+% of people are now trans because of all the doctors and the society. It's true. I'm telling you.
Bravery, her growth about the entire thing, it's awesome. She then talked about cancel culture as a whole, which really pissed people off. She said during the height of the Troubles, the way of dealing with it was to kind of shut down people who
Wait, but everybody's trans now.
disagree with you. And I do see a parallel in today's whole cancel culture thing. I just don't feel comfortable with this idea that if you don't like what people are saying, you silence them. I do think the next step is violence, really. I think it's a similar mindset. Now, people are incredibly angry that she is comparing anything to the Troubles War in Northern Ireland. But get this.
Oh, yeah. How can you criticize anyone with... Oh, what? I'm sorry, let's hear that again because...
Angry that she is comparing who disagree with you. And I do see a parallel in today's whole cancel culture thing. I just don't feel comfortable with this idea that if you don't like what people are saying, you silence them. I do think the next step is violence.
Silencing is when you criticize someone, I guess.
Really, I think it's a similar mindset. Now, people are incredibly angry that she is comparing anything to the Troubles War in Northern Ireland.
You are so silenced from your multi-million-dollar platforms. You're so silenced. Oh my gosh, how silenced you are. Especially the Daily Wire is so silenced.
Get this.
Unbelievable.
Was born in Ireland. She is Irish. If anybody should be making comparisons to a huge historical conflict in her own country, it would be her. And she's not
So silenced from a platform of 2 million subscribers. So silenced with her 300, 600, and 8,000k views. Like 368k views. So silenced.
It's not far off. I don't know a lot about the Troubles War, but I do know things about global conflicts and that people are
Oh, I highly doubt that.
down as that's beginning. That's just looking at history. That's just using common sense. That's not the only example of this.
That's just looking at history. That's just looking common sense. What a way to say nothing. I highly doubt she has ever cracked open a single history book.
There are so many patterns. If people would maybe take a few minutes to think about history, to remember what they learned in school, even though, that's kind of a toss-up considering that the only thing people learn in schools anymore is this kind of crap. But anyway.
Ah, yeah. The historical expert here.
Rather than addressing her comments or finding a way to debate or have any nuanced conversation, they are trying to shut her down.
Nuanced conversation. Nuance coming from the Daily Wire. Daily Wire talks about nuance. Oh.
Because she brought up a controversial conflict. Classic. Not even thinking about the parallels she mentioned. And because they are trying to shut her down, they're just proving her point. It's ironic, really. Then,
Oh yeah, so ironic.
she said, Lynch, who sent Rowling a copy of her 2021 memoir, said that she will always defend her character and would happily work on Potter projects again. Quote, these books formed me and J.K. Rowling inspired me. She inspires me still.
This is called rose-tinted glasses from, I don't know, being nostalgic about a property. It's really sad.
Just felt that J.K. Rowling's character has always been to advocate for the most vulnerable members of society.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why she funds the anti-trans organizations. This is why she's buddy-buddy with people who quote Mein Kampf. Is this a joke? Is this a little bit of a, I don't know, a jest?
The problem is that there is a disagreement over who is the most vulnerable. I do wish people would just give her more grace and listen to her. And apparently, nobody liked that. But that was the most nuanced and balanced statement I've heard on this subject in a long time.
Oh yeah, Daily Wire. We've just had a segment about a person from Daily Wire that said that trans people cannot be genocided because they're not even people. So what are we even doing here? What are we even doing here?
Boil down the issue. People are just trying to
Expertly.
make victims. We are in a battle of who can victimize themselves the most. Who can be the most marginalized person?
No. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure.
That is the root of the issue. And she totally hit that. All she is saying is, hey, maybe we should have an actual conversation.
When the Conservative Party pushes hundreds of anti-trans bills, I guess this is just trying to, you know, it's just helping trans people really, because it makes them more victimized. And I guess that's a win, right? Being victimized, I guess that's a win somehow.
Conversation. Maybe it is okay to listen to somebody who you might disagree with. She did not come out against transgenderism. She did not proclaim herself a TERF like J.K. Rowling. All she is saying is that we should have some common decency and nuance on the subject. To not
like, this is so... I can't believe that people can just get on camera, start talking vague, vapid nonsense about common decency and common sense and have millions of subscribers and hundreds of thousands of views. But I guess this is what happens when you have millions of dollars because behind the vapid bullshit that you say.
disregard all of the incredible things that Rowling has done and created because of this one issue. The internet.
Oh yeah, all the incredible things
apparently
J.K. Rowling has done and contributed to.
Welcome back to the.
You know what? Let's take a look.
I don't know a lot about the Troubles War, but I do.
There we go.
She expertly. That is the root of the issue. Maybe it is okay to listen to somebody. Transgenderism. She did not proclaim her. Not come out against trans. Maybe it is okay to listen to somebody who you might disagree with. She did not come out against. And she totally hit that. All she is saying is, hey, people are just trying to make themselves into victims. We are in a
into victims. Oh yeah.
The most. Who can be the most marginalized person?
Oh yeah.
That is the root of the issue, and she totally hit that. All she is saying is, hey, maybe we should have an actual conversation. Maybe it is okay to listen to somebody who you might disagree with. She did not come out against transgenderism. She did not.
Transgenderism. What is transgenderism exactly? Can you explain it to us, Brett Cooper? What is transgenderism, TM?
Proclaim herself a TERF like J.K. Rowling. All she is saying is that we should have some common decency and nuance on the subject. Do not disregard all of the incredible things that Rowling has done and created because of this one issue.
Okay, all the incredible things J.K. Rowling has said and created. Let me see. J.K. Rowling, transphobia. All the incredible things. A complete breakdown of the J.K. Rowling trans. Let me see. Oh, right. That's true. You're right. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. There we go. A complete breakdown of the J.K. Rowling transgender comments controversy. Let me see. Oh, the wonderful thing. If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. I do not just want her tweets. I want her actions. Let me see. Let's go. Let's go. Tweets. Let me see. Maybe we should make a different Google. Because we did mention contributions, right? Oh. Maybe I'll go even more specific. Because it all goes... My goodness. My goodness, gigglers. There's a new podcast. Oh, yeah. The first episode mostly don't mention Rowling's anti-trans comments. 2018. 2020 marked a turning point. Harry Potter star. Harry Potter stars Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson, and Rupert Grint all issued statements in support of trans people after Rowling's series of anti-trans remarks in June 2020, though only Radcliffe referenced Rowling directly in his comments. Like, she contributed to anti-trans causes. That will be her legacy now.
Internet apparently does not have the capacity to understand that. Somebody tweeted out and said, wow, I used to like her. I appreciate her story as how she became Luna, but she should have sat out of this conversation. J.K. Rowling doesn't need any more supporters or defenders. She needs to watch what she says every day. Literally proving her point. You don't like what she says, so you don't even want her to speak. Now, if somebody was coming out against J.K. Rowling, I'm sure you would be clapping like a damn seal. Have some consistency.
Oh yeah, because that's such a nuanced topic, right? Oh yeah. You're being so nuanced here, Daily Wire. It's so impressive. It's so impressive how nuanced you are about this.
Please. Somebody else said, no, now I have to pretend that Luna is played by somebody else. Thanks, Ivana. You really joined the wrong side of choosing sides. Voldemort and Bellatrix should keep you in good company. Somebody replied to that tweet and said, she defended someone for something I disagree with. Fictional murderers and terrorists will keep her in good company. So freaking absurd. Why are you guys so pressed about...
How dare you disagree with bigotry? How dare you? So weak to disagree with bigotry, right?
Freaking Harry Potter. Oh my god. I mean, listen.
Oh
I
my
like
god.
Harry Potter as much as the next guy, but it is laughable to me.
Wait, you're a guy? I'm sorry, what? Wait, hold on. Wait, what, is this an unexpected twist in the Daily Wire? Brett Cooper, who speaks out against the quote-unquote transgenderism, is himself a trans man? I mean, okay. You love Harry Potter as much as the next guy. I guess I have to correct myself and use the he, him pronouns from now on. Alright, okay. I didn't see that one coming, but I guess the Daily Wire is full of surprises. Okay, alright.
Me, the people are...
I gotta admit that caught me a bit off guard, but sure. Why not? Why not?
Are getting this triggered by a freaking fictional series that has wizards and witches and freaking flying cars.
I mean, you sound pretty triggered about it yourself.
Come on, guys, bring it down to earth. Get a real car from Carzing. I know, that's easier said than done. Buying a new car can be an
Oh my gosh. Are we really doing an ad read right now? Is this guy serious? Is this guy serious? I don't know. Is this dude serious? Is this dude seriously gonna like talk about... No, we're not doing the ad. We are not doing your little ad read. Get a hold of yourself, Mr. Cooper. Get a grip, Mr. Cooper. There you go.
Ash Cooper. I don't think they have any flying cars like Ron did, but hopefully it's something that'll get you from point A to point B. Somebody...
Hopefully. So you're doing a whole ad read about cars, and you end the ad read by saying, hopefully the car will even work long enough to get you to your destination. That makes me really... Yeah, that makes me feel good about the product. Nothing makes me more assured by the product than when a person that tries to sell it to me says, hopefully it will get you from point A to B. That's great. That's great, Mr. Cooper.
Somebody else said Ivana Lynch's name sounds like what Joanne Rowling would have named a white supremacist in one of her little wizard stories. Okay, go kick rocks. I don't give a shit. Somebody else said, in what universe is J.K. Rowling a white billionaire?
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think is the most truth he has ever spoken. True. That is true.
billionaire, one of the most vulnerable members of society. That's literally not even what she said. You could literally just read the quote that was in the pop-based tweet and that was being circulated in headlines, and you would understand that that's not even what she's saying. You didn't even...
So what is she saying? Explain it to us. My gosh. Jumping into the mansplaining right away. I don't know. Pretty aggressive.
need to read the entire article to get that that was not the point of the quote. She is not
What was the point? Can you enlighten us?
the most vulnerable member of society. She is advocating for those people, you dimwit. Somebody else said, Ivana Lynch being a turf like she did.
For who exactly? Who is she advocating for?
Play the most gender fluid character I've ever seen is actually crazy. Hey, guess what? This might be a foreign concept to you, but it's called acting. You don't actually have to be the character, you can just play the character. Even though Hollywood these days prioritizes identity over being able to play a character, whatever roles Ivana Lynch plays doesn't dictate her values or vice versa.
I guess now you have missed the point. I mean, crying about someone missing the point only to miss the point yourself a few seconds later. Okay, I guess now I have to explain the point. The point is that she loves the stories. She played a character in the stories, and the story that she loves has a gender fluid character. Okay, there you go. Nuance is calling your political opponents names. True. I mean, pretty toxic masculinity stands from this dude here. I don't know. A pretty toxic dude. Not sure how to feel about this content. Promoting toxic masculinity.
That's common sense.
Hasn't anyone heard of it?
Apparently not, though. I wanted to be...
That's common sense. Guys like this loves to spew nonsense about common sense.
excited and hopeful to share this story with you guys, but in the end, it's just made me upset. Ivana is asking for the bare minimum. She is speaking from her heart. As a child...
Bare minimum. Respect the bigots. I'm just asking you to respect the bigotry. Please show more heart to the bigots. I implore you, be more kind to the bigots.
Who was confused and hurt by society and the doctors around her, and whose life was utterly changed for the better by this woman. And they are ripping her to shreds. Like, literally, the bare minimum. I am incredibly excited about her
The bare minimum.
bravery, though, because I think it took a lot of guts to even stand up next to J.K. Rowling and support her. Even without getting into the issue itself, just aligning herself.
Yeah. It's so brave to align yourself blindly, basically.
With J.K. Rowling is impressive in itself. That is something that should absolutely be commended, and I hope that she's...
Oh yeah, so impressive. So impressive to align yourself blindly with a bigot. That is such impressive work.
Strong and does not apologize. It's been a few days since this happened, so I think we're looking good, but she should not give in to this vile mob. They do not...
Vile mob? I wonder how many retakes are being done for each of those cuts. A lot. But then again, this is the person crying about people being fake online.
Not deserve her apology in the slightest. Okay, that was fun. And those people are crazy. If you want to see more videos like that...
Oh, those people are crazy. I see. The nuance of listening to the people you disagree with. Those people are crazy. Yeah, you could just let this go side by side. First saying that people cry and don't listen to those who they disagree with, and then those people are crazy. Okay, consistency.
You subscribe to this channel and like that video, and if you want even more content, you can follow me on Instagram at I'm Brett Cooper.
Yeah. Brett Cooper is the female Ben Shapiro, isn't she? My God. This is why I said he doesn't have any argumentation. It's all feelings for him. Yeah, true, true. I don't know. I don't know why a trans guy would be on their Daily Wire. Doesn't he know they want to genocide him or something? Does he not know? Let's take a look at a second video by this character. Let's explore more of this content, but first, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I was not prepared for this. I was not prepared for this. But okay. It is legit cursed. I mean, he said I like Harry Potter as much as the next guy. So, what am I supposed to make of this? Oh, okay. I guess he's one of the good ones. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We will continue with this after I'm back. And of course, drawing as well. I've never seen this creator before. Be right back. I'm going to the toilet. Okay, I am back. Like, I'm gonna say that I think Abby Shapiro is even astroturf maybe. Yeah. Like, this is what I mean, by the way. You can say a lot of vague, vapid, nonsensical nonsense that anyone can basically interpret as they want, and then do some appeal to common sense and decency on top, and you've got your recipe to a successful video. Rehearse it 50 times, do 50 takes for each line of dialogue, speak fast, and of course be backed by a huge corporation, and there you go, a successful YouTube channel with 2 million subscribers. What a magical recipe. What a magical recipe for success. Amazing. So insightful, so deep, so great. You know? I can't believe it. So let's pick one more video. Mr. Beast, huh? Oh, Vosh did a video about Brett Cooper? Really? I don't want to, you know what? I don't really want to give her a view. If I have to give a view, I want the view to go to... I want the view to go to Vosh. I didn't know Vosh covered her. What's her name again? Oh, yes, sorry. Guess I'm misgendering Brett Cooper. After all, he likes Harry Potter as much as the next guy. Brett Cooper. Daily Wire loser releases hit piece on me and Hasanabi makes no arguments. I mean, that is unironically what happens with this person. We've watched a video of his. Like, we don't support misgendering on this channel, okay? If he says he likes Harry Potter as much as the next guy, we will respect. Even if he is a bad person, okay? Does that make sense? I think it makes perfect sense. Okay, let's go. Also, feel free to comment on our drawing of the slime girl if you like it. And please comment, okay? All right? Okay. Here you go.
All right, so you guys are all saying, oh no, not her, but I have no idea who this is. The comment section with Brett...
I've learned about this person just now. This is just... Oh my gosh. Moho. How do you... I guess this person has 2 million. Wait. Oh no. It's been 1.79 before. Now it's over 2 million. Oh no, this person's growing fast. Oh no. Oh no.
Cooper. Never heard of this person before, even though they have like 5 times my subscribers. Seems you guys know though, so I'm missing out here. You know, I did a quick IQ check, fully astroturfed. Oh, I'm sure. I did a quick IQ check. It's mostly bitching about trans people.
True.
Here, YouTube, fix this now. And the thumbnail says, these are actual videos featured on YouTube Kids. And it's like a person in drag wearing full clothing.
Oh no.
I guess they look kind of creepy. Shazam star triggers the woke mob. So you have the Shazam.
I mean, Vosh did cover this person, right? Vosh did cover this person.
Guy. And we have the only two feminists in history that we've ever photographed right here next to him. The only 2 pictures ever taken. She looks a bit like Nick Femtez. Oh my god. You are completely right. She actually does look kind of like a femme Nick Fuentes. Can you see it too? Yeah. That's crazy. Do you think he knows about her? Do you think he knows about how much better his life would be if he came out of the closet and just accepted it? My biology is not your costume. Hey guys, remember how, like, when you were in middle school or in high school, it was really common, maybe not so much these days, but really common for guys to dress up as girls for Halloween? Like, they would just get a blonde wig and, like, put melons under their sweater or whatever, and it's like, haha, I'm a girl, and they would just make boob jokes the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that inciting so much conservative outrage, but, you know. OnlyFans model doubles as a preschool teacher? So,
What?
how can you teach children? How can you, as a mother, how can you responsibly raise your children when you've had sex before?
True.
That's disgusting.
True.
That's disgusting. Mom, I say to my own mom, yelling at my mom, Mom, how can you raise children when you've had sex before?
The answer is you cannot. The answer is you cannot, and you should be banned. You should be banned.
That's disgusting.
True.
You whore. Okay, so anyway, right. IQ check not passed.
Since when, like, I don't really... What is the problem exactly with having an OnlyFans and teaching in preschool? Like, I'm failing to see the issue, but I don't know. Maybe the video explains it better. I don't know.
You know, IQ check failed. The reason why I was made aware of this, because somebody DM'd me and was like, hey, you've been called out in this video. Mr. Beast, ignore these losers. And you see we have her, and then the Mr. Beast 1,000 Blind People video. And then you have me and Hassan. Now, I didn't see any of Hassan's takes on this, but in my video on Mr. Beast, I never criticized him for doing this.
True.
Which makes me wonder what she's going to
Interesting.
say, you know? Yeah,
I know.
It was bad that he did that.
I know what she's going to say. I can predict it right now. It's gonna be, oh, those lefty crazy people never, oh, curing blindness is evil. This is what Vosh and Hassan are saying because they're crazy, and whenever they disagree with something or someone, even if it's the greatest thing in the world, they hate it because they do, and it's against common sense and decency. There we go. What do you think? Is my prediction correct or not? Is my prediction on point? Or no? Is my prediction on point or no? That is the question. Banal sex true. I need your opinion right now. Write the quack now. Okay? And it better be yes. I demand you agree with me. Okay, I'm gonna back down and say I demand you vote at all. And by that I mean please vote. There we go. To be nice. Nice and polite. And then we continue with this. Oh, come on. 11 people are here in the audience and no one is voting. Nobody is voting. Come on. All right. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's continue.
I don't think I even insulted him. I said he comes across creepy in his thumbnails, but you know.
I mean,
I'll take that. She literally makes no arguments.
Yeah.
Don't spoil. Hit it.
Comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. We're dealing with some YouTube controversy drama right now, which there always seems to be some.
Why is my feed so zoomed in? Oh my god, stop. Pull out. Pull out. There we go.
Sort of that on the internet. This one
Oh,
I'm
no.
actually very passionate about.
I accidentally turned the speed down.
Passionate.
Kind of funny.
Because it kind of intersects with politics and the socio, cultural, political landscape, but also a YouTuber that I really like.
Don't use words that you don't understand. Come on. Don't use words you do not understand.
Brett Cooper sounds like she's mocking masculinity by having a traditionally men. Whoa! That's true! Brett Cooper? Hold on. My biological namesake. My penis names are not a costume.
Don't misgender Brett. Brett did say, once again, I will remind you all, Brett here said, I love Harry Potter as much as the next guy. So, yeah, let's respect Brett's identity as a man, I guess.
Come on. Also, 2 first names. Come on. Come on.
Respect. It's going to be an interesting one. Before we get into it, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to
Nope.
the channel if you have not already, and ring that
Nope.
notification bell so you never miss a comment section or off the clock upload. So, Mr. Beast,
A
who
what?
is
Of the clock?
#1 YouTuber on the platform, and that is not just because I like him or he's cool. He literally has more subscribers than any other creator on.
She's tricking men into watching her content. IMO, this is sick. It's disgusting. Imagine you're an alpha male who only takes advice from men, and you're browsing
True.
YouTube, and you see the comment section with Brett Cooper. Well, I love arguing in comment sections, and I love men's advice. I
True.
love how smart guys are. And then
Oh,
you
yeah.
click on this YouTube video, and it's a chick wearing sexualized clothing.
Oh, come on.
Burqa. Honestly, just disgusting. Just disgusting.
Oh,
I do
come
like,
on,
however,
Vosh.
the Roman statue framed behind her. There's something very funny to me about having a framed portrait of a Roman statue. There's something.
Come on, Vosh. Don't respect Brett. Respect him as a guy, please. Don't be like that. Come on.
Very funny to me.
Come
about it. It
on.
almost comes across as like intentional self-parody in a way. I know it's not, but you know
This
what I mean?
whole channel feels like intentional self-parody, not just the framed thing. The framed thing is actually like the least of the self-parody elements. It feels like a parody of Daily Wire.
mean, right?
The entirety of YouTube. It used to be PewDiePie, but Mr. Beast recently, I don't know how recently, but he surpassed him. He has 131 million subscribers. And he
Nope.
does a ton of prank videos, challenges, that's kind of how he
Right.
blew up. But a lot of his videos now involve philanthropy, which is something that is really important to him. And he recently released a video where he facilitated and paid for 1,000 blind people to undergo treatment to restore their sight, while simultaneously educating his audience and the public about this surgery as an option, what goes into it, how much it is, etc. It blew up. It has almost 80 million views in less than 5 days. Let's
Okay.
just watch some of it so you guys get a taste.
Most of us
Okay, I know who Mr. Beast is. All right, don't
True.
you? You're not copywriting me by proxy.
I don't think anybody. I don't think there is a person that does not know who Mr. Beast is. Also, can you really be copyright striked from watching Mr. Beast content?
Let's move on. Get to the arguments.
She's squeezing hard.
Oh man.
8 minutes. It's just a very, very wholesome video. And he's paying for all of these people while simultaneously, like I said, educating the public on the fact that this is surgery. I had no idea that this was even an option. I know LASIK exists. My brother has gotten LASIK. I actually think that I am going to have to get LASIK at some point because you guys know I don't wear my glasses and things are blurry for me, but I am nowhere near being like legally blind. I had no idea that this was a treatment that people could undergo. Literally no idea.
Wait, what? What? She didn't know there was a treatment for... Okay.
So this video did teach me something. I enjoyed watching it. You guys should go see the whole thing.
Right.
It obviously is a very, very kind thing for Mr. Beast to do. Like, that is putting it mildly. He spent thousands and thousands of dollars putting this together for 1,000 patients. And he is using his money and his ridiculously huge influence.
Kindness is something that you would know a little about, dude. I guess.
To make a difference in real people's lives.
Huh?
Based.
Now, there are a lot of bitter people in the world.
Oh
who
my
apparently
god.
Yeah.
Right back.
hate that. Who think that he is like...
Wait, hold on. How old is this lady? Was she even on YouTube back when JonTron was like a huge figure? How old is she even?
I have no...
Probably not.
I
There's
have
no way,
clue.
right? American right-wing political commentator and actress, but how old? 22 years old? So she would have been like, what, 21? So she would have been like, what, like 15, 16 back when JonTron was at his height of popularity? Something tells me that that's an editor thing. You know how when Ben Shapiro's doing a video and the editors are going wild? And
Yeah.
you just know that behind Ben Shapiro are a bunch of like tired 45-year-olds like cropping everything together and putting the show and splicing in the little clips. And
True.
all the references are to like 1990s and 1980s sitcoms for that reason.
Oh
They're
my
all
gosh.
dated. Yeah, I don't know.
Worst person on the planet who find issue with the fact that he is using his money
Oh.
that he has earned to help people. I don't know how they've been able to rationalize that, but let's watch a little compilation to see what they're saying. Get ready for Hassan Piker.
Flashback.
Get ready for Hassan Piker. Do we have a previous history here?
I don't know.
Not crazy, right? Like, she looks too much like Ben Shapiro.
End of flashback.
You watch the video, you go, oh, how cute and how nice. I watched the video and I'm filled with rage.
What's wrong with you?
That we shut off access to a 10-minute procedure because we paywalled it and decided that like some people just simply can't get it.
Whoa. So Hassan is filled with rage at the fact that there's a paywall blocking off a very accessible and quick procedure that can
Yeah.
restore sight to these people. That
I
doesn't
mean-
sound like a criticism of Mr. Beast. That sounds
Yeah.
like a criticism of a systemic inequality that he highlighted in his video.
True.
One that he himself tweeted about.
It is so insanely frustrating that it's up to like one YouTube guy.
We're seeing people's...
Wait, did you see her, like, incredulous arm gesture there? Like, look, what does this guy say? This guy's angry that people are being forced into lifelong blindness for no reason? Crazy. But this is the same thing that Mr. Beast said on Twitter. I don't understand why curable blindness is a thing. Why don't governments step in and help? Even if you're thinking purely from a financial standpoint, it's hard to see how they don't ROI on taxes from people being able to work again.
Oh, but yeah, but
point.
yeah, but she doesn't care. Yeah, but she doesn't care.
As like
actual Jake. Hey, Jake. Jakey, what's up?
Clout
She
harvest,
doesn't-
as like virtue signaling, as content.
So then are people not allowed to be charitable? Because it's all...
Did he say that? Did he say that? Did I
He
hear
did-
that? Did anyone hear that bit from the actual Jake bit? Did he say, and as a product of the fact that he made content out of this, people are not allowed to do it? Did he say that?
True.
I didn't hear it.
all clout. If anybody with influence, if they do anything good for anybody else, it's all for external gain. You people are so...
Wait.
Yeah, nobody said that.
If you're a businessman like Mr. Beast, if you're any kind of businessman, when you do philanthropy, you're doing it in part of like a broader financial plan.
Yeah.
Like true philanthropy to one's personal detriment is pretty uncommon. This is one of the reasons why corporations and individuals will often donate as a way of having to pay less taxes, or
There
like
you go.
they're trying to like manage some element of how much they have
Of
to pay.
course.
Sometimes they're doing it for PR, which can like leverage, they can use to leverage their product or sell or get headlines.
True.
Yeah, of course. That doesn't mean they're mutually exclusive, right? Like doing a good thing for other people that is also good for you doesn't make you a hypocrite.
Yeah.
For example, we raised at this point on the channel about $800,000 in total for various charitable causes.
I raised $1,000. Okay. I have raised $1,000. while playing the evil game.
The PCRF stream itself got about $300,000 in donations. Now, that was charitable, but I also benefited from that stream. Obviously, it was good, you know, it was good clout. It was fun. I got to play video games for a while, you know, not going to complain about that. But yeah,
True.
it was mutually beneficial. It's not a zero-sum game.
Yeah, of course.
But that doesn't mean it's bad to do it. Just a fact of the matter.
Pessimistic and sad. When I say that they find reasons to be angry and turn themselves into victims and create problems that do not exist.
What do you mean victims?
Wait, turn themselves into actual Jake has got...
I told you I would predict this. I told you. She only has one argument.
Glaucoma now? Whoa, dial it back.
Told you.
We run down the dialogue tree real quick here, I guess.
True.
I don't think he victimized himself there.
John Piker did something like this, even though I disagree with basically everything he says, I would still think that that is a wonderful thing to do because he is using his money to make a difference in people's lives. He is engaging financially in something that he cares about. That is a good thing regardless of whether you agree with somebody or not. You agree with their principles. They are still doing something.
Well, hold on. If you disagree with the person's principles, it's actually very possible for them to make charitable donations you disagree with.
True.
Actually, that's very much a thing that can happen. Also, again, neither of the clips shown are denouncing Mr. Beast for doing this.
Kind for other people. So many of these people are so angry about everything, and they are so locked in this bubble of rage about the world around them. They cannot even step out.
You sound
this is a good human doing.
You sound the angriest, like the angriest person here. I don't know. The only person sounding angry right now is you. That's one. Also, you're hitting my predictions. Like, you're making me sound like Nostradamus.
Good for other humans, which is objectively good. It is absurd.
He's making up 55 million views or some shit in 2 days. Yeah, I mean, he already made the money back and more. Like this is the formula for this guy.
Are you just upset that you don't?
That's true. Why does she keep posting other people's W's? That's true. Yeah, 100%. I imagine Mr. Beast takes a loss directly on the video revenue itself, probably for a lot of his videos, but he probably makes...
Also, people really like the Parasite Eve soundtrack. I heard that someone using the Parasite Eve music as background music. I heard it. We've been playing Parasite Eve recently. We recognize the music.
Sit back in the variety
We
of,
recognize
like,
it.
investments and things that he does off the back of the attention that he gets in those videos. Yeah, merch, it's a huge one, millions and millions of merch. Yeah, it's like a loss leader. You take a loss on one thing. It's kind of like how printer companies work, right? One of the reasons printer ink is so expensive is because they operate at a loss with the printers. Like you can buy a printer for like $10. You know, printers are really under cost. They lose money on the printers, but then you're locked into buying from their brand of ink, and their
True.
ink is very overcharged. So they make it back down the line, you know? Yeah, sell the blade, not the razor.
Make as much money as he does? Are you upset at capitalism? That's how it works? Oh my God, capitalism.
They probably...
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We are upset at capitalism and that it commodifies healthcare. Yeah. That's actually true, yeah.
We are upset at capitalism. Yes, that is true. They are critics of that system.
True.
Capitalism in action. Somebody using their money for good. I know that's so hard for you to understand.
And you see people...
Remember what I said? Remember what I said about charity and conservatives in my video on Mr. Beast? Remember what I
True.
said? How conservatives promote charity as some kind of catch-all solution to institutional bias. But hey, if she is so pro Mr. Beast, then does she agree? Does this conservative commentator with an IQ of 4 agree with Mr.
4?
Beast, who says that the government should step in and provide free medical care to people to cure them of their diseases, specifically of this one, of this blindness?
The answer is no, of course. The answer is no, and that is why this person will never, ever, ever show that tweet to their audience.
Because that's what Mr. Beast said.
Yep.
So is she going to bring this tweet up? No, she's not. You know why? Because she wants to pretend that charity itself is the only solution you need to systemic inequality, even though Mr. Beast doesn't agree with that. And she's going to pretend that what Hassan and Actual Jake, and later on me, are all saying is some kind of crazy socialist thing, even though Mr. Beast is correct that just like ROI-wise, you would want to cure these people of their blindness anyway.
Yeah.
Do this type of content where they essentially exploit impoverished people for content, harvesting their fucking tears and their struggle.
How is it exploiting people if he is fixing their blindness? It's not like he went into some impoverished city and did a photo shoot and was like, oh, I'm so grunge and sad. That would be exploiting.
Oh no, using the duck noises.
Who is this person?
So helping somebody and exploiting them are not mutually exclusive.
True, of course.
In a classic Marxist dynamic, right? A worker is paid wages for the labor they sell to a capitalist, but they would still argue it for exploitation. The exploitation here is kind of like a minimal, like ephemeral, conceptual kind. We're talking about like, is it kind of, let's use the real term we're thinking of here. Is it kind of corny to like do a TikTok video of you making sandwiches and handing them to homeless people? Like you make 100 sandwiches, then you're like walking around downtown giving them to homeless people, and the homeless people are like, wow, thank you. And you're like getting it all into TikTok. Is it corny? It is corny. It is. Yeah, it is. Is it bad? Well, no. But the performativity can make some people uncomfortable, and I don't blame them for feeling that way. Even though it's an objective good, or intersubjective good, I guess, that homeless people are being fed. I certainly agree with the act of passing out the sandwiches. It's just seeing stuff like that, you know, we all know there have been controversies about really exploitative videos, where it's like, hey, I brought this homeless guy home for dinner and I'm going to give him a Salisbury steak or whatever. And he starts crying and you get the camera up in his face as he's sobbing because he hasn't had seasoning for 5 years. And, you know, it's like,
Person, I've never heard of you before.
This video could be used as like explicit political action, and he could still do this, and it would start to be better. I can hear like the liberal being like, that's not what it's about. It's like wholesome content and stuff.
It
I'm
is.
like, I know. And
liberal.
And there's a fundamental problem with us viewing this interaction as a wholesome one. This is disgusting.
Oh, I will say though that I do think that if you find videos like that wholesome, I think you're psychotic. It reminds me of all those like, if 8-year-old opens lemonade stand to pay for older brother's brain cancer kind of news stories, right? You can think the videos are good or be happy that those people were cured of blindness, but all I can think about when I'm seeing stuff like that is, nice, great, we rolled a dice on these people's lives and they had eternal blindness waiting for them, and because, you know, 1,000 of them rolled incredibly favorably, like they get I think it's okay to celebrate videos like that while also acknowledging that there's a kind of crushing sadness behind them. I don't think that's like negating the good of the things done in the video. It's just, you know, so some people desperately want to believe that the world is a fair place and will latch on to anything to reinforce
That's
that
the
belief.
thing,
It's called
right?
the just world fallacy, and it's also called conservatism.
True.
Conservatives are desperate to justify the status quo and desperate to justify the morality of the status quo. And for that reason, they will latch on to any explanations for the imagined fairness of the systems as it is now, you know?
Yeah.
Provable bias in the criminal justice system in the courts.
If the systems were fair, you would not need people like Mr. Beast at all, right? That's the whole point.
Well, simply don't get arrested, and then the law is equal to all. It doesn't say black people get arrested for this in the law. It doesn't say that in the books. So, you know, stuff like that. The idea that we live in a meritocracy, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah. That's the whole point.
Bosch, I think you need to readjust your perspective. The video also shows it's relatively easy to solve the problems, and the government should have no problem doing it. Well, I know, but I don't think that's mutually exclusive to what I've said.
Yeah.
I don't mind the video. I'm not criticizing Mr. Beast for making the video. I just wanted to add on to it. And I think it's important to understand that the joy and jubilation of seeing some people luck out and get their easily curable diseases cured, I mean, there's a lot more behind that, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, what we're looking at right here from this lady is basically an attempt to pin all of the sociological critique that Mr. Beast himself expressed in one tweet on socialism, and then to make fun of them for that.
True.
But I want to see where we get to me.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I want to
everything
see.
has to be politicized. You just said the quiet part out loud.
In this video of a multi-millionaire using his money to cure the disease of a bunch of poor people and then tweeting about how the government should be doing this themselves. How can you make this
Politicizing.
political?
True.
It's not good enough unless it is explicitly
True.
propaganda. Basically everything in the world is propaganda because everybody has their own bias that they approach content, entertainment, media, whatever.
Wait, so
Whatever.
it's political? Wait, so I thought she was going to do the it's not political thing, but now she's saying
It is.
Okay.
It isn't, but it is as well.
But if it is not explicitly politically driven, then it's not okay
Oh.
for you. Mr. Beast is never objectively upfront political. He does good things. You're so angry about that because
What?
this man is happy and he's making other people happy. Oh my god.
This is a rich person getting rich off of the struggle.
Xanderhal is here.
Helping them. He is a
Oh my gosh.
Can't believe people did politics on the Mr. Beast video. 50 million views on this tweet. That's crazy.
at the end of the day not solving the poor people problem, so the concept of poor people existing will always remain.
What the f are you saying? What is this? When I say that the mental gymnastics is always astonishing, this is what I mean.
The mental gymnastics of this problem should not be a thing in the first place? Okay. I mean, real capitalism has never been tried is a thing that capitalists actually say. It's not this is actually not a meme. Like, I have seen a very televised, very public debate from the 80s, capitalism versus socialism, and the pro-capitalism side unironically said that real capitalism has never been tried. So, even if it's a meme, that is an argument that is actually employed on the capitalism side. Keep in mind.
These people might
What?
outlive all of us because they're basically playing brain strengthening games every day with how they create.
True. Zan does play brain strengthening games every single day.
True.
I know for a fact that Zan maintains his gigantic, moist, soupy brain conditions, liquid, so that
Xanderhal is great.
neurons to fire and pass through, by dual wielding.
I actually just saw his video not long ago about the Daily Wire, ironically enough, from his journey to the new home.
DS's with the styluses in his thumb and index finger and holding it up with his pinkies, and he's constantly doing the double brain think games.
True. That's why he's so smart.
Minecraft, true. He's out here playing with Minecraft mods that you guys couldn't even fathom.
True.
You're out here melting cobblestone to get stone again, and he's on his cold fusion mod pack.
Oh.
He's transporting the tritium while the isotopes are still
I have no idea what any of that means.
got
I have not played many.
reference to the periodic table, and he's built like CERN so
no.
that he can particle fire. Yeah.
Their arguments. You cannot do something good for other people unless you are addressing the root problem. You can't help impoverished people. You have to abolish.
Did he say that?
That's not the point. The point is that it's really bad that the root problem exists, that there should be no need for a Mr. Beast to swoop in and save a fraction of the people that actually needs this help. Because let's keep in mind that a fraction of people that actually needs this help was saved, and the rest of the people will just go on being blind, right? Like this thing that Mr. Beast has assisted with affects how many people exactly? Hundreds of millions, if not more? I would think. So, yeah.
Did Zan say you can't do it, or did he just say we should seek to do more?
Poverty. That's
The underlying part is that this sort of thing should not be necessary in the first place, right?
reasonable. Nothing would change. We probably don't want it to change because you want to still be able to sit around and gripe and bitch about things. That's
massive projection, unimaginable projection.
True.
Oh my god, I can hear the reel turning in her head right now. Actually, you socialists who are making systemic critiques because you want the fundamental thing to change,
It's because you don't
you're
want.
the one who doesn't want
True.
it to change.
True.
I, the person critiquing you for saying you want change, am actually the person who wants change.
True.
Yes, that is
True.
That makes sense.
the point.
He is still monetizing poor people, and he needs there to be poor people, and thus, as he has in the past, he will continue to defend capitalism, because there needs to be capitalism. Well, there doesn't need to be capitalism for there to be poor people.
Yeah, truth. Because have you seen people under socialism? That's when they're really poor. Glad you have enough self-awareness there.
I've never seen anyone under socialism, because socialism has never existed in this world.
True.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
True.
Here's an example of...
Oh no, this titled transition. Well, now we're getting to the Vosh part now. Let's go. Let's go. The Vosh part. Vosh is looking with excitement. I should have done, like, I might be small. I should have done a thing about Mr. Beast. And maybe I could have been like featured on this dude's channel.
Hey, it's me. Hey.
It's you, yeah.
She recognizes me. She recognizes me.
True.
That wasn't a reaction you make if you don't know who I am.
True.
Now I know who you are.
I know who you
Big difference.
are.
Okay.
Why are all of these men the same?
The ways in which people who
Oh
have
my
wealth
gosh.
socially legitimize that wealth.
Okay, you literally.
Wait, that's it? That's what I'm getting clipped on? Why are all these men the same? They keep f***ing my tiny little brain arguments up. Also, yeah, man-hater? Whoa. First you make my dick name Brett Cooper your costume, and then you man-hate? Also, what do I say in this clip? Really big difference, okay?
Why are all of these men the same?
The
I
ways
see.
in which people who have wealth socially legitimize that wealth.
Okay, you literally.
That's it? That's what we're criticizing? Now we got a clip from the hit YouTuber Vosh. Let's play. The ends clip. What the f did he just say? What does that even mean? That's not even a complete sentence. That doesn't make any...
Talk about ethical billionaires and millionaires all the time. You want them to be ethical. You want them to redistribute their wealth. You want them to help other people. That is what you call
What?
being an ethical billionaire, is literally giving away your money. That is what he is doing. So now...
No, it's not.
What the?
I haven't said that. Find
What?
a clip of saying that. Find a clip
Ethical.
of me saying a billionaire becomes ethical because they make donations, please.
What?
I didn't even say that in my clip.
Now you're calling somebody who is being an ethical millionaire socially legitimizing their wealth? No,
Does she even know what that means? Okay,
Oh my
real
gosh.
talk. I don't even think she knows what that means. I think her editors gave her this clip, and the reason why my clip was the shortest by far and the least offensive and the least objectionable is because I'm so right all the time about every... Artemy! Hello?
What happened?
The woodpecker.
What
Oh, yeah,
happened?
we have a woodpecker who sometimes f***s up the other side of that wall.
What?
He's listening to the woodpecker. Okay, well...
Wait, a literal woodpecker?
Okay, so anyway. Yeah, sorry. Do you think
Vosh
she knows
makes
what
this
socially
bearable.
legitimizes wealth means? There's no way
No.
she does. I think her editors gave her this clip and she's just working with it. So she's like kind of railing at it. There's no way.
Consistency.
If you were like a king or
Decency. I told you there would be decency. I told you, I've predicted. What do you mean, no? I've predicted this. My prediction turns out to be on point. It's on point. Decency.
or even just a very, very wealthy merchant, there was usually a kind of imagined, often divine self-justification to power that people held. The idea that kings and queens were divinely chosen was kind of broadly,
Mr. Beast is not
you know,
divinely
accepted.
chosen.
And did I say what the?
Oh my gosh.
This is so dumb. What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure what to say.
out. I said kings and queens. What do you like that? I didn't say kings, queens, and Mr. Beast. She doesn't understand the point that's being made. I tell her editors just got these clips for her, and she's like, okay, I'll say whatever I can, I guess.
Oh my gosh. This is rehearsed. Like, this is not
Concentrated in the hands of some people.
this is like a pre-made, this is not a stream, this is a pre-made video, right? Like, she pre-recorded this, right?
While other people starve, has been seen as more and more of like
This isn't a stream, right?
something that has to be like addressed from an optics perspective. The problem that a lot of lefties have. Can I be real for a second? I sound great here. I feel like I was on my A game with the explaining here, man. I feel like I'm delivering in dulcet tones some high quality socialist analysis.
High quality means
Look at her face of disgust. She knows she can't compete with this. This is like the shonen battle anime face when the villain realizes that they've
I mean, what is
outpaced by the
what's there to be responded here? Like that there's no decency?
Yeah, you know why? Because like all men, I'm a king.
I see.
And I do gas myself up every day.
I
I've
see.
got a mirror affixed to the ceiling of my bedroom.
Like the king that has
First thing I see
been
when I wake up is myself.
anointed or something, like you've said.
With philanthropy, as a rule, even if the outcome of that philanthropy is good, is that it is often considered to be a kind of last defense mechanism for the inequities of capitalism. Charity can't really like maintain that. Careful, you're letting me go on for a dangerously long.
Uh-oh.
I might start to I might start to sound sensible to your audience.
Oh no.
Care over people. The state can. The state is
Oh
capable.
my
of
god.
this.
You are so cocked for the government.
Oh my god.
Me and Mr. Beast. all
Oh
right?
my god.
Hey, listen, I'm just following in the ideological footsteps
my
of
God.
my hero, my
Mr.
king,
Beast.
Mr. Beast, who said, why don't government step in and help? Not why don't private corporations step in and help?
What a deep analysis. You're so cocked for the government. I mean, you're so cocked for Mr. Beast. This argument you can say that about anything. My gosh. I need a drink. I need a drink for this.
Why don't charities step in and help? Why not philanthropic billionaires? No. Why don't government step in and help? And that's because I'm a beastite. All right? I used to
True.
be a Marxist, now I'm a beastite. A beastist. Okay?
What?
I'm like with my man John Batista. I don't know. I'm a beastie boy, all right? Whoa, can't stand it. That's Beastie Boys, right?
True.
Isn't that? Sabotage. That's Beastie Boys, right? Right?
This is like chronically online behavior. Do they ever leave their bedrooms? No.
Oh
What for what? For chronically online behavior, government health care. You know,
True.
one of the central pillars of in real life political activism and economic debate for the past 2 centuries. Online, highly online.
True.
To be fair, Vosh, have you ever left your bedroom? My studio is a separate room. It's across the hall from my bedroom.
True.
Touch grass. All.
It's no arguments.
Touch grass.
Taylor, what do you think?
Oh my god.
His name is Vosh.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm getting the behind the scenes. This guy's name is Vosh. Yeah.
Vosh.
That's my real.
At least it's not Vouch.
He is a very, very popular left-wing YouTuber.
He looks really familiar.
He's like seen in the.
They got me! They got
He looks really familiar.
Yeah! What's up? The lore. Hey, be careful, okay? The horse pilled in your audience are going to be brought over.
Oh no.
Left-wing center as a thought leader.
Oh my god. You.
Oh my
You
gosh.
like hate charity and philanthropy. You would rather people starve. And
I'm the thought leader.
What?
This video had Hassan in it, and I get to be the thought leader? Fuck yeah! It's over, Hassan. Your time has come. It's done.
Oh
Let me
my.
check Twitch right now.
Oh my god.
Not even streaming. And yet I'm streaming, which means I have nearly 7,000 more viewers than him right now. It's over. It's done. Hassan, he's in the garbage can.
Oh yeah, is Vosh streaming right now? Is Vosh streaming right now? I've got 8 more viewers than Vosh right now. There we go.
Slamming him directly into the garbage.
And my
can.
art is
I'm the
good.
Thought leader of the online left. Okay.
Oh no.
Hassan can have his goddamn himbo workout culture. We here, we fat, we horse, we vorse. All right. We're rising. V rising.
Be angry at the government constantly, then celebrate somebody doing good things with their money. I mean, I guess that's commitment to principles in some way, but it just makes you look like a crappy human being, in my opinion. I'm just stunned.
I don't even know what she's talking about. She didn't address anything that I said and misunderstood.
What did you expect? What did you expect,
I don't care about
Vosh?
your political views at this point. The fact that we can't
I
even
see.
celebrate somebody doing something kind for other people is astonishing. And that's really, really sad that that has become like a political thing and that it's divided. It's absurd.
Note how in none of the clips she showed was anyone saying it was bad that he did this. Not a single one. You'd think if it was there, they would have found it, but they couldn't.
Because that's not a
Man,
thing.
they played a lot of my stuff, too. They played like a solid 40 seconds of me talking. I feel
I'm
like
surprised they didn't play
dragged up that part of
Keffel's
the video
talking
if they
about it.
wanted.
Keffel's also talked about it.
Somebody tweeted this and said, "There's some."
I think it's good, by the way. I think it's good that Mr. Beast did this. I defend him doing this. I just think that him doing this it gives us a good opportunity to talk about some of this stuff, you know?
Something so demonic about this, and I can't even articulate what it is.
Demonic.
And then somebody retweeted and said,
Demonic.
somebody with a disability needs to be cured. Oh my god, so you want them to just be disabled for the rest of their life? This person
Demonic slime girl.
that they think easing somebody's ailments, easing their life is inherently bad. You want them to stay disabled if there is...
Conservatives will say it's a good thing when people's disabilities
Ah, yeah, the
are
shirt.
cured by Mr. Beast's
Yeah.
philanthropy. But when I try to cure people of the disability that is conservatism, they get mad at me. Honestly, no consistency from these people.
True.
7 likes? 7 whole likes? That's a big deal.
some way that we could help them in order to have some kind of socio-political brownie point. Like, yay. Keep
What? What?
Pressed? I don't understand. Because it's
What does yay have to do with this?
I don't know.
Sorry.
advantageous for you in some way? Because you're too scared of offending them? Again, the brain games. I don't get it. Somebody
No,
else said,
the brain games?
is a prime example of how philanthropy is a concept that exists purely to provide legitimacy to millionaires.
That is true. That is
I mean,
literally true. The concept of philanthropy. But that is like
I mean, yeah, it literally is. Like, hey, why do we have those billionaires that own most of the wealth? Well, they do philanthropy, so we need them. It is literally that, yeah.
like a historically defensible point. Yes. The concept of charity goes back millennia. The concept of philanthropy does not.
Why is it okay for a random individual to control such vast assets? Nobody elected Mr. Beast. His money should belong to the people so they can do whatever they want with it. No, you immoral f***ing thief. I shouldn't say
What?
You have no rights to anybody else's property. If you want
Oh
to
my
redistribute
gosh.
your money, go ahead and do it. Go make millions, and then you can do whatever you think is ethical with it. You have no right to
Oh
have
my
any
God.
opinion over what he does with the money that he makes. I think it's better that he wasn't elected. I don't like
Wrong. Actually, everyone's
What?
money is mine to decide with what to do.
It's better that he...
Sorry you had to
What?
point out this way, but that's actually true.
Oh my gosh.
politicians. I don't want them involved. I would much prefer.
Anyway, if anyone's so really quickly, because I said that and I just want to justify it, I don't want to go into the entire thing right now. But if you look at the history of philanthropy, in a historical and like anthropological sense, you will
Alright.
see like this massive history of like ultra wealthy people who are trying to compensate for a lifetime of doing terrible stuff. Like they're trying to repair their reputation.
I
with
mean,
philanthropy
that is what it
for
is.
tax reasons, or they're trying to like leverage their goodwill in a local city government as a way of getting favor elsewhere. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I'll help pay for this park if you'll let me like mine this mine or like dig into this mountain or something, or money laundering. That's not to say all philanthropists are bad. It's just saying the history of philanthropy is absolutely tied
True.
to like the self-legitimization
I'm doing
of wealthy people. Yeah.
commission.
That's like the entire history of New York City. Yeah, have you guys ever wondered why there are so many old buildings that are named after wealthy people, like universities? Do you think wealthy people donated to those universities for like purely charitable reasons? Or do you think there was some kind of power or leverage they got, like say getting their family or friends into the university, or having control over its decision making, or having some kind of stake in any contracting that would be done for expansion of the university campuses, or
True.
tax right? Yeah, there's so much into it. You know, it's just it's good to look into. Again, it doesn't mean that philanthropy is necessarily bad. I think I would prefer philanthropy to the absence of philanthropy, but we still should be realistic about
I see.
how this plays down.
I see.
So, just saying.
This person
Good
is
to look
just
at, good to learn about.
ridiculous. Not gonna
Mr.
lie.
Beast do these kinds of things.
My idea of a perfect government is one guy who sits in a small room at
Okay, no copyright. Also, we do realize Ron Swanson was a parody, right? Like, every single episode with Ron Swanson was him being a ridiculous buffoon, being made fun of by the people around him, and then learning that he was wrong. That happened, like, every episode. Using Ron Swanson as a justification for libertarian political positions is like using Stan from American Dad as a justification for conservative positions. Because every episode of American Dad is Stan being wrong and then getting corrected by everyone around him. And then the end of the episode is him going, well, now that I think about it, actually, it looks like gay people are all right. Or now that I think about it, actually, adoption by gay couples is all right. Or now that I think about, like, literally, like,
I mean, maybe that should be how conservatism works. Maybe.
Ron literally helped found a national park be made into corporate campus. Yeah, not to mention he worked for the government and aided the government in their, you know, whatever. Okay. I do like Parks and Rec. I know it's a deeply liberal show, but it's a well-made liberal show. And, you know, it's rare to have a show that develops its characters well enough that I actually, like, care about them. I really do. Though, if I rewatched it now, I feel like I'd be a little bit weirder about Andy. I don't know.
desk.
Who?
The only thing he's allowed to decide is who to nuke.
It's incredibly admirable. You're just bitter. Kick rocks. Somebody else said, I don't hate Mr. Beast. I don't particularly care about Mr. Beast. What I hate is a system where good deeds are only done if they're...
I mean...
That's true. So, hold on.
I mean, yeah.
We're reining up the W's here, okay? That's true.
Where people are only forced to rely on the unreliable benevolence of the rich because they have no other way to have...
I mean...
Completely correct.
I mean, that is true. What? Why? What? What? Yeah. How many people did not get that help and will never get it, is the point.
Objectionably correct. Fully correct here.
Yeah.
Maybe that is because the state is terrible and Daddy...
Hey. Well, I don't know if you've heard of this guy called Mr. Beast, but did you know that he's actually defending the government? So, yeah, again, like, remember what I said about conservatives? Remember what I said about conservatives and charity? The only reason she's doing this is because conservatives want to defend charity as an alternative to any kind of government action.
True.
That's it. She doesn't care about poor blind people around the world. She would have never done anything, promoted any initiative, promoted any action to save them. Under no circumstances would she give a single shit about their lives otherwise.
True.
But because Mr. Beast's video can be used as an example of, see, we don't need healthcare. All we need is
Mr. Beast.
A billionaire lotto where poor people get to sit in line and wait for, you know, the dice to roll in their favor before they die. That's the only reason she cares about this. It's actually a genuinely demonic perspective. I mean, like, think about it. The only reason she's defending the action of saving 1,000 people from blindness is to prevent more people from being saved from blindness.
Yeah.
The only reason she celebrates this act of charity is because she can use it as a defense against greater goodness being done in the future. It is demonic.
Government promises to bail you out but never does. Daddy government profits on keeping people in a cycle of poverty and oppression. Therefore, charity and philanthropy and capitalist endeavor...
That's why...
No. Governments with well-developed welfare states have higher average wealth by orders of magnitude.
True.
What? Well, oh yeah. Allow me to go to my favorite bastion of liberty and individual rights, Syria. Or perhaps, you know, Somalia. Yeah. Great. No. There is a positive correlation between individual wealth and the development of the welfare state to a massive extent. No arguing about that.
...are the things that lift people out of hardship, that lift people out of poverty. I'm sorry that your
Charity and billionaires lift people out of hardship.
Yeah, for sure.
system doesn't work. I'm sorry that you are so angry about people doing good things. Oh my God. If he did good deeds every single day, did not make content out of it, did not keep running his business, shut down everything, and he spent all of his time and his leftover resources giving to charity and being philanthropic, like under the radar, he would run out of money very quickly. The progress would stop. What happens then? Are you happy
What
then?
progress?
In this system, he
When Mr. Beast runs out of money? Yeah, I guess that kind of would make me happy.
is providing money and services. He's turning around and then making more money He's profiting, and then he will do the same again. Like, this is far from the first time Mr. Beast has ever done something like this. Like, he is known to be incredibly philanthropic. He is on record. He even tweeted about it this week, saying that he wants to give away all of his money by the time he dies. And he's not going to stop making money right now.
Hey, what else did he tweet? It is incredible how she made this video after Mr. Beast made a tweet that just obliterates her entire argument.
True.
There's no way
But they
she can
don't
make
care.
This video
They
and
don't
also
care.
have this tweet in it. If she shows this tweet in this video, I have no idea how she would write that off or justify it. It's completely unjustifiable. But yeah, like I said, the whole point of this video is basically just to keep people desperate and dependent on the charity of billionaires.
True.
Just give it all away and then just sit and rot for the rest of his life. He's going to continue making money and giving it away. He put this out this week and he said, Twitter, rich people should help others with their money. Me, okay, I'll use my money to help people and I promise to give away all my money before I die. Every single penny. Twitter, Mr. Beast bad. It's absurd. Somebody else said, what's annoying about this Mr. Beast discourse is not the dude himself, but the inherent
11 likes. 11 likes. 11 likes. 11 likes. This is a 2 million sub channel. 1.8 million.
with philanthropy.
Oh, it's 2 million now.
Show the paternalistic rich can handle social issues and that the government isn't needed. Yes, that is exactly the point. The government does nothing but...
Okay, so she's saying it right here. If we want to do math on how many people have been helped by welfare programs relative to how many people have been helped by charity from Mr. Beast video. Yeah, so yeah. The only reason this video is being made is because she wants more people to spend their entire lives in darkness before dying,
that's
sick
right.
and impoverished, with nothing to their name.
Like,
because
Mr. Beast will help a fraction of people that actually need it.
Never got put into a Mr.
Yeah,
Beast video. That's
Finland.
what she wants. She's demonic.
harm people. They lie to you about their social endeavors. They lie to us about what they do with our tax dollars. Mr. Beast has his own 501c3 charity and philanthropy. He has given over 1 million free meals to people in need. He has planted 20 million trees between 2019 and 2022. He raised over $1 million for St. Jude, and he is currently raising $30 million in order to remove 3 million pounds of...
Listen up, poor people.
The great man theory.
Don't wait. Poor people, get away from that Google machine. Don't look up how much good has been done by welfare societies. Don't wait. No, hey, don't Google how many meals have been given out by Meals on Wheels. Don't look at that. Stop. Turn away. Okay.
True.
Now look at these seemingly impressive stats. 1 million meals by Mr. Beast in his entire lifetime. Why, if you think about it, that's enough meals for 1/3 of the meals that 1 million people have once in one day.
Yeah.
That's quite a lot, isn't it? That's like probably as many people as there are in the whole world. So if only Mr. Beast could do that 3 times a day, every day for the rest of his life, to 300 times as many people,
It would be great.
One country covered, the United States of America.
Great.
I mean, that would bankrupt him immediately, of course. Only the government can handle that kind of workload. But the government's bad. Don't take a look at any research that shows that government welfare programs correspond to higher personal wealth and freedom. Don't. Look away. All you need is the kindness of billionaires.
True.
Trash from the ocean. These are all things that you people should like. That as a society, no matter your political affiliation or what you believe, that we should be excited about because he is helping people and he is doing good things. Has the government done any of that? No. They just continue.
What? Has the government done any... What? I was going to make that, well, the government hasn't even made a YouTube channel, but they have. The government has multiple official YouTube channels. What? Just lying or retired? Just lying. This channel seems to be completely astroturfed. I mean, it's a Daily Wire channel, so we're talking about... Remember, Steven Crowder said that $50 million was too little for a 4-year contract for him. There is an ungodly amount of money in the right wing astroturfing their channels. It's completely made up, you know. None of these ideas would stand on their own.
Of course.
Continue to pollute the earth. They continue to keep people in poverty. They continue to heavily regulate and suppress the medical industrial complex so that people cannot get access to this kind of care. It's the government.
The government regulates and suppresses the medical industry to prevent people. Okay.
Okay.
Government's fault, whether you like it or not. He is a living and breathing ethical millionaire billionaire. He is doing everything the government fails to do.
Millionaire billionaire.
Mr. Beast and says spends $54 trillion of your money and has all the presidents. Totally fine. Cures 1,000 blind people with his own money. Angry.
Ah, yes. Lefties on Twitter, famous for not complaining about government spending from our presidents.
True.
Why is she so dumb? Why do conservatives have to be like this? What?
Because because they get a lot of money for being like this. They get a lot of money for being like this. This is why they are like this. It's a simple calculation for them. They get rich being like this.
Like it's very frustrating that there are these money bubbles that they operate within. I have to put effort into the content. First of all, okay, in theory I would have to put effort into the content I do. Obviously in reality I don't. But hypothetically,
Damn, I do.
You know, Hassan probably does. Maybe, I don't know. I don't watch his
do.
streams. I watched his Subnautica stream once. Turns out the pussy's scared of fish. Whatever. Guess that gets you #1 spot in the YouTube streaming lefty Twitch. Oh wait, never mind.
I do
I'm
art.
a thought leader now.
I do a lot of things.
But she can just say anything, and she's just nothing. Just nothing. She's Ben Shapiro / Daily Wire's first successful female AstroTurf because his sister failed. That's true. They did try to promote Classically Abby.
Yeah, it failed miserably.
They put a lot of money into advertising her, so much money, and it just did nothing because the broad advertisements they put out there ended up like largely targeting normies, and normies would see her videos on like top 10 signs that your husband's latest like punch to your stomach was actually a sign of love, and they made fun of her for it. This is more pure conservative commentary, though, so it's more like targeted political advertisement.
Classically, Abby failed miserably.
Like you saw, Hassan was one of the first people who was angry about this. He talked about it on his stream. He finally offered some clarification. He was tweeting about it, and he said, I have no issue with Mr. Beast, no matter how hard these neck-bearded losers try to present it that way.
This isn't clarifying. The clip that you showed at the beginning of this video did not include him saying he was upset with Mr. Beast.
True.
He did, in fact, say the opposite with of that. He said the opposite. He said, this makes me blind with rage, no pun intended, not at Mr. Beast, but because of systemic inequality.
Yeah.
I have an issue with an immoral system that paywalls healthcare. If you weren't too desperate to claw a crumb of relevancy with a disingenuous hit tweet, you'd perhaps see that.
He's not clarifying anything. He was perfectly clear in the original thing.
Hassan, if you hate the system so much, then shouldn't you...
Okay. What's it gonna be, lads?
What is it gonna be? Well, what is it? What is it
What's it
gonna
gonna be?
I don't know. I'm not allowed.
Why don't you move to Cuba? Why don't you donate all of your money to sandwiches for the poor? What is it gonna be? It's one of those two.
Why don't you?
You be happy that somebody is finding a way around it and is...
It was stupider than either. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It was dumber than either one! It was worse! It was lower IQ! She went around it! Holy shit! She's like a...
Hello?
She's like a fighter pilot! There are two bogeys headed at her, and it's two bad arguments, and she whirls between them and dives the third hidden target! The worst argument! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Black hole of intelligence. Black box of intelligence.
Black box.
Our mind is just an obsidian cube from which no information can emit. The only information that we're getting from our brain is Hawking's radiation slowly decaying out the edges of the black obsidian cube. But all the rest of it's entirely internal. It's contained within the skull. There's nothing. It's oh my god. Oh my god.
helping these people, like bringing awareness to a problem, or are you just looking for something to...
I am happy that he brought awareness to a problem. He did so in a tweet that you're not showing in
True.
the video for some reason. Isn't that interesting? How curious.
True.
Be angry about. That kind of seems like what you're doing. Thankfully, though, there are still rationally minded people out there. These are
Oh, like you.
I showed you. Somebody said, this Mr. Beast situation just exposed hatred of the rich, not love of the poor that these bread tubers have.
Can't we have both?
Another person said, the wealthy bread tubers like Vosh and Hassan kind of have to criticize Mr. Beast.
Whoa. Hold on. Okay, I'm doing all right, but Hassan's still in a different tier than me financially, okay? But now that I'm the thought leader of the left, that'll be changing quickly. I got to get a book deal. Oh yeah, thank you, chat. Operación Milagro, a program of international solidarity launched in 2004 by the government of Cuba and Venezuela to provide free medical treatment of people with eye programs. In addition, countries it operates in with new medical equipment and infrastructure.
So how many people did it affect?
4 million people
Well.
in 34 countries had received free treatment. And this is from Cuba and Venezuela.
My math is not that good. Is 4 million more than 1,000? I'm gonna need a poll for this, because this is complicated math. I need a poll for this one. Which number is bigger? Bigger. There you go. This person. I don't even know. We need to think. Think about this one, okay? Please think carefully before you answer.
Two very poor countries with the wealth and power.
Think about your answer.
States, we could do incalculably more than this. Because as it turns out, broad Medicare for all stuff might be expensive, but providing basic medical care to large numbers of people can be done with the right infrastructure. So much good could be done. America could, with a program similar to this, effectively cure many forms of blindness around the world. Not in every part of the world. I don't know how much good we're going to do in Syria. You know, I don't know if Doctors Without Borders wants to run up on the Islamic State military bases and offer them some treatment. But you know, we'll see how Afghanistan is receptive to the Mr. Beast International Blindness Cure Program.
True.
Don't say M4A is expensive. All studies show it costs less than our current system. Yeah, sorry, to be clear, M4A is expensive, just far less expensive than our current system. Remember, America has the least efficient healthcare in the Western world.
Well.
Eye surgeries can cost upwards of $10,000 in medical costs. How much does it cost these doctors to do it? 14,000 in Venezuela. Free surgery through the program. Clinics like in Uruguay will scout out patients in rural areas, performing surgeries that would cost at least $5,000 for free. God damn. How beautiful is that, huh? It really goes to show that despite all of the demonic caterwauling from pieces of shit like this, in reality, that we have both the means, the wealth, the will, the initiative, everything we need to do incredible good.
True.
All we need to do is set up the right systems.
Yeah.
It's possible.
It's not up to the billionaire
Otherwise, their
class.
followers might start asking them why they don't do something similar with their millions. It's a great point. It's a very valid point.
I don't have millions.
Somebody else says, somebody does a good deed. They still find a way to get mad. They are fundamentally incapable of joy. Yes. When Mr.
But this whole video is her complaining and making up shit to be mad at from video clips that don't say the things she says they say. If anything, she's the one being joyless. Wait, this is Short Fat Otaku's comment section? This is from Short Fat Otaku? Gotcha, nice.
Mr. Beast makes millions, he spends it on others. Ingeniously, he figures out how to make more money from spending it so he can do it again. He is not taking advantage of these people, he is making a deal with them. When the bread tube makes money, they spend it on themselves. Then they complain that no one is helping the poor. Yeah.
Completely made up. Literally, like, just fantasizing about a system in your mind. When Mr. Beast...
Is a person from Daily Wire gonna make that argument about making money and spending it on themselves? Daily Wire?
Makes millions, he spends it on others. If that was the case, then how does he get the money back? If he makes the money back from spending it on others, then he's not really being charitable. That's just his business, isn't it? Like, you can't really say you're being charitable when the systems you're using to provide help to people are the ones that make you money. Like, that doesn't make it... Then it's just your business. It's not really charity at that point.
Yeah.
Yes, because complaining about the system that is oppressing everybody else makes them money. They're not actually doing anything about it, which they could be.
I'm giving none of this to charity.
This was my
favorite
tweet of this entire debacle. This girl said, Mr. Beast does what the wealthy leftists would do if they were actually morally consistent. Like, that's
From Big Titty Goth GF9. In response to something from the Surfs. Hello!
Oh my gosh.
tweet. And the fact that they are being faced with that probably makes them very uncomfortable. Because when push comes to shove, I don't think they actually care. They're just here for the political and social gain.
I really hate that Twitter account. That's the Destiny Stan Fuentes fan. A person who is a fan of Destiny and of Nick Fuentes.
Wait,
Gotcha.
what?
Okay, that was...
Oh, it's over. We made it through. My goodness.
My gosh.
Mr. Beast could cure
What a
cancer.
ride.
People would still find a way to discredit and attack him. Nobody in this video was discrediting or attacking him. Like, literally, nobody. None of the clips that she found, not a single one of them were denouncing him for what he did.
Well,
But it doesn't matter, right?
it's nice to
Just
pretend.
remember,
It's
just
nice to
remember,
pretend.
the literal only reason why this video exists is because she wants to keep poor people in blindness and poverty. That's it.
True.
That's it. That's literally it. There is no motivation for this video outside the promotion of a conservative healthcare agenda, which is to say no healthcare agenda. You will simply die if you don't have the money. Pretty demonic. But we did learn I'm a leftist thought leader now, so
Well-
that's pretty cool. You want to see her video?
Well, hold on. You won't die if the billionaire class will show you mercy. Let's not go overboard here. There are circumstances under which you will see mercy. You see.
Hassan, one after another. Come on, have a heart, guys.
How does that look like? What do you think of the slime demon that I'm making for the commission? I don't know. Another one of those. We'll remember this person because we will remember this channel and talk about it in the future. Reacting to a terrible revelation from Dylan Burns.
March 2nd, 2023, City of College Park Council City Manager. It has been a profound honor and privilege to serve the City of College Park since 2007 as a City Council member and your mayor. However, effective immediately, I must resign my position. This morning, a news story dropped that due to my association with the individual involved and having worked with them in the past, and having talked about them on my show, having, you know...
I think this is something about this person being outed as an abuser. Oh, wait, I have to go to live chat now.
with them since I was,
okay,
you know, still in high school.
Morally,
I feel like it is important for me to talk about something that just happened. It's definitely since
I saw something about it on Twitter, something about this, this person that Dylan Burns has supported politically in the past being outed as an abuser, and someone adding Dylan on Twitter and saying, "Look, it's no surprise that a Nazi Ukraine supporter Dylan Burns would also support this person." This is like really low and really pathetic. But let's hear about the thing from Dylan's himself, right?
I've talked about
let's listen.
working with them before, so I think it's
Xander
important.
Young American got a tier 3 subscription to help
Let's
with the
listen.
Ukraine trip. Highly unlikely that I tier 3 again though. So just a heads up, their smiley face.
So thank you so much for the tier 3. We don't have a lot of tier 3 subs in site chat, so I do appreciate it. I really do. And thanks for considering the trip. And Chisel, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that in gutter chat, even if it's in gutter chat. So, okay, this is really weird. This is oh man, this is like the weirdest crossing over of my political life. my personal emotions and having talked about it on stream
Yeah.
before, my career stuff. So this is gonna be a really weird moment. So you got to let me just talk about it, like lead up to it, because it's pretty. I'm still pretty freaked out. I've felt pretty bad all day about this.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
When I was about 15 or 16 years old, this man was elected mayor of my city. It was back in, I think, 2015. He's been mayor for about 8 years now. A little bit into his mayoralship, I think it was his first re-election campaign or something along those lines, I was introduced to him. I was starting to get my first interest in real local politics instead of just like the national stuff that most people concentrate on because of the death of local news and just the lack of engagement locally when, you know, most politics are local, concentrate in local politics. I really fundamentally believe this. And so my grandmother sees my interest in local politics growing, and so she decides to contact the mayor. He takes some time out of his day to come over to my house while I'm still in high school.
What a nice grandmother. I actually had an experience like this as a child as well. My father has been very politically active. He was part of the government in some capacity, and he sort of introduced me to a very influential political figure when I was very small. But the good thing in this story is that the person that my father introduced me to turns out that he was actually a really great person. So I guess I'm lucky in that regard.
And talk to me about politics. And let me be 100% honest with you. I did not know much of what I was talking about. I was really still trying to ground my feet, definitely when it comes to local politics. And I think he could tell that.
Also, I was much younger than high school back then. I was like primary school-ish. So the way I talked about things back then was, well, you can imagine, right? You can imagine.
He offered me a lot of advice. And I looked at his agenda compared to the agenda of the other people who were running for the office, and I decided to join his campaign as just like as a door knocker. And through that, I had become friends with this person. I genuinely considered them a friend. And then eventually, next time around, I even was involved in managing his campaign. I wasn't managing finances or anything, but mostly volunteers. But I was, according to him, I was the campaign manager. I didn't do any of the financial stuff, not a ton of the technical stuff, but I managed some people. And I was very proud of what I did on his campaign.
Right.
He won re-election, even if he was popular enough to win with or without me, if I'm being completely honest. And so I went over to Ukraine, and I didn't talk to him much. I was less involved in local politics just because I was so invested in the war.
Yeah.
And I came back.
Which is a lot of good work.
Lunch with him on February 3rd.
Right.
And we had a very nice conversation.
Yeah.
We talked about his achievements while in office and the memories we had and what we've been up to and stuff like that. And I was listening to him talk about possible future endeavors he was going to go on into. And so that was the last time I talked to him. And on February 17th, a social media account tied to him, that has been tied to him by authorities, was discovered that led to a raid on it. So not a raid, but an arrest of him.
Oh no.
And he has been charged with 56 counts of possession and distribution of child pornography. Now, all day, I have felt utterly and completely sick. I don't know how to exactly process.
Yeah, how do you even do? What do you do when something like this happens?
That are coming to me. This is somebody that I've I very much trusted.
Yeah.
When I was first even discovering my own, you know, sexuality, he was one of the people that I actually even first told.
I think Dylan mentioned
Because
this actually.
I looked to him as kind of like an inspiration as the mayor. So I had a lot of trust in this person.
I think I've heard Dylan mention
the
this
reason why I
before.
worked on his campaign. And so it's been so weird today. It's surreal. I don't think I've even processed it. I mean, when I found out, I had just woke up on the couch. I had passed out on the couch last night. I was watching Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter x Hunter.
Of course, I don't know why I mentioned that, but
Hunter x Hunter. A very good series, but made by a very sickly manga creator who often has to stop making the manga because of his health situation. He often takes really long breaks from creating the series. So yeah, I'm adding to the Hunter x Hunter trivia. Actually, in Japanese, it's like, or I think you actually don't read the X, you just read the series as Hunter x Hunter, Hanta Hanta. That's basically, I guess, my part of adding to the trivia moment.
I don't know, it's a great show. And I passed out on the couch, and I woke up at like 7 a.m. or something, with the person I'm living with saying, Dylan, look. And then I just barely woke up. I'm like getting all the, you know, the crust out of my eyes and looking at the TV, and they replayed it, and they were showing a segment on the news, on the news about the local stuff that's going on about the mayor getting arrested, and I didn't know how to process it.
I imagine.
I don't know if I still even processed it. I don't even know what to think about it. So I'm just going to tell you like the facts of the matter, and then we can read the resignation letter, and I'll just say whatever I can even think of saying.
All right.
So he's been charged with 56 counts of possession and distribution of child pornography. Police seem to have indicated that it doesn't seem to be that he produced this content, which, I mean, already very bad, but that's a slight consolation, I guess.
Well, slight. Very slight.
And it was found because on a social media account connected to him, he was posting the content. I think that's where the distributing part
my
comes
gosh.
in.
Oh my
Police are
gosh.
still working to identify the children in the photographs. And it seemed to be interactions, according to police, between adult men and young boys.
That's pretty bad.
I haven't seen much reaction from other local political figures. It's just mostly shock, it seems like, and all of them saying, we put trust in our public officials, this is a violation of that trust, or we're waiting for the investigation to finish. And of course, more than anything, I do need to emphasize, I'm waiting for the investigation to finish, because who knows, but it seems I don't think there's going to be a magic star moment here.
Yeah.
I really have never been like slapped in the face when it comes to you thought you knew somebody more than I have right now. Because this is somebody who, you know, invited people over for dinner and lunch at his home and was very nice to everybody. And I mean, I met their husband, and I can't even imagine what, assuming a lack of knowledge, I can't even imagine what they're going through right now. Not to even mention the status of the victims, which we have no clue. Or the people who were on the photographs that were being distributed and were in possession.
Sessiforge mentioned Hunter x Hunter, so I will add another trivia. Because many people speculate that the author's health is so bad that he might not even be able to finish it. Some time ago, he started working on the series again, and he posted one sketch of one page of the manga every day on Twitter, but his health worsened and he stopped again. And he is married to Naoko Takeuchi, the author of Sailor Moon, and some people even speculated that she either would start helping him with continuing Hunter x Hunter or even possibly finish it for him.
It's so insane, man. I felt like I needed to mention something because I've talked about the times that I campaigned with this person before on stream. They have been a part of my life.
Dylan is a person of character, at least in my opinion. You know?
In some way or another for well over like 5 years now. And I'm just kind of in complete shock. We'll read the resignation letter now. Fuck, man, I can't even look at them. We'll read the resignation letter now, and then I guess I'll give final thoughts because I don't know what else to really say. March 2nd, 2023, City of College Park Council, City Manager. It has been a profound honor and privilege to serve the City of College Park since 2007 as a City Council member and your mayor. However, effective immediately, I must resign my position. On February 28th, 2023, a search warrant was executed on my residence as part of an ongoing police investigation. I have cooperated fully and will continue to cooperate with law enforcement. While this investigation does not involve any official city business of any kind, it is in the best interest of our community that I step aside and not serve as a distraction. I have great trust in the ability of Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell, the city councilor, and our staff to carry forward what we have accomplished. Many of you have already reached out with well wishes and thoughts, and I am internally grateful. I am stepping away to deal with my own mental health. I ask that you continue to keep me and my family in your prayers.
I don't think that's... Oh,
Patrick
no.
L. Wohan.
Man.
I guess the first thing I would say is, you think you know someone, but that ain't always the case.
Yeah.
That when it comes to these types of crimes, it's not as simple as, oh, that guy just seemed creepy.
Yeah.
Or, oh, that person was lurching outside of the schoolyard. It's never that simple, as much as I think media sometimes wants to portray it as that simple. The people who interact with this type of disgusting content are more times often than not extremely inconspicuous and extremely difficult to pick out of a crowd. There's not a little sound in their voice. There's not a glimmer in their eye. There isn't a secret badge that their symbol that they flash at each other. They're a lot more inconspicuous than that. Obviously, I didn't know. If I did, I would have gone to the authorities immediately. And if found guilty, and this all ends up to be as it seems, then I believe that he should serve the time for his crimes that is appropriate. When it comes to accountability, even if it's the people that I have a friendship with or working relationship with, or they're in a person of a position of power, the thing that should mark our society and show it to be of quality is the fact that we hold everyone accountable to the same laws or don't allow them to get away with a type of disgusting behavior like this. You need to hold your public officials accountable for the laws that everyone else is held accountable to. That includes people who are your friends.
Also, we're not done look yet. I haven't read that much Hunter x Hunter myself, but I'm not sure if I would call Gon the shonen protagonist 647 for a couple of reasons, because Gon is like Hunter x Hunter is a very old manga, you know? So it's like one of the considering that Gon is one of the in many respects Hunter x Hunter sort of pioneered many of the modern shonen things.
And that also includes people who are elected officials. I hope the children that were on said photographs are all found to be safe and sound. I hope that whoever committed these crimes, whether it is found to be Patrick Wohan, or we find out that whoever touched it, we have no clue, that they're all brought to justice. And that accountability is not just quartered off to those who don't have the means to dig out of it, either positions of power or money or influence. The police said that there will likely be more charges than the already 56 counts. I don't know what those charges will be. I don't know if it will be more counts of possession, more counts of distribution. I don't know if it will be something else completely unrelated. I have no idea. The whole city is kind of shook and shocked right now, and I feel like my trust has been very deeply violated.
And I'm not surprised about that.
And so I felt like it was important for me to
make a
mention
statement
this on stream, considering that, you know, I've been involved within this campaign work before, and
pretty closely
I've known
as
this
well.
man for 5 or 6 years, and I've talked about them on stream before. Anyway, man.
Yeah. He's been arrested.
I'll be a little bit of a cunt, and I will say this.
Yeah.
It's that easy. Rage Against the War Machine rally. It's that simple, right? That's all it takes. Like, once you hear that it's happened, boom. That's simple. Okay? It's not that hard. You don't need to delay it for weeks and weeks and weeks and find some way to still maintain it. Okay. I got nothing else to say about this. Unless anybody has any questions, then we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap it up there. What do you guys think? I'm so sorry you couldn't have known, but everyone please think of these children and their families. I'm a survivor of child molestation. It never goes away. So think of these children, they endured and go through it. Hope to find all the children, those responsible for the harm. Love you, Dylan. Stay strong. I feel the same way. I don't really talk about it that often, but it is known that, you know, when I was young, I had certain things done to me that, you know, were very wrong to, to a child of that age. And the robbing of that type of innocence is really a crime that is unforgivable. So unforgivable, man. Anyway, that's it.
Oh my god.
That's it. I got nothing else to say about it. Okay. That's enough of that.
Okay.
As your friendship, it's never a black and white case. The person you consider a friend is the side in the light and you see is good. The part of the person that stayed in the dark outside of the light. Don't feel guilty if you feel friendship to the person that wasn't hidden. Man. I hope whatever caused him to do this, he gets all of the necessary treatment to get rid of this sickness. Not just because, like, this is a person I knew and I've seen them do good things or whatever, but, like, fuck, man. I just don't want any other children to get hurt.
And that's it. That's it for that story. But speaking of Hunter x Hunter, because now we're getting stunlocked. Ceci Forge has mentioned I really had a bad time, but Hunter x Hunter has a pretty complicated story, right? Like when it comes to animating it as well, like it had one anime series, and then it has a new anime series, and then you have to keep in mind that when the manga started, it started really similar to Naruto in many ways, the series, because you had like many similar like genuinely similar traits between Naruto and Hunter x Hunter. You had like this big exam happening near the beginning of the series. You had the protagonists that were in a team of 3, and within that team of 3 protagonists, you had one character who had special eyes, whose entire family/clan was murdered because of those special eyes. You know, I was like, there were a lot of parallels between Naruto and Hunter x Hunter when those series began. It's like impossible to ignore. But yeah, I'm eating a Polar sausage. It's true, it's my dinner. Look, my own stream is showing in my own feed right now. Elon Musk roasts disabled Twitter employee. It backfires hilariously. Oh. I mean, it is a very shonen show. Well, it's impossible to have catharsis because it's a series that's in a limbo because of the author's health issues. So you will not have a catharsis with this series because it's ongoing. It's been ongoing for like many years on hiatus. Let's watch this. Let's look at this.
Before versus after the lawyer calls. The reality is that this guy did no actual work, claimed his excuse he had a disability, was simultaneously tweeting up a storm, and after the lawyer calls. I would like to apologize to Halle for my misunderstanding of the situation. It was based on things I was told that were untrue, or in some cases true but not meaningful.
Oh
he
no.
is considering remaining at Twitter. So cucked.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Oof. Well, that's what you get.
Twitter main character, okay? Yeah, you know, Elon Musk has
My
been
God.
mismanaging Twitter pretty actively and pretty publicly for a while. Though this is definitely one of the more egregious examples, okay?
True.
So I want you to take in a visage, all right? I want you to look at a guy. Specifically, this guy. You might notice a couple of traits going on here. First of all,
a beard?
he seems to be wearing a black turtleneck. And you're right. He's Danish or Norwegian or something like that. I don't know. I don't really care. Northern European. You could probably tell from the beard, too. Also, he's in a wheelchair. Icelandic. With their king. Don't wait. Hold on. Don't call him a king. Okay, that means something over there. They still have a monarchy, don't they? Don't they have a king? They all have kings. Icelandish king, Crown Prince Haakon. Who's the current king? His Royal Highness Crown Prince Haakon. Iceland does not had a king. No, that was medieval Iceland. Okay, this is tangential. Principality. That's Norway. Ah, okay.
Oh.
You'll not distract me anymore. So, my man over here is a Twitter employee. Dear Elon Musk, 9 days ago, the access to my work computer was cut, along with about 200 other Twitter employees. However, your head of HR is not able to confirm if I'm an employee or not. You've not answered my emails. Maybe if enough people retweet, you'll answer me here. So this is how...
We have to stunlock again. 1. I have 3 questions for you. Well, 2 questions. 1. Have you read the manga Hunter x Hunter? 2. Which version of the anime have you seen? Because there was the first anime series, and then the manga went on a hiatus, and so the anime went on its own route, you know? And then you have the new anime series. Which one have you seen? And those are my 2 questions, and that's it.
Business is done at Twitter, and this has happened before, where like if you're laid off, you just can't log into the site anymore. You can no longer, if you're laid off, you just can't access your back-end stuff.
I would show us an opening to Hunter x Hunter, but the stream would probably cut short.
As an employee, and if you're fired, it's just like, oh, you wake up one day, you can't.
Like it's like with Full Metal Alchemist, you have the old anime and the new anime.
Business, okay. And telling of a company that is horribly managed in the back, there's no coordination on this, so people just get fired and nobody knows that it's happened. But it gets Elon's attention. What work have you been doing? I would need to break confidentiality to answer this question here.
I see.
If you have your lawyers share in writing that I can do that, then I'd be happy to discuss that openly. Elon Musk, super genius. It's approved. You go ahead. So like we're doing an exit interview on Twitter. Just like because again, there is nothing Elon cares more about than a Twitter call out. He will sacrifice anything for a Twitter call out.
Oh
so his engagement, like literally, sure, we'll just do this right here. Okay, I am the NDA. Among others, led the effort to save about 500,000 in one SaaS contract, supported closing down many others, led prioritization of design projects across the blah, 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 blah. Elon, which contract exactly? Prioritization of what design projects? Figma, all active design projects, laughing, crying emoji. What Elon is saying here is like, let's do your exit interview here. You have been laid off, and I'm just going to like ask you a bunch of probing questions in an attempt to humiliate you in your way out. That's what he's doing, right? Like, oh, you do work here, huh? Okay, sure. Break confidentiality. I give you permission. Let's see. What do you actually do? And then he's going to be like, you don't actually do anything. There's a full log here. It's kind of hard to track all of it because it meanders. The tweet threads. Look at this. Led design crits to help level up design across the company, was hiring manager of all design roles, worked on efforts to steer the company away from focusing on power users and on to younger users. Level up from what design to what? Picks or it didn't happen.
What?
We haven't hired design roles in 4 months. What changes did you make to help with the use? Elon has no idea what the jobs in his company are. So he's like a child saying, yeah, well, what did you do? What did you do then? Yeah, what did you do? And then you...
This is so weird. Oh my god. This is such childish behavior. What did you do? Would you say that you're a people person? This is a strange level of trolling towards a person that, well, works under you. Or worked.
To the YouTube link of the bit, what would you say you do here? So he's like making fun of him, right? Like it's all a big meme. So at the face of it, right? The apparent purpose of this behavior is just to humiliate this employee. And Elon actually responded to this series of images. The reality is that this guy, who is independently wealthy, did no actual work, claimed as his excuse he had a disability that prevented him from typing, yet was simultaneously tweeting up a storm. Can't say I have a lot of respect for that. So, again, Elon has no idea what work this guy has done. He was just throwing a bunch of questions out there in a desperate attempt to come across as smarter than the person who he just sort of accidentally fired. Now he's disclosing disability, insulting the guy, and saying like, wow, well, he says he can't type, but he was tweeting. All right. So this is the part in this interaction where the like Kill Bill siren song starts playing. The guy in the wheelchair made another tweet thread. Okay, following long threaded back and forth replies on Twitter is a bit complicated, so let me give you the highlights. After no straight answers on my employment status for 9 days,
Oh,
I
no.
asked Elon Musk to tell me if I had been laid off. He sort of replied. He asked me what I'd been working on. When I told him, he laughed at me, which to be fair, I get, I am quite funny. Then all of a sudden, Twitter's head of HR, who had previously twice been unable to tell me if I had a job or not, emailed and said I was no longer employed. Which is totally okay and happens all the time.
Oh my
Companies
gosh.
let people go. That's within their rights. They usually tell people about it, but that's seemingly the optional part at Twitter now. But okay, fair enough. I've been laid off and I'm okay with that. Next up, though, is finding out if Twitter will pay me what
Oh,
they
no.
owe me per my contract.
Uh-oh. Will they? Or will they not?
Or will Elon Musk, one of the richest people in the world, try to avoid paying? Stay tuned. And then, as a quote tweet to Elon Musk dragging him and saying he couldn't possibly have a disability because he was tweeting, he puts out a big tweet thread, which I have no commentary on and I have to read in full. Hi again, Elon. I hope you're well. I'm fine too. I'm thankful for your interest in my health. But since you mentioned it, I wanted to give you more info. I have muscular dystrophy. It has many effects on my body. Let me tell you what they are. My legs were the first
Oh
to go.
my gosh.
When I was 25 years old, I started using a wheelchair. It's been 20 years since then. In that time, the rest of my body's been failing on me too. I need help to get in and out of bed and to use the toilet. For a long time, I thought my arms would remain strong. A doctor told me they would. But they ended up losing strength, which I don't mind telling you was hard to accept. But you okay the cards you're dealt, and I've managed to create a wonderful life.
Right.
My family's the best. I have 2 kids, and I see them every day. I recommend that. My wife is fantastic,
Oh.
strong, kind.
Wait, I recommend that? Oh.
Artist. Couldn't be happier with her. About 9 years ago, I started a company called Uno.co.
Okay.
I think that's how you say that. Ueno? I worked a
Ueno.co?
lot. It didn't do my body any favors, but it's what I felt I needed to do. The hard work paid off, and the company became very successful. We worked for more or less every big tech company. We grew fast and made money. I think that's what you are referring to when you say independently wealthy? That I independently made my money, as opposed to, say, inherited an emerald mine.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, no. That's what I thought. That's what I thought when he... I thought that I thought that recommending to see your kids was like a jab. But the emerald mine just sealed the deal for me. Nice. Nice. Love to see it. Oh my gosh.
Tired. COVID was running for longer than the 2 weeks you said it would. And my body was getting weaker. After looking at many options, I decided
the 2 weeks.
Twitter. So that's right. Elon dragged this guy for being independently wealthy when the independent wealth that he got was him making a company that sold to Twitter. Financially, it wasn't the best decision. My company was making a lot of money and Twitter's offer was lower than any smart valuation would say. But like you, I made a bet on Twitter having a lot more potential than it has had. I joined at a time when the company was growing fast. You kind of did the opposite. There was a lot going on. The company had a fair amount of issues, but then again, most bigger companies do. Or even smaller companies, like Twitter today. Fuck, that's good. And are you still reading, or is the bathroom break over? What was I saying? Ah, yes. And then you bought the company and told employees you weren't firing 75% of them, which you did. I wasn't in the first batch, or the second, or the third, or the fourth. I'm not sure which layoff round I was in. There were so many of them. Each one came after you promised the last one was the final one. During my time at the new Twitter, or 2.0 as you called it, I talked to my manager every week and asked what I should focus on. Then I proceeded to do those things, every one of them. I also contacted HR regularly and asked if my job description
That is brutal.
needed updating. I wanted to make sure I was doing what I was supposed to.
Right.
They always said they were looking into it, but I never got a reply. And now finally to my fingers, which I know you have great concern for. Thank you for that, by the way. I'll tell you what I told them. I'm not able to do manual work, which in this case means typing or using a mouse, for extended periods of time without my hands starting to cramp. I can, however, write for an hour or two at a time. This wasn't an issue for Twitter 1.0, since I was a senior director, and my job was mostly to help teams move forward, give them strategic and tactical guidance.
Uh-oh.
But as I told HR, I'm assuming that's the confidential health information you are sharing, I can't work as a hands-on designer for the reasons outlined above. I'm typing in this on my phone, by the way. It's easier because I only need to use one finger. I hope that helps. Let me know if you are going to pay what you owe me. I think
you can afford it? Oh, no.
It turns out this absolute mad lad, rather than accepting payment for his company being bought by Twitter in stock like sane people, he took it in wages so he could pay a higher tax to the Icelandic government.
Oh, damn.
He was so proud of the work the Icelandic government had done for disability accommodation that he had taken advantage of. He deliberately got his pay at a higher tax bracket simply to contribute more to his country.
Damn.
But there is a contingency that if he is removed from Twitter, which would certainly be the case if he was fired, he would have the full evaluation of his company paid to him, about $100 million apparently. So his firing is actually a financial landmine that apparently Elon was not aware of.
Oh, no.
Which I thought was quite funny.
Oh, no.
Lawyer on the planet watching Elon disclose an employee's disability claim he's faking it and then state it was
Oh, my.
he was fired. Yeah.
Oh.
And the hysterical and predictable outcome to this particular arc.
This is
before versus
so...
after the lawyer calls.
I
saw the first tweet. The reality is that this guy did no actual work, claimed his excuse he had a disability, yet was simultaneously tweeting up a storm. And after the lawyer calls, I would like to apologize.
Oh my God.
For misunderstanding his situation. It was based on things I was told that were untrue, or in some cases true but not meaningful.
Oh my
He is
God.
considering remaining at Twitter. So cucked, the tail so stuck between the legs that he has to add on he might stay. He might stay. Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
Now, obviously,
This is funny.
only in the situation because he decided for
Because of himself.
to a disabled person for no reason whatsoever.
That
He
is
dealt with it in the way
great.
that he did. The only reason he was getting pinged on
That
Twitter
is amazing.
because his own company is so poorly
Oh,
managed
no.
that HR can't even confirm to its own employees whether or not they're currently employed. And then, when he, as a product of his incompetence, they go to Twitter. When he sees somebody on Twitter getting attention for his maybe or maybe not having been fired, his response is this cruel, prolonged, what do you actually do here? He did this with a bunch of engineers after he took over Twitter. Do you remember? When a bunch of these engineers were like, okay, like, we literally keep the company up, but like, all right, yeah, you can fire us, whatever. And Elon's like, what did these guys do anyway? And then a bunch of conservatives were like, fired 75% of the blue-haired woke staff and Twitter hasn't fallen apart yet. Meanwhile, yesterday, for a full, hour, Twitter API was broken and no...
Oh yeah. Twitter keeps breaking, by the way. Twitter keeps breaking all the time now. Just saying, Twitter does keep breaking all the time now.
Would load because the site couldn't access its own backend because and then Elon tweeted who could have known that coding was so difficult? And then as a product
That reminds me of something. That reminds me when Trump all confidently said that he would just fix the healthcare system, and then he went like, who knew that healthcare was so complicated? Do we remember that? That's a deja vu if I ever had one. Oh my gosh. What a deja vu to Trump of all people.
all of this, his response is just to be like needlessly cruel to a guy, a disabled guy on his way out of the company. Oh, there was another tweet here too. So sorry, forgot this one. He is a prominent, active Twitter account and is wealthy. The reason he confronted me in public was to get a big payout. Oh, he's the victim here. From what I've been told, he's done almost no work for the past 4 months, middleman or otherwise. Despite his claims on Twitter that he did work, it turns out he told HR he couldn't work because he couldn't type, but was over the same period typing up a storm on Twitter. Yet there are many people on Twitter defending him. This hurts my faith in humanity. That's what hurts his... that the disabled person that he's lying about bullying and disclosing the disability of had to go public to ask whether or not he was employed because his own HR team was incapable of telling him, and now he feels like he's the one who's being victimized. He wasn't aware of the gigantic money bomb that this guy's sitting on as a product of the contract that he signed when he sold his company to Twitter. Evil. And for somebody as ego-driven as Elon Musk, like, he is like Donald Trump in this respect, in that the only thing that he has going is his massive ego, and that's it. His entire life is just the...
Wait, did Trump... Did Vosh just compared Elon Musk to Trump? See, great minds do think alike. I just need an audience like Vosh now. I did the comparison first. That was my original thought. There we go. I got the deja vu first of the who knew X was so complicated bit.
Empty man, like desperately chasing any bit of public, credibility that he can get. For him to do this, this is like suicide for him.
True.
This is like a samurai ritual, like Sudoku. Okay, he's Sudokuing all.
Well, no, hold on. Cześć, Daniel. Hold on. The samurai thing was honorable. Okay, don't compare those things. This is an embarrassing blunder. The samurai thing was honorable. Don't make those things like comparable.
I think I'm fair in saying that Elon Musk is about as ego-driven as Donald Trump.
True.
And can you imagine Donald Trump tweeting out something like this? Like, there was somebody in his administration who left, and he was like, I would like to apologize to this person for my misunderstanding. I don't think Trump could do it, you know? Being kind to people is suicide. For Elon? Yes! And this isn't just being kind. This isn't really being kind. Do you mean seppuku? Sudoku is funnier. This isn't really being kind. This is like
Okay, this is embarrassing. I thought he said it like that because of YouTube monetization or something. But I mean, it was honorable when it happened in the Middle Ages or something, right? Like, it used to be honorable back then, right? Like, it was like a thing that people did for honor or something back then, right? It was a long time ago, right? I mean...
like, I will be sued into oblivion.
What my point is that it's not comparable, okay? Oh. My point is it's not comparable. But yeah. Yeah, it was considered honorable. That's true. True. It was considered honorable. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is that is a fair thing to say. that it was considered to be honorable, but Button was not necessarily actually honorable. Yeah, that's fair.
Oblivion, and I will lose a lot of money if I don't beg. You know? Yeah, this is essentially like him giving the Icelandic guy a rim job. I mean, it's so. By the way, this was Iceland's Person of the Year. Of all of the people to go after, man, the guy. Didn't this guy like lead a campaign to get wheelchair ramp?
I don't know. All I can think right now is towards Elon Musk serves him right. You know?
Installed across the entire country. This guy is basically like a one-man American Disabilities Act. Yeah, Ramp Up Iceland, building ramps throughout the nation to increase accessibility.
It serves him right.
Wheelchairs. He's also personally donated to the legal funds of victims of sexual abuse. And he chose to take his money in wages rather than in stock options so that he didn't have to pay capital gains tax, but instead paid like the full income tax. Exact opposite of Elon. Wait, what? Who thinks like this that you become suicidal because you are compelled to be kind to people? What kind of personality disorder is that? Superjet guy, I'm going to give you
an
incredible opportunity here, okay? I'm going to get you the opportunity to ascend beyond your autism. Your ability to understand statements others have made.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
Superjet guy, I'm going to...
Okay, I want to hear that again.
And he chose to take his money in wages rather than in
I want to hear that again.
so that he didn't have to pay capital gains tax, but instead paid like the full income tax. Exact opposite of Elon. Wait, what? Who thinks like this that you become suicidal because you are compelled to be kind to people? What kind of personality disorder is that? Superjet guy, I'm gonna give you...
What? Where I need to see this in writing. What?
An incredible opportunity here, okay?
What's happening?
The opportunity to ascend beyond your autism. Your ability to understand statements others have made is crippled by a problem with your brain. But autism, like all injuries, okay, can be cured. And I'm going to help you out with
injury?
Okay?
Oh no.
So if you think for just a moment, and I know that's asking a lot of you, you might realize that since the precursor to me saying this is like suicide for Elon was a thorough description of how ego-driven he is, you might then think that I am saying that it is in fact to him like suicide. Have you seen Donald Trump apologize for anything ever in a fashion such as this? I think that Elon and Trump are comparably ego-driven. I think they're both empty except for that. To people like that, to people who are narcissists or megalomaniacs, apologizing comprehensively for their behavior genuinely is like suicide. I am not joking when I say that. Okay?
Yeah, do smash the
There are people
button.
to whom a public apology for misbehavior is legitimately like whatever the greatest anxiety you felt in your life, like hands quivering, like ice in your stomach, heart beating, palpitation, sweat beating on your forehead, like a panic attack, feeling like you're gonna die. It's literally over and it will not get better. That is how Elon felt as he was forced to make this tweet. Okay?
Oh my gosh.
It is ego death.
I mean,
Ego men. All right?
that is
and these
true.
are no average narcissists either. And these are high-level narcissists. So when I say it's
Smash
like
the
that for them,
button.
I'm talking about their personality disorders, not my own. Also, this isn't being kind. This is desperately trying to not pay $100 million. Can Musk
True.
be sued for ADA violations or HIPAA for what he did?
That is true.
Like if
it wasn't like it was so. Oh my gosh.
I wanted to sue him, he could, but I don't think that he would.
How do you even describe this? The fact that he was so gleeful about, like, firing this person and belittling him, and once he learned the full context of how screwed he was, he backpedaled so fast. He apologized so fast.
I think this is a pretty big PR victory. Seriously, I actually think this is the only time that Elon Musk has apologized, especially in such a slavering, pathetic way. Think about it. When he got one-upped on the saving Thai children in an underground cave thing, what did he do? Did he apologize?
It's called call to action. Okay, push the button and become a Patreon. Become a Patreon.
No, he called the other guy who actually did save them. Did he apologize for any of the things that he's been wrong about? Any of the things that he lied about? The sexual harassment that he's done against his employees? Is he like anything? But this he apologizes for because he really, really, really does not want to get sued / have to pay $100 million. It just goes to show how incompetent of a businessman Elon Musk really is. And I think it's a wonderful contrast against this guy who, you know, all rich people are evil, except maybe him. Maybe he's cool. I'm willing to hear it out. Seems like a cool...
This was such an interesting Twitter thing, about inheriting wealth. Nice jabs, I have to say.
Cool dude. Yeah. There we go. Willing to... I'm willing to hear that one out, you know? We have received a contrary application on the evil rich people subject, and I am willing to listen. Oh, he's opening up a restaurant, too. In other news, I'm opening a restaurant in downtown Reykjavik soon. It's named after my mom. Like many moms, she was the best mom in the world. Kind, funny, hardworking, and a wonderful artist. And cool, oh boy, was she cool. See you soon at Anna Jonah. Or possibly Hona. That's really cute. Looks nice, too. I think this is a 3D render, but... unlike most 3D renders, this is a 3D render that could actually be built. It's not like a mega city, like The Line or whatever. Dude certainly has the money for it. It does look really cozy. I believe it's pronounced Yona. Okay, so it'd be Anayona. That sounds nice. Anayona. Oh, you're right. It does say restaurant, bar, cinema. Oh, I guess it'll have a movie theater component. That's cool.
Interesting.
So yeah, if we're gonna settle on anything here,
It's like the Jewish theater that for the longest time had like a coffee shop / well, mostly a coffee shop, a little bit of a restaurant next to it in the same building. You had this nice coffee shop inside of the Jewish theater.
here, it'll be that this dude's cool, I guess. I will not Wikipedia him, because if he's done something bad, it'll make me feel a bit sad. Best not to. Let's not tempt fate then, huh? Oh, sorry. Check the controversy section. All right, I'll do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna tempt fate.
Controversy.
I'm just gonna copy paste his name because I don't know how to type those characters. Arthur was born with a genetic congenital muscle disease that forced him to use a wheelchair. His mother died when he was 11 in a car accident caused by a drunk driver. Wow, okay. Then he created that company. He was named the Icelandic Businessman of the Year by the Icelandic Association of Business and Economists. Sold it to Twitter. In an agreement between him and Twitter, most of the purchase price was paid as salary to maximize the tax he'd pay for the sale in Iceland. He chose to pay the tax out of respect to Iceland for the disability benefits he received. Per the agreement, he paid the second highest tax of any individual in Iceland in 2021.
Ooh.
Started a project called Ramp Up Reykjavik. Reykjavik is like the one city in Iceland. You guys all know Iceland is like that tiny island. Reykjavik is like their one city.
Oh.
Given an opportunity.
Oh my gosh. I knew a person from Iceland that was like a voice actress and also a composer to my animations. And then she just disappeared from the face of the earth. And our beautiful cooperation just stopped. I remember that. That was unfortunate.
To travel there, but it didn't work out one time. It's really beautiful there. There's like 4 cities, yeah, named the Icelandic Person of the Year. In February 2023, despite being on a do not fire list, oh my god! That's why HR couldn't confirm. HR had access to the do not fire list, but somebody above them fired him anyway, and they didn't want to comment on it because they weren't given clarification. HR was staring at a big red name in giant 72-point font. Do not fire this guy. He is a landmine. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Following an interaction with Elon Musk on Twitter.
That's embarrassing.
Musk trolled him.
Oh, thank you.
Haroldo received confirmation from Twitter's Human Resource Department that his employment actually had been
I'm the
following Musk's
VTuber.
tweet where he alleged Haroldo did no real work at all. Haroldo received a series of tweets over his medical condition while subtly mocking his former boss. Musk later apologized for his misunderstanding of this situation.
My gosh.
I wish this website wouldn't do the alt text. Like, anytime you have your mouse over something. That's pretty.
That is pretty embarrassing,
As
but
per a
also
clause included in the contract
pretty
of the
funny, right?
acquisition, however, in the event Twitter parts ways with Thor Leifson, holy shit, Vinland Saga ass name, that not so little bluebird on the hook for the aforementioned sum. Yeah. 100 mil. We must appreciate little wins like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Vosh, turns out the wheelchair is made of babies. Yeah, guys, we went through the entire Wikipedia page and we didn't see anything negative. That's pretty nice. Oh, I guess we'll finish this off by looking at Reykjavik and how beautiful it is. You know? Because it's the one city in Iceland. So I figure we should look at how beautiful it is.
I've actually met people that have visited Iceland, and people, at least when I've been doing my course, which is, I guess, my qualification, I guess that's my credential that I have this certificate to teach English from. I did the CELTA thing. Like, there have been people in my course that really praise Iceland. Some of them say they want to go there to live there forever. It's apparently really nice in many aspects.
So here's it. You might notice that it's gorgeous because it looks like.
But it is cold.
Like an alpine.
I'm just gonna warn you right off the bat. That country is cold.
European village nestled up against some mountainous glaciers. Here's the same view more during the daytime, which, as you can see, is also really pretty. And then they have water there. That's really cool. Oh yeah, sometimes there's
You do have water.
goes Joker mode because of the Northern Lights.
Joker mode.
Turns out that if you want to see the Northern Lights, this is like the place to see it, because the magnetic bands that drive the Aurora Borealis are just going absolutely hog wild over Iceland. You know, it's pretty cool. Seriously, a lot of these images just look like fantasy, like it's like fairy tale stuff, you know? Like places shouldn't be that beautiful. They have active volcanoes, which also means that their underground magma activity gives them hot springs. You know? It's just like in the Japanese video games where you're climbing the mountain and there are bad guys, but then you can chill in the hot springs. It's like that. This is cool. I don't even know what the fuck's going on over here, man. It's cool, though. Reykjavik, of course, is a relatively small town because it has like 200,000 people and it's the capital. Also, Reykjavik is gay. Sorry.
What?
Gay. There we go. And the sun is up all the time over there. Yeah, yeah, here we go. Here's a sun graph for Reykjavik. So, right here, so starting in May and ending in August, there's just no end to the sun. Yeah, sun? Yes. But it's not positioned so that there's ever an eternal night. Even in the darkest part of winter, they still get like 6 hours of daylight. That's pretty cool. Do you think they have a lot of orgies there? Oh, they probably have a ton of orgies.
Oh my gosh.
For sure. I have seen them bake bread with lava. Wait, what? Well, I kind of want to see that. There are tons of hot springs around Seattle. Well, we have Mount Rainier nearby. It's like a huge dead volcano. They have an app so you don't marry someone too closely related. Really? Oh, that makes sense, because Iceland's so small that, like, it wouldn't be that difficult for a bunch of people to just accidentally marry their, like, third cousins, you know? That's kind of funny.
Is it?
How, like, everyone is everyone else's 200th cousin, right? Or, like...
Is it that funny?
How far is it before it's acceptable? I'm asking unironically because literally, if you go back, like, 20 steps cousins-wise, you're related to, like, everyone, practically. So, obviously, there's a level where it has to be acceptable. Would it be, like, third or fifth cousin or something? I don't know. Third feels too close. I think fourth or fifth has to
I mean, the person...
Fourth or fifth, like, you...
The person that made the music for my animations from Iceland did say that gender for them was like a complicated subject.
have no connection, basically, genetically or
Who?
or like socially. I don't know. Fifth is for full genetic.
I'm from
diversity, I
Poland.
think. Yeah, it makes sense. Can you explain the difference? Like, what does second or third mean? Okay. I could be. So your cousin is the child.
Are you asking me or Vosh?
So a second cousin would be a grandchild of one of your great uncles or great aunts. So that would be a brother or a sister of one of your grandparents had a marriage or had a kid, and then that kid found someone and had a kid, and then that would be your second cousin. And that's already pretty distant.
Or you were asking
Third-
obsessive
so yeah, so a
French.
third cousin would be your great grandparent had a brother. That brother married, had a kid. That kid married, had a kid, and then that kid married and had a kid. That's your third cousin. So once you've done that 4 steps removed, genetically, there's like a huge, like, yeah, okay, like 4 or 5 seems right, probably. The cousin chart. Ah, yes, of course.
I see.
They teach this to you in Iceland, in 2nd grade. Rainier is actually still active.
I see.
Where's the
I
go
see.
/ no-go line? Yeah, I can't help but notice this doesn't include a
Is
line
this-
saying when it's okay to smash. I will say though, I don't think I've ever even met a second cousin. Like, I've met plenty of my cousins, uncles and aunts. I don't think I've ever met even a second cousin.
I see.
But I don't hang out with my family that much, like my broader family.
Same. Same, actually. I don't hang out with my family all that much either. Okay, we've watched the Vosh. What do you think? You want to press that like button? What is this? Oh no. 2 holes. Oh. Well, then what do you know? I guess we'll have a little bit of a treat, and we will watch a video by my good friend about food. If the auto translator is as good as I think it is. It is not. Oh wow. This does not have auto translator. I wanted to show you some auto translation of this, but it's unavailable.
Hej, lubicie jeść? Bo ja bardzo.
Oh my
I
gosh.
dzisiaj połączę przyjemne z pożytecznym. Robiąc mukbang, opowiem Wam o mukbangu. Określa się tak specyficzną formę przekazu wideo, w której kluczowym zajęciem osoby prowadzącej jest spożywanie posiłku.
Oh, it's like about the... It's about those videos when you eat food. I guess we won't be watching this for super long because the auto translation is not working, but...
Od razu chciałabym również zaznaczyć, że nie będzie to żadnego rodzaju challenge, nie będę starała się zmieścić jak największej ilości jedzenia i nie będę jadła również na czas.
Yeah, it's Finn.
Mam tu wiele dań, ale oczywiście nie zjem ich wszystkich do końca. Chcę Wam po prostu pokazać, jak wygląda taki typowo mukbangowy kadr. Jak widzicie, prezentacja jedzenia jest tu bardzo ważna. Korzystając z okazji...
Damn. Maybe we'll watch a newer video. Because newer videos actually have auto-translate that's pretty good. Oh, let's watch this one. This one has pretty good auto-translation. My gosh, I saw a auto-translate for... I saw that her videos had good auto-translate. And now I cannot access it for some reason. Oh, there is auto-translate. There we go. Let's go. Yeah, it is about mukbang. Because Huen speaks extremely clearly in her videos, the auto-translate does a pretty good job with her video. So let's try this one. and you will tell me if we watch a bit, and you will tell me if this is a really important topic as well. You will tell me if we did, but we've already, I've already shared that one a lot, and I would like to try to. I would like to give this video a chance. If we think that the other translate sucks, then we will switch to that video we translated. But I would really like to show you this video about rare diseases that are not rare at all. Ready? Let's watch this. How much do you know about rare diseases, by the way? I'll make a poll before we start even. Do you know about rare diseases? Yes, no, ask your community. Yes and no, ask your community. No, okay. I guess it's a new topic for 2 of the voters that decided to vote. So let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready and excited. I'll just leave the voting up. I'm gonna change the title. Think about rare diseases with a giggler. Let's go. Let's go.
Czy Tolkien, kreśląc we Władcy Pierścieni...
Okay, but I need it to be English. I need it to be English. I'm sorry. There we go. It can't be just Polish subtitles.
Czy Tolkien, kreśląc we Władcy Pierścieni postać prastarego drzewca, wiedział, iż istnieją ludzie, z których skóry...
Oh my gosh.
Pierścieni postać prastarego
I'm pausing for you to help it a bit.
drzewca wiedział, iż istnieją ludzie, z których skóry, zwłaszcza dłoni i stóp, wyrastają narośla wyglądające jak kora i gałęzie drzew? Tego nie wiemy. Jednak niestety są na świecie osoby cierpiące na dysplazję lewandowskiego ludca. Przyczyną choroby jest zakażenie popularnym wirusem HPV, czyli brodawczaka ludzkiego. Niektóre typy wirusa powodują występowanie brodawek skórnych, inne mogą prowadzić do raka szyjki macicy. Kiedy jednak wirus pojawi się u osoby z rzadką mutacją genu na chromosomie 17, powoduje namnażanie się komórek i tworzy narośle.
And yeah, that's right. Huen is doing the drawings herself. It's like a segment she created some time ago. It used to be a lot more time limited, but I think she decided to do this video like this because I don't think they set up a studio in Vietnam. I think that's the...
Potrafią one ważyć nawet kilka kilogramów, powodować ból, uniemożliwiać normalne funkcjonowanie. Po odcięciu odrastają, a w końcu mogą pokryć niemal całe ciało.
That's pretty intense. And none of you have ever heard about this kind of disease? None of the chat has ever heard of this?
Inne Inna choroba, progeria, powoduje objawy podobne do przedwczesnego starzenia się. Dzieci około 2 roku życia są chudziutkie, zaczynają łysieć, a potem pojawiają się u nich zmarszczki. Cierpią na miażdżycę tętnic, chorobę krążenia, sztywność stawów. Ich ciała starzeją się w ciągu każdego kolejnego roku o 10 lat. Średnia długość życia chorych na progerię to 14,5 roku.
Which is like 140 years, right? In aging.
W tym wieku ich ciała są już w takim stanie jak ciała osób ponad 100-letnich.
Yeah.
Istnieje również schorzenie nazywane fibrodysplazją, polegające na tym, że w organizmie chorego pojawia się coraz więcej kości. Zastępują one ścięgna, mięśnie i więzadła. Schorzenie to jest ogromnie niebezpieczne, ponieważ z czasem coraz trudniej jest się poruszać, wykonywać najprostsze czynności.
Like people like understand it. Bones grow instead of muscles, and your insides just become a big mass of bones.
I związane chociażby z jedzeniem, oddychaniem czy mówieniem. Wszystkie te straszne choroby łączy jedno – są chorobami rzadkimi. Według definicji europejskiej chorobą rzadką jest każda choroba, której częstość wynosi 5 lub mniej na 10 000 osób. Wyróżnia się też choroby ultrarzadkie, których częstość wynosi 1 na 50 000 osób. Niektóre z nich są tak mało spotykane, że na całym świecie znane są tylko pojedyncze przypadki chorych. Można wymienić wiele wspólnych mianowników chorób rzadkich. Są to z reguły choroby przewlekłe, postępujące, zwyrodnieniowe i zagrażające życiu. Statystycznie 65% z nich ma ciężki przebieg, a w 50% występuje opóźnienie rozwoju psychoruchowego. 80% ma podłoże genetyczne, a od 50 do 75% zaczyna się już w dzieciństwie. Niejednokrotnie prowadzą do obniżenia jakości życia, nie tylko życia samego pacjenta, ale również całej jego rodziny. Bardzo często jeden z opiekunów musi porzucić swoją pracę zawodową, żeby zająć się chorym. W tej chwili znamy około 8 000 chorób rzadkich, chociaż na tle innych chorób trafiają się one raczej wyjątkowo. Gdybyśmy utworzyli kraj mający za mieszkańców tylko i wyłącznie wszystkich...
This is where it becomes really interesting, because this is where we start to realize that the rare diseases affect a lot of people. Things that we perceive to be rare affect a lot of people.
Osoby dotknięte chorobami rzadkimi, jego populacja byłaby 3. co do wielkości krajem świata. Szacuje się, że na świecie na choroby rzadkie cierpi 350 milionów ludzi. Kiedy weźmiemy pod uwagę, że wpływ schorzenia rozciąga się również na członków rodziny i opiekunów pacjentów, okazuje się, że choroby te oddziałują na życie ponad 1 miliarda osób na świecie.
See? 1 billion people are affected by rare diseases, which puts it all into perspective, right?
Ocenia się, że w Polsce chorujących jest 2-3 miliony osób. Tymczasem do ciężaru samej choroby dokłada się jeszcze
The
trudność...
population of Poland is 40 million. Like, population of Poland in total is like 40 million. So 3 million is a lot.
W uzyskaniu diagnozy przyjęło się nawet określenie odyseja diagnostyczna, ponieważ pacjent, podobnie jak Odys wracający do Itaki, ma niezwykle długą i najeżoną kłopotami drogę do przebycia. Chodzi od jednego specjalisty do drugiego, zanim zostanie mu postawiona prawidłowa diagnoza. Jest to czas bardzo trudny dla pacjenta i jego rodziny. W Europie 25% pacjentów z rzadkimi chorobami musiało czekać od 5 do 30
5 to 30 years of waiting for a correct diagnosis. Let that sink in.
lat na otrzymanie diagnozy genetycznej, a 40% początkowo otrzymało wiele błędnych diagnoz, co prowadziło do nieskutecznego i niepotrzebnego leczenia. Dlaczego tak jest? Oczywiście nie pomaga sama rzadkość występowania tych chorób. Przede wszystkim jednak charakteryzują się one szerokim spektrum objawów. Symptomy nawet tej samej jednostki chorobowej mogą być bardzo zróżnicowane, a także pojawiać się z czasem, co oznacza, że nawet jeśli w danej chorobie występuje jakiś charakterystyczny objaw, może rozwinąć się on dopiero po kilku latach. Czasem pierwsze symptomy mogą być też całkiem pospolite, więc stan chorego łatwo wytłumaczyć jakimś powszechnym schorzeniem, co w rezultacie prowadzi niestety do błędnej diagnozy lub co najmniej odwleczenia się prawidłowej.
poza niewątpliwie istotnym znaczeniem medycznym.
See, like, as part of her videos, Hen talks to experts in the field. She's really professional about her work.
Postawienie diagnozy ma również kolosalne znaczenie psychologiczne dla rodziny. Kończy się trwający często wiele miesięcy czy nawet lat etap niepewności, etap zupełnie przecież nieuzasadnionego obwiniania się o chorobę dziecka.
Osoby, które cierpią na poszczególne schorzenia, zwłaszcza w obecnej dobie internetu, mogą stosunkowo łatwo znaleźć się nawzajem i zebrać w grupy, które stanowią zarówno wsparcie dla chorych.
Yeah, like, I think we can all sort of appreciate how it's now easier for certain groups to find one another and, you know, support one another, right? I think it's an extremely can become an extremely useful tool for marginalized groups, right?
Jakie mają większą siłę przybicia w oddziaływaniu społecznym czy wpływie na organizację ochrony zdrowia. Chorzy mogą dzięki nim skuteczniej starać się o zapewnienie sobie i innym pełnych standardów leczenia.
And it translates into power that can be used to affect positive change. I agree with that 100%. This is what I advocate for with the Love and Solidarity mantra.
Ale też wspólnie edukować i zyskiwać zrozumienie dla swojej choroby u osób, które dotąd się z nią nie spotkały. W przypadku chorób rzadkich, każdy z ośrodków medycznych ma pod swoją opieką przeważnie tylko kilku pacjentów. Wielkie znaczenie ma więc tu współpracy między tymi ośrodkami. Kiedy zliczy się ich wszystkich razem, z kilku osób z każdego ośrodka zrobi się w sumie kilkadziesiąt, kilkaset czy tysiące. W skali świata umożliwia to zdobycie istotnych danych medycznych, zwiększenie wiedzy o chorobie, jej pierwszych objawach i przebiegu, a także o skuteczności różnych terapii, co ma oczywiście bezpośrednie przełożenie na leczenie, zarówno objawowe, jak i przyczynowe, oraz na działania profilaktyczne.
Aby postawić diagnozę, my musimy określić.
This, the green thing says, this is the title, Professor Doktor habilitowany, like because you first become a doctor, then you become a professor, but you write all of those titles in your thing. So you're like Professor Habilitated Dr. Joanna Krusewska. And she's like the chair lady of the Warsaw wing of the Biochemistry Society.
Określić, gdzie, w którym miejscu genomu, czyli naszego DNA, znajduje się błąd, czyli mutacja.
W każdej cząsteczce DNA znajdują się 4 rodzaje związków chemicznych, zasad oznaczonych literkami A, T, C, G. Ludzki genom składa się z ponad 3 miliardów par zasad kodujących geny, stąd genom nazywany bywa naszą księgą życia. Znamy ich prawidłowy układ, jednak poszukiwanie błędów tego rozmiaru sekwencji to jak szukanie igły w stogu siana. Co prawda w znajdowaniu nieprawidłowości w pewnym stopniu pomagają programy komputerowe, niemniej jest to szalenie trudne. Warto jednak dodać, że wiedza na temat znaczenia poszczególnych wariantów genetycznych jest coraz większa. Dzięki nowoczesnym technologiom możliwe stało się badanie genów człowieka na szeroką skalę. Znamy podłoże genetyczne kilku tysięcy chorób, chociaż wciąż nie wszystkich. W związku z tym u części chorych, pomimo wykonania badania genetycznego, nie jest możliwe jednoznaczne określenie przyczyny
It's like very difficult, very
też, że znajdowane są warianty nowe, czyli błędy w sekwencji DNA, których znaczenie dla danego genu i kodowanego przez ten gen białka nie jest znane.
Jeżeli nawet znajdziemy taki błąd, to teraz musimy potwierdzić, czy ten błąd będzie odpowiadał za jakiś brak aktywności jakiegoś enzymu, którego enzymu i jak duży będzie ten brak tej aktywności.
Wciąż jeszcze ostateczna liczba genów człowieka nie jest określona. Wiemy, że jest to około 20 kilku tysięcy. Co więcej, wśród tych 20 kilku tysięcy znajdują się takie geny, których funkcja nie jest już jeszcze ustalona. Nie wiemy, czy mutacje występujące w tych genach mają jakiekolwiek znaczenie kliniczne dla człowieka.
Zatem często nie mamy informacji,
This is what makes it
która zmiana na poziomie
complicated.
genowym przekłada się na konkretne objawy u pacjenta, która zmiana jest tą najważniejszą, którą trzeba naprawić.
Yeah.
Dlatego, gdy znajdziemy podejrzaną mutację, możemy ją wymodelować. Modelowanie chorób polega na tym, że do układu, który jesteśmy w stanie kontrolować,
I think that flashed too quickly. I think I'm gonna go back and pause it. Oh, there we go. Disease modeling consists of introducing changes in genes analogs to those found in a patient
tym, że do
2A
układu, który jesteśmy
system. We are able to control,
w
i.e.
stanie kontrolować, czyli na przykład do pewnych
certain
komórek,
cells.
wprowadzamy analogiczne jak te, które znaleźliśmy u pacjenta, zmiany w genach i obserwujemy, czy coś się zmienia.
Right.
Ja w swojej pracy na przykład używam bardzo prostego.
Dr. Hub, so this is just a doctor, Joanna Kaminska, and this is the Institute of Biochemistry and Physics.
organizmu, jakim są drożdże piekarskie Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Mogę pokazać, o tak ładnie rosną.
Może to zaskakujące, ale komórki drożdży są na tyle podobne do komórek człowieka.
The fact that yeast cells are extremely like similar to human cells actually surprised me a bit. I'm not sure if any of you knew this.
Że możemy wykorzystać je do badania niektórych chorób. Drożdże mają też wiele genów podobnych do naszych, dzięki
This is very interesting. We're like huge yeasts, aren't we?
czemu właściwie w nich manewrując możemy włączyć lub wyłączyć drożdżowy odpowiednik genu stojącego za daną chorobą, albo wkleić ludzki gen, u którego podejrzewamy o powodowanie danego schorzenia. W ten sposób, na najprostszym poziomie komórkowym, mamy odwzorowane symptomy ludzkiej dolegliwości, czyli model choroby, który możemy badać.
This is really interesting. The thing that we can use yeast like to, you know, sort of do research on our like human disease.
Jeżeli uda nam się rozpoznać gen, który odpowiada za objawy u pacjenta, możemy szukać terapii. Dzięki temu, że drożdże są bardzo dobrze poznanymi w nauce organizmami, dysponujemy wiedzą, jak oddziałuje na nich mnóstwo różnych związków chemicznych. I kiedy w modelu naszej choroby zaobserwujemy na przykład, że gen wprowadzony do komórek drożdży zahamował ich wzrost, możemy przeszukać bibliotekę związków chemicznych, czy jest jakaś substancja, która ten efekt odwróci.
Isn't that pretty cool?
A zatem stanowi potencjalny lek, który może pomóc pacjentowi.
Następnym etapem jest to przenieść na inny model. No najpierw na jakiś organizm, tak? Bo drożdże to jest jedna komórka. Teraz trzeba przenieść na jakiś inny model, gdzie ja mam kilka różnych typów komórek. Może to być, możemy to przenieść na przykład na robaka. Możemy to przenieść na muszkę.
Kolejnym etapem są badania kliniczne, czyli z udziałem ludzi.
I tutaj te badania kliniczne oczywiście odbywają się najpierw na
See,
zdrowych.
first we do the research on the mini humans, the yeast, and then we go to the macro humans.
A potem na właściwych pacjentach. I są to olbrzymie koszty idące naprawdę miliardy dolarów.
This is a neuropsychologist.
Na to, aby tak naprawdę końcowym efektem był lek, który czy znajdziemy w aptece, czy no, może być też tak, że go nie znajdziemy, bo się okaże nieskuteczny. Dlatego, że pamiętajmy, że człowiek jako taki to nie jest zbiór komórek.
Jeżeli jakaś substancja działa na komórce, która nawet jest uszkodzona i ma patogeny charakterystyczne dla danego schorzenia, to człowiek chory na daną chorobę może zupełnie inaczej na tę substancję zareagować. Nie ma też dwóch jednakowych ludzi i nie ma dwóch tak samo chorujących pacjentów.
Każdy z nas ma i swoje uwarunkowania, działają na niego rozmaite czynniki, które powodują, że po pierwsze ten sam etap choroby może zupełnie inaczej się prezentować, a dwa, że pacjent może zupełnie inaczej reagować na leki.
Dlatego poszukiwanie i odkrycie uniwersalnego, działającego u wszystkich czy u zdecydowanej większości pacjentów leku na jakąkolwiek chorobę, a tym bardziej chorobę rzadką, jest niesłychanie trudne, czasochłonne i drogie. Czasami na dodatek okazuje się, że cały ten wysiłek nie przyniósł oczekiwanych efektów i nie udało się znaleźć skutecznego leku na chorobę, nad którą obecnie pracujemy. To oczywiście frustrujące i smutne, ale na szczęście praca nie idzie na marne. W trakcie badań powiększamy wiedzę naukową, która może nam się przydać w przyszłości i nigdy nie wiemy, kiedy oraz jak bardzo kluczowa ona będzie. Dlatego bardzo ważne jest, żeby badania naukowe były przeprowadzane i kontynuowane oraz dostępne dla innych naukowców i lekarzy.
Otępienia wydaje się, że nie są chorobami rzadkimi, ale ja zajmuję się tą specyficzną grupą otępień, które jednak są rzadkie. Na pewno wszyscy słyszeliśmy o pisarzu, niestety już nieżyjącym, który nazywał się Terry Pratchett. Terry Pratchett w około 60 roku życia zaczął cierpieć na trochę niepokojące, jak dla pisarza, problemy z czytaniem, z pisaniem. Nie mógł już na komputerze pisać swoich książek.
W diagnostyce okazało się, że ten brytyjski autor powieści fantasy i science fiction miał bardzo specyficzny, rzadki wariant choroby Alzheimera, zwany zanikiem korowotylnym. Chorował typowo i nie było problemów z postawieniem u niego diagnozy. Problemem było to, że nie było dostępnej żadnej terapii. Niestety, około 90% chorób rzadkich nie ma odpowiedniego leczenia. Terry Pratchett napisał kiedyś: ludzie potrzebują wiary w bogów, choćby dlatego, że tak trudno jest wierzyć w ludzi. Kiedy jednak myślę o całym postępie medycyny, dokonywanym małymi krokami przez liczne badania, poświęcenie czasu, próby naukowców i lekarzy, ich pasje, zaangażowanie, chęć pomocy, takie jak pań, z którymi tu rozmawiałam, sądzę, że jednak wiara w ludzi ma głębokie podstawy.
This is so positive, such a positive ending to the video.
Film powstał w związku ze zbliżającym się Dniem Chorób Rzadkich, który co roku przypada na ostatni dzień lutego. Adekwatnie, jest to nietypowy
My birthday is the day of the rare diseases, which I never knew before.
dzień, tak samo jak choroby.
I never knew that before.
Mamy nadzieję, że dowiedzieliście się o nich czegoś nowego
I have.
i że film Wam się spodobał.
I love
Jeśli
this
interesują
video.
Was tematy związane z trapiącymi ludzi schorzeniami, polecamy Wam ten film oraz tę serię. Dziękujemy Wam za obejrzenie i do zobaczenia w następnym odcinku. Pa!
So there we have it. How did you like the video? How did you like this video? Were the subtitles good or were the subtitles bad? Now, I will do a poll. I will go to the toilet, and when I'm back, I'm gonna check the results and see how many people actually vote. I will be right back with you. Go to the toilet real quickly. That's not good. You were not able to read them, were you? Oh no. At least nobody voted. What did you think of this video? I think this creator deserves to be like big. Like she already is big. Like 758,000 subscribers. Her subscribers are mainly from Poland. She has a huge fan base. Like, she has a really huge fan base, but I think I'm gonna be working on translating manually some of the videos. Oh, I could have made it bigger. You should tell me. You should tell me. But yeah, like it really makes me sad that horrible bigots like that person we've been watching before have like 2 million subs, and Hen does like so much work. She sources everything. She brings on experts. Her quality of presentation is really, really high, and she's under 1 million. You know? I think she deserves to be bigger than that, like, Daily Wire bigot that we've discussed before. This is such a sad development. Like, it's like really shocking to learn that a thing affects 1 billion people all over the world. You know? Really, really interesting. I guess this is like a video essay, so I guess Huen is like a video essayist, although she like does science rather than politics. But yeah, we've watched this. That was very nice. Who is this? Who is Augie RFC? Who is that? I have no idea. I have no idea who that person is. The trans move, what? Oh no. What is that? Alright, Brett Cooper, of course. Of course, Brett Cooper, the person that we've mentioned before. 500,000 views, the truth about the transition, of course. Of course. Of course we get something like this. Why am I not even surprised at this point? Infamous trans teacher was not even trans, so... Damn. Damn, gigglers. But at least we've managed to fulfill a commission. What do you think? What is your sort of how do you like the slime girl? What is your sort of evaluation of the slime girl? Brett Cooper. Welcome to 2023 urinals in the woman's bathroom. There you go. I have no clue why you would go to a conclusion that urinals would be installed in women's bathrooms. I don't even know. I don't even know why. I don't even know why urinals are in the man bathroom, to be honest. Like, urinals are such a cursed idea. Urinals were a mistake. Should urinals be destroyed? It's not like a biased question at all. Yes, slimy fingers. It's like a slime girl. No! Oh wow. We have some urinal lovers here. I see how it is. I think urinals should be destroyed. I think there should be no urinals. Urinals were such a cursed idea. Wow. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's the percentage. Those are like the odds that I like to see. This is the voting that I like to see. I don't like urinals. I'm a urinal enemy. Urinals are my enemies. I swear. Like, it goes beyond gender. I just don't like urinals. They're so creepy. I don't need to see people, like, just build stalls. Why do you need urinals? Stop it. Stop that. Stop the urinal menace. But I don't really feel like watching Brett. Like this person says nothing. Just screams about decency and common sense and gets 500,000 views. Which really infuriates me. Urinals without dividers should be a crime. True. It's true. Like, this hate-filled scree gets 404,000 subscribers. And the video we've just watched has 62k views. This is like such an injustice. I swear. Like, really well crafted, prepared, sourced with experts. Video has 62k views, while basically a mindless, vapid, empty screed of hates gets 500,000 views. This is basically what is promoted by the algorithm, I guess. Like, infuriating. This is so infuriating to me personally. You know? That person even finds any sort of viewer base. The reality of OnlyFans. 729k views. My God. Lucy deserves better. Fairy tale. Interesting video. I'm gonna save it for later
Ever since I was introduced.
because it talks about a character called Lucy. So naturally, I'm gonna be interested in that topic, right? Right. Of course. Of course, this is gonna be my topic. Never call me a cis woman. Notice one thing. I have reacted to one video. I have never seen this person before. I have reacted to one video of this person on a recommendation, and now YouTube keeps pushing their videos to me. Like, the YouTube now keeps pushing more and more videos of this person on me. Like, every time I refresh, this person appears on the YouTube window. Oh, okay, it's not here now, but most of the time, that channel does appear. And it's annoying. Because we've only reacted to one video. We might take a look at the top 10 most violent RPGs one. Let's do an experiment. There you go. This person is back. Refreshed. The person's YouTube is back. There we go. Refresh. That person is here again. Who thought this Anne Frank movie was a good idea? There we go. Woke Anne Frank? Wait. What? What do you mean woke? What? Wait. The person from the diary, the Jewish girl? What do you mean woke Anne Frank? What? Will I need to go over this thing? Where is it? Don't recommend channel. Like, sure, I can do that, but most people will be just fed this. Like, this is really annoying. That really good content creators just don't get nearly as many views as that person. You're wrong about Final Fantasy VIII. Don't worry. We will be playing Final Fantasy VIII in the future. But now, we're gonna watch a wholesome video. Ready? Violent RPGs. There we go.
Graphic violence has always been a controversial topic in video games.
True.
It has always been that way between gamers and non-gamers.
Gamers.
Amongst parents. But when it comes to JRPGs, well, I rarely see that in video games like that. In most JRPGs that I've ever played, let's say about 80 or 90%, I've rarely seen anything remotely graphically violent in those. But of course, there are some exceptions, and we are just about to meet some of them.
Also, let's not forget that we are actually moving away from the term now.
As usual, this is my personal opinion, and I'm only including North American releases. So let's begin.
Oh, damn. Let's see if I know. I know Koudelka. Koudelka is actually really interesting because it always reminds me of the Polish word for the thing that you, for the blanket that you use in your bed, kołdra.
Number 10, Koudelka. Koudelka is one of those controversial games in the history of RPGs.
I want to
not
play
only
it.
for mixing survival horror elements with the genre, but also for being the prequel to the popular Shadow Hearts series. Another
I remember Koudelka.
only for those who have actually played
I remember when it came out, but I haven't played it much actually. We should play it at some point on stream.
it. It's the mixed criticism it has. Whether it's a good or a bad game is entirely subjective, but the thing is that Koudelka does have a lot of flaws, like
I thought it was slow.
literally speaking, and slow in combat even though being a strategy
Yeah,
RPG.
I thought it was slow.
However, this is all beside the point. Koudelka is the game that opens our top because some of its horror elements do stand out, but most of them involve cutscenes that are major spoilers, which is why I'm not showing you any, in case you want to go and play it.
Yeah, I want to play it.
Can be pretty grotesque and disturbing, but there's just a few, which is why this game stays on number 10. Number 9.
Oh.
Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga.
This game is really, really good. I personally love Digital Devil Saga, and I'm sure we will be playing it. Like, this game is brutal because it has in its story baked the element of characters devouring each other. It is like really, well, it's a pretty dark and brutal game.
I've only played the first one, so that's the one I'm gonna talk about.
I've also only played the first one. What a coincidence. I have not played the second one.
I don't remember this game being exactly violent, despite some bloody scenes here and there, but if I had to choose one of the most disturbing games from the entire Megami Tensei franchise, it just had to be this.
True.
Sure, there are games like Devil Summoner or Devil Survivor, and they do show some little graphic violence every once in a while, but in my opinion, none of them beat the infamous Digital Devil Saga.
Yeah.
Not only does it have some graphic outbursts here and there, but also themes that involve psychological violence and obnoxious physical transformations that could very well disturb much younger audiences.
I mean, and of course the plot element of characters devouring each other.
These transformations can be a little gorish sometimes, but nothing that can truly stand out like the following game that I'm about to talk about.
Okay.
That one at least has something that sure shocked a lot of people.
What is it?
That is Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse.
Oh, I have not played it. I have not played it.
I actually haven't played this game.
Oh my gosh.
Original Shin Megami Tensei 4, and it is a little violent, yes, but Apocalypse, I'm told it's way more. Guess I'll find out one day. But there's one thing that I can say for sure, and it's that it does have one of the most controversial openings and or trailers ever in the history of gaming. Here's the famous scene where this girl gets brutally cut in half, blood and intestines fly out for a couple of seconds, and the main character gets, well, the same reaction we all probably had when we first saw this. I mean, a Nintendo game for a portable console showing this?
Damn.
I don't think I need to explain more. Number 7.
Oh.
1 and 2.
Vandal Hearts 1 is not... Okay, Vandal Hearts 1 is violent because the animations of defeated enemies literally depict a fountain of blood gushing out of the characters, but Vandal Hearts 2 is brutal for a totally different reasons. Vandal Hearts 2 is brutal because it deals with very dark themes of abuse, of it's a very grim game, Vandal Hearts 2. was made by Konami when Konami was still a good company before it became what it is now, which is not good.
You did notice the mature rating on the covers, right? That's
Yeah.
rare in JRPGs, actually. We see them often in the Shin Megami Tensei or the Souls franchise, but in a random
We will play Vandal Hearts. Vandal Hearts is so worth experiencing, I assure you.
obscure hidden gem for the PS1, well, that's unusual.
Really good. I played it.
Trust me, and I mean it, it's not just the blood sprouting everywhere that you see every time a character or an enemy getting annihilated. It's the tragic, disturbing adult atmosphere you feel every now and then within the story.
Right.
I haven't played the third Vandal Hearts, which is Flames of Judgment, but I'm told it is equally bloody.
Of course, the second game is much, much more dark and bloody than the first one.
The first two Vandal Hearts are indeed a little graphically violent and stand out precisely because of that. Vandal Hearts 2 actually has also one of the most violent intros in the history of
Yeah.
RPGs. Just seeing all these sprites with graphics from over 20 years ago soaked in blood and characters in these kinds of graphic situations on a strategy
damn.
RPG just make you feel sad and disturbed at the same time. Number 6, Operation Dark.
So yeah, I can confirm the Vandal Hearts games because like I have played them both.
Darkness. In this game, I'm combining both graphic violence and the topic itself. It's a hidden gem for the Xbox 360, a strategy RPG that takes place during the Second World War,
The topic was pretty brutal in Vandal Hearts 2 as well.
specifically on the Nazi era, with Adolf Hitler actually being the main protagonist here.
Oh my god, I have not played this game ever.
They didn't give a damn about all the classic censorship we all know pretty well, and endorsed us with this joke of a game about Hitler. I say joke because, believe it or not, the game doesn't take itself seriously at times. Why? Well, because it involves zombies and vampires.
I see.
Yup. Hitler is controlling these underworldly creatures during the war.
Oh my gosh.
So, like I said at the beginning, it's useless to say this game is really violent just because of the blood, without mentioning actually the
Right.
World War II topic. However, when it does get serious, it can become a little disturbing, but mostly awkward.
Oh my gosh. Should I play this?
Number 5,
Oh,
Parasite Eve.
Parasite Eve we're playing now. Parasite Eve 2 is a bit of a disappointing game.
1 and 2. Kudel
I was disappointed with Parasite Eve 2 personally.
may have been controversial because it mixed survival horror with RPG, but let's not forget who did it first on a console system. On March 29, 1998, Parasite Eve came out and competed against Resident Evil in terms of graphic violence. This one, however, was a turn-based role-playing game with a very unique battle system.
Wait, hold on.
This seems
It wasn't a turn-based battle system. You had a meter, you free roam on the battlefield and there's a meter, you know? It's not exactly turn-based.
scene became legendary. We've all seen this rat going into one of the most
It's not a pure turn-based system by any means.
grotesque and violent transformations in the history of video games. Yikes. Now, the 3 Parasite Eve games are equally violent, especially since they're horror games to the core, but perhaps the PSP version might be even more, considering it was now more of a shooter than an RPG. I have barely played these games.
Parasite Eve 2 was also more of a shooter than an RPG. Only the first game really was mostly an RPG.
So I can't exactly talk about it, but Parasite Eve 2 is one that I also played, and it also included one legendary scene near the beginning with a woman transforming into a monster. although not as grotesque as the famous rat one, but really disturbing nonetheless.
I see.
In any case, both games are graphically violent, and they just deserved to be on this list.
True. True.
Number.
So I guess so far, oh, the game that we are playing right now. We are playing this game right now. So I guess I can say that I've played more than I haven't played from this list.
4. Drakengard, Drakengard 2, and Drakengard 3. The Drakengard franchise has an entire and controversial history of being violent, especially since its battle system includes some heavy hack and slash elements, turning them all into action RPGs. The first Drakengard was pretty well known for executing these bloodlust situations intentionally, but however, the most popular example was Drakengard 3, in which things got beyond a simple exaggeration. It's not only the graphic violence presented in this game that, in my opinion, it's nowhere near
The third one looks pretty good.
graphic as in games like God of War or Dante's Inferno when it comes to hack and slash games. No, it's also the disturbing, obscure topics the three games have in terms of psychological behavior.
Okay.
In the third game, which is allegedly the prequel to the franchise, the main character talks sometimes about how she actually enjoys killing everything in sight, and the more we journey with her, we learn about the reasons behind her genocidal madness.
Alright.
So yep, pretty graphic games, the third one in particular.
0.
Number 3 goes to Nier
Nier.
and Nier Automata.
Oh, really?
We all know already that Nier started as a spin-off of the Drakengard series, but it has now become a series of its own,
Right.
especially thanks to the second one's huge success. Nier, however, wins the third spot over Drakengard.
I wonder if we're gonna see a new Drakengard at this rate.
Mainly because of its psychological twists every now and then, especially near the ending. But the fact remains that it is also a very graphically violent action RPG that depicts bloodlust everywhere we go. Although not exactly intentional as in the Drakengard games, here the characters are fighting for survival or several other morally acceptable purposes. Blood and violence, however, are much too present in both games. I'm not sure if the animal killings could have hurt the nowadays overly sensitive community, but I did feel kind of awkward while attacking them.
Oh my gosh.
In Automata, this was no exception either. Killing animals, fortunately, wasn't as graphically violent as in tons of other video games out there.
My gosh.
Just seeing how many damn hits it took to end their lives was a little over the limit.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Number 2, Pandora's Tower.
Oh, I'm not sure I know this one.
Oh man, wanna talk about the grotesque here? Without spoiling anything, since this
I genuinely don't know if I know this
Tower is
game.
an action RPG also with blood and violence, in which you have to take the hearts of the creatures to
eat.
I'll explain later.
Oh,
The thing is that if you played this game before, you
I wanna
must be
play
wondering
this.
how in the hell did it beat Nier and Drakengard over graphically violent content?
I don't know.
But the thing is that there's something that's beyond disturbing about the characters that you won't be able to digest as easily as you did with the previous titles on this list.
Oh.
I mean, this could very well be number 1 just because of one horrendous reason.
Oh.
This. You have to feed the heart to this girl who's little by little transforming into some kind of nightmare abomination that quickly reminds us all of all those gore animes out there that involve these kinds of topics. I mean, the scenes are not as graphic as some others, but damn are they hard to watch.
Damn.
It's just
We should play
very
this.
disturbing watching this much human degradation metaphor in a game that came out for Nintendo.
We should play this for sure.
So
Don't
yes,
worry.
the controversy here is this.
We're gonna
The
play it.
teen rating on the cover.
Oh my.
Were they thinking?
Well,
Number 1, Bloodborne.
Wait.
Let us keep the typical never-ending argument about Bloodborne being an RPG or not, or Japanese RPG or whatever. The absolute truth here is that this game is one of the most violent video games ever made for the current console generation. To me, it is the king of them all because the graphics are naturally superior to every single other game in this top.
I see.
Yes, it's one of the hardest out there, and in my opinion, it's hard.
I didn't expect this game to be on the list, but here we are.
Dark Souls, but that's beside the point. Graphic violence in this game is simply brutal. There's the opening cinematic where we can clearly see another one of those grotesque and disturbing scenes showing us how the entire game is actually going to be. So it's a legendary game with some gore here and there and brutal violence everywhere you go. So I will say it is undoubtedly the most violent JRPG I have ever played in my life.
Well, I see. Oh. Oh, that's brutal.
Thank you so much for watching this video.
Thank you for making.
I'm always interested in your opinion. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Also share what are the most graphically violent games you've ever played, especially in the JRPG genre, so we can discuss this as usual. So once again, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time.
And bye-bye. Okay. I guess we're done here. What do you think? Okay. So I think we're gonna play a little bit of a game, which is something that we have not done in a while because we have done a whole full commission today. So I think the Art Wednesday has been a huge success, all things considered. We have done a marvelous job with the Wednesday. So I think it is like a good opportunity for us to let's say, oh my gosh, I'm trying to click on the, oh. This is a great opportunity for us to continue on our crusade, to finish all of the Final Fantasy games. So with that being said, oh nice. Is it a nice song? We're gonna play a little bit of FF Tactics, and then we're gonna finish up the stream. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. We're gonna make it louder. Oh, it is? Damn. Oh, okay. Where is the game? Alright, it's visible now. Alright, let's go. Hello, Homeostatic. How are you enjoying the stream? We've actually covered a lot of topics today. We have covered a new bigot YouTuber that we have not encountered before. Someone Cooper. Some Cooper character. How are you, Somniostatic? How are you today? We have done a lot of things today. A lot of things. Okay. I actually think I'm still doing the missions. So on further thinking, I think we might have the videos still on. Because I might still be actually doing the missions. So let's put on a video by someone and let's get into it. Who shall we watch? I have no idea what this is. Hassan is a coward. Uh-oh. Ben Shapiro calls out Hassan Abi on Hogwarts Legacy. Ooh. Okay. I guess let's watch this while we play. This is interesting.
No, I didn't get blocked by AOC. Ben Shapiro talked about
I-
using Hogwarts Legacy for the first 7 minutes of his stream today. I added onto the list, FYI. You were right. He is a LSF Andy now. There is 0% chance that this talked about me.
The woke left goes after Hogwarts Legacy for the
Oh
supposed
my
transphobia
God.
of Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling.
I
That while
see.
humiliates a Democrat
Oh, supposed transphobia of J.K. Rowling. Supposed. Okay.
views on places like Metacritic. However, some fans and gamers are boycotting the game in protest of J.K. Rowling because, of course, she has said that men are men and women are women. Some popular game reviews
That's not exactly what she
Polygon and
said.
Eurogamer have not yet reviewed Hogwarts Legacy despite the review embargo lifting on Monday. Others have denounced J.K. Rowling's comments and voiced support for transgender people in their reviews. Jesse Earl, one trans YouTuber and writer, tweeted in December that unlike consuming previously owned Harry Potter books or films, purchasing Hogwarts Legacy while Rowling is, quote, using her ongoing platform to target and also justify her continued targeting of trans people is hateful to trans people.
I mean-
Rowling responded accusing her of pure think.
Why are you, a deeply religious man, all of a sudden advocating for witchcraft, which is inherently satanic? He's like, witchcraft is fine as long as it's a transphobic person that's advocating for said witchcraft.
True.
If it triggers trans people, then I'm on board with it. What's up with this, Ben? Why are you pro witchcraft, motherfucker? This is some heretical bullshit, dude. What the hell?
Because it is what it is.
Religious you. Wait, what? You think Ben Shapiro considers Satanism to be a real religion? He doesn't even think Islam is a real religion, dog. You fucking crazy?
Oh my gosh.
He can't say shit. His side was boycotting M&Ms. Yeah.
Some streamers on Amazon-owned Twitch platforms,
Oh my
including
gosh,
Will
this is
Overgaard,
so silly.
have publicly voiced opposition to the game. And the idea here is that we have to make sure that no one engages in a game because the creator of the game does not agree with you on a very radical point of view. All of this despite the fact, by the way, that apparently there is
Ah, yes, the radical view of respecting minorities, I guess. How radical. Let's make the browser above. How radical, respecting minorities. What a radical idea. Well, let's continue.
transgender character in the game. I'm not kidding you. Apparently, Hogwarts Legacy actually does have a transgender character named Serona Ryan.
Okay.
Again, is according to Forbes. That, by the way, would be the middle managers at Warner Brothers deciding that in order to avoid the flack, they're simply going to give in to the woke left. But
The woke left.
Into the woke
is a
left.
witch.
I know
Who runs
it's a religion. Shut up,
a
chatters.
cavern in Hogsmeade Village, an NPC that the player can speak to. Serona doesn't outright say she is a trans woman, but she implies it through her dialogue when she talks about her old classmates and says, "Took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard." Now, is that going to buy off the woke left? Of course it's not going to buy off the woke left.
Buy
Of course not.
off.
They're still angry. And one of the people who is, I think, most hilariously involved in this controversy now is Hassan Piker. He used to be associated
Oh my
with
gosh.
the Young Turks, and now he is
Stop! Get my fucking name out of your goddamn mouth, Ben. Do not go there.
Oh, no.
a gamer who declares himself a socialist while buying himself mansions. Really good socialist, Hassan Piker. He's doing some good stuff this week, by the way. He actually donated a bunch of money to
Bro,
victims.
he literally did the same thing. It's like,
Are we doing the whole meme? You claim to be a socialist and yet you have money? Curious?
socialism means no mansion. The fuck? Dude, anyone who considers themselves a social democrat or a leftist on the
my.
internet, if you are repeating what fucking Ben Shapiro is saying as a sorry, the Hammer and Sickle Twitter folks that love farming drama,
Oh
so
my
you can get
gosh.
some like to get like 8 new people to listen to their fucking Substack.
This is-
you're doing the same shit he's doing because it is right-wing propaganda to
I don't
claim that
know.
socialism is a fucking poverty cult. Okay? It is about your relations to the means of production. It is not about, oh,
Poverty
this
cult.
person is rich and I kind of don't like him. So I guess fuck that guy. Anyway, we got to get Ben off LSF for real, man. It's been his bread and butter for the past 10 days. I know. He's like literally watching LSF like fucking Dick Serto. He's using LSF talking points.
Of the Turkish earth. And then he also did some stupid stuff, which is sort of what he normally does. He announced that he is not
I
going
see.
to play Hogwarts Legacy. And the reason he's not going to play Hogwarts Legacy is not because he is in principled fashion
God damn it, dude.
and angry that J.K. Rowling is such a transphobe. He's not going to do it because he says he's a coward. Which, okay, I mean, points for honesty.
This is how I literally got fucking ass blasted by everyone involved in this argument. Me saying I don't want to fucking play this game because it's not worth the headache, even though originally I wanted to do a fundraiser around it because I understand the space and I understand how popular this game was going to be. So I knew that it was inevitable that the boycott.
You don't. Oh, come on. You don't really need to be an expert on the quote unquote space to understand that this game would be popular. You didn't have to be some Nostradamus of the space, some genius of the space. Anyone could tell you that this game would be popular. Like, come on.
Efforts were not going to work means that I have a difference in opinion, okay, with some of the louder trans voices in the space who wanted to boycott it, okay? That is a difference in opinion.
I'm
Of
a,
course, what was going to happen?
I'm a loud trans voice, and I did a fundraiser. Okay? I bravely did what no one else did. And I've even gathered a full amount of $1,000, which for my, size, I would say that's pretty okay, right? What do you think? Is $1,000 good for my size? Of course, but I think he's talking to the people who go on board platforming to him, acting as if they knew better. Okay.
Inevitably happen. People focused their attention on me and got mad at me because I was speaking as a cis ally over trans voices, which doesn't matter. Yes, I was speaking over trans people as a cis ally, not as a cis ally, but as someone who understands the space better than you. That's it. Okay? That's it.
That's fair.
That's just the truth. I understand the
I still think he should have done it. He should have just done it. That is my opinion on the matter. He should have just done the fundraiser.
streaming space better than you do. Most of the people that are chirping on Twitter don't understand it, and that's fine because you have better shit to do. You don't understand the streaming space, you don't understand the gaming space as well, and that's fine. That's why a lot of people made valuable criticism that fell on deaf ears, like, why don't you play a different game
True.
and raise money? That's not about fucking, playing any game. The point was,
Yeah.
take the narrative and
two things, right? To capitalize on the game's popularity, many people would watch it, many people would contribute. And also, I think there's a good argument to be made about creating the narrative of this particular game serving the cause of supporting trans causes, right? That would be pretty interesting if people would think of this game title, and if the first thing that came to their mind was trans organizations, because this game would become synonymous with supporting trans people. Would that not be an interesting twist? Right? What do you think?
Shift it into a direction that was positive because it was inevitable that it was going to be successful.
Yeah,
But it doesn't
that's
matter.
right.
We have a difference in agreement on how to protest.
I agree with this.
Okay, and everyone got very upset, and that's okay. It's not going to change my convictions. It's not going to change my mentality. I'm not going to like be like a why I left the left type motherfucker, okay? Because I have a backbone. And anyone that says like anyone that says that this is a grift is hilarious, especially if you're trans and you're like, this guy's doing like allyship points for a grift. Are you stupid? Do you not know how much more successful it is to just be transphobic? Matt Walsh exists. Ben Shapiro exists. These are multi-million-dollar platforms that almost entirely disseminate anti-trans propaganda. Please, for the love of God, if you're a trans person, you know this better than anyone else. You know, check yourself before you fucking tweet dumb shit like that. And it's fine. I understand why you're mad. Because everyone is against you. I understand why you're mad. Because legislation is against you. But trust me, like, there is no clout to be had by defending trans people. Just like there's no clout to be had by defending marginalized communities. There's no clout to be had by being a fucking socialist. Your life is bullshit when you do this. It's awful. Hence why I don't do it for the clout. I do it because I believe in it, okay? Jesus Christ. We're not that far removed from Steven motherfucking Crowder getting a $50 million deal and casting it aside, and everybody forgot about it. They're like, you're doing it for the clout. Yeah, dude, it's so clouded. It's so sick. I love having, like, internal arguments, intra-community arguments on a daily basis over minor disagreements, dude. It is the best. I love looking like a fucking fool to the right wing as one of the most prominent voices on the fucking left every goddamn day as they laugh at us and go, lol, look at how fucking stupid you are. You made your bed. Now you have to sleep in it. This is what happens when you cultivate a woke audience. That's literally...
Yeah, I mean, that is what sort of happened. I remember when Rowling first revealed herself to the public and everybody acted as if Harry Potter was actually written by Hatsune Miku. I thought that was a great... Yeah, that was funny. Hatsune Miku.
Really what everyone fucking says all the goddamn time. No one does this shit because it's like really exciting and is a good way to make money. There are infinitely better ways to make money. I saw some ex-fans saying that you were
The correct move was to do the fundraiser still, in my opinion.
inciting hatred against trans people. Yeah, I know. Because people are fucking unhinged and emotions go high. Emotions are... emotions inflame people and make them say things that they might not even fucking believe 3 seconds after they press send tweet. Okay?
Here, Hassan.
Only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly when we have massive queer communities and audiences. That's it. Everybody knows how much leftist love the chirp on the internet. They got no power. All they do is chirp. Yeah, it comes from a place of powerlessness, which I'm right on. I stand by that. Okay, straight up chirp, and that's precisely why
I chirp more than anyone.
People that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise money for charities or whatever.
I raise money for charity.
Okay, it's
I do it.
Thing to go on
I
your
do
show
it.
and then just admit that you're a coward and that you won't say the thing.
So like this is so stupid. This is me
True.
having a conversation with my audience about how leftists should conduct themselves. This is not something that you should turn into fucking agitated propaganda by saying you're a fucking coward. It's like, if anything, it's the opposite of being a coward. Right-wingers, if they had any fucking comprehension, would look to this and go, you know what? He's actually cleaning house, quote unquote, by staying true to his opinions and literally fucking mentioning that the reason why I'm not doing this, even though I had a good strategy, in my opinion, and I still stand by that, to protest or to turn the fucking, to turn the conversation towards J.K. Rowling being transphobic in a positive manner.
True. That should have happened.
As a media personality who understands the space better than you, I'm sorry, that's just the fucking truth, guys. Holy shit. Okay?
Yeah.
and standing true to my opinion.
I might as well ask you, right? Might as well ask you as the community. There are 14 people watching now, so might as well. There we go. Let's go with the questioning. The questioning begins.
Hating it and
Yeah, it was really nice. Let's do more of that stuff, in my opinion. I don't know. It was very fun. I didn't expect for us to meet the goal so quickly as well.
Using this as an opportunity to be like, this was wrong. Let's not do this again next time. Okay? Let's not do this again next time. Ben turns around and fucking says he's a coward. If I'm cowardly, I would just say, oh my God, I'm such a good ally. I'm such a good ally. That's why I'm not playing the fucking game, because I literally believe that like consumer side decentralized boycotts are totally valid and totally effective. And I care about your point of view and I care about your opinions. That's not the case. I've built a community that is trans positive, that also is a safe space for trans people, not to the degree that you expect from your fucking furry Discord group, of course, because there's still an educational component here. But
Furry
on
Discord
top of
group?
that, I think that this is an adequate way to fucking market and to bring more awareness. I don't need to play this game. I don't play video games in general.
I play video games.
Cultural commentary over certain video games.
I
this
play
being one of them.
a lot of
That
video
is
games.
precisely why I wanted to do what I was doing.
Wait, what?
Okay? If I was a coward, I would have just said, you guys are so right. I have no convictions. I have no opinions on consumer boycotting. I have no opinion on like decentralized activism of this magnitude, of this sort, that was demonstrably going to fail, but I, still think that it's okay. That's not what I did. I openly stated what I was angry about, and I got fucked for it. And people screamed about how transphobic I was. And I understand why people got mad and upset, okay? I get it. I totally understand it. I'm not even mad at all the trans people that were upset at me saying I'm transphobic, fake allyship, whatever. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me, okay? My goal is not to have a larger trans audience. My goal is to have a large audience of fucking normies who are not transphobic, okay? That inevitably leads to one of the largest trans audiences on the fucking internet. 13% of this goddamn community is fucking trans, okay? Because this is a space for entertainment and education. And my overarching goal always is to get normies to not be transphobic. If you're a trans person, you're already not transphobic. You've already gone through that 4chan groiper phase, and you're no longer transphobic.
The what?
You recognize that you're trans, okay?
I've never been to 4chan in my entire life.
Trans people don't want to be patronized. I mean, some do, because it's not a monolith. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, if you know anything about
Oh my gosh,
communities
that's
online, you know the one fundamental rule is that like no two trans people can agree on the same thing ever. And if you disagree on anything, even in a minor capacity, it's all out warfare.
I don't know, I just did it. I just went out and did it. And the pushback against me was not even that big, to be perfectly honest. Like, it was okay, for me at least. Maybe that's because I'm small. But then again, I don't know. I think if many people got involved in it at once, it would have been a crushing success, in my personal opinion. You know?
Okay? Other than the fact that Matt Walsh...
Like, I'm gonna set up a new thing.
Does not deserve a platform, nor... I'm not gonna say anything else. Okay. And other things like that. But like, that's the point. And it's stupid. It's like really, really fucking... It's really, really silly to like constantly reinforce the narrative. But it does make me very upset when fucking Ben Shapiro uses as an opportunity to cut propaganda to be like, look, this fucking woke idiot made his own bed and now he has to sleep in it. It's like, yeah, bitch, I know. That's why I'm not a fucking grifter, okay? Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying all the fucking time. Yeah, it's the truth. It is very annoying. And yes, I wouldn't have to deal with any of this shit if I was a right-wing commentator, okay? But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I was a right-wing commentator. That's the difference. Anyway,
I see.
It's okay though. It's like a lot of times when this shit, when this stuff gets taken out of context is when it leaves the intended audience. That conversation is supposed to be between me and some trans members in my community that were upset. Okay,
Right.
that's it. But like, that's more so about a difference in opinion amongst people who universally agree on most values. Most important one being that like trans people should be left alone and
Right.
should not be eviscerated by way of legislation or through stochastic terror. Okay, but of course that conversation leaves the intended audience and turns into fucking propaganda. That conversation leaves the intended audience. Holy
yeah.
fucking shit, man, give it a rest. Okay, suck my dick. Fuck you, idiot. In other words, I
Oh,
was a
damn.
coward. No, that is the opposite. If I'm a fucking coward, I just say, a coward says things that they do not believe. You are not brave for playing a fucking wizard game that was intended for children. That's not bravery.
I mean, I think doing the fundraiser would have just done it.
Please get it out of your fucking head that it's super brave to play the fucking child's wizard game, bro. What the fuck? You're not brave for like,
my
I
gosh.
triggered the trans people. They have no power, okay? If they had any fucking power, they wouldn't be yelling at me.
Why is he
Trying
so
to, like,
angry?
boycott the entire fucking platform, or they would be taking down the video game. But they have no
Oh, boy.
systemic power. That's why they're fucking yelling at me. That was what I was saying. Your anger is understandable and justified. You're just misdirecting it at whoever will listen to you, and that comes from a place of powerlessness. Understandable feelings of frustration, though, as a consequence of insane amounts of legislation being written in every fucking state by way of the state legislature that sidesteps democracy anyway to fucking
True, it does.
write you out of existence. Oh, but it doesn't matter. No matter how many times I describe this complex situation, people just literally see shapes and colors and don't listen to what I am
what?
saying. Okay? Oh,
Because you're so afraid of your own fan base. I mean, he literally said
I'm not afraid of my own fan base. If I was afraid of my own fan base, I would have just fucking literally said, "Oh my god, you guys are so right. You guys are so fucking right. I'm not playing this game because I think it's an act of solidarity." But I don't agree with that, and I can't shut the fuck
True.
up. The entire reason why everyone on the left on trans Twitter says I'm a
I mean,
transphobe,
that is what
and
was gonna
everyone on the right
happen.
is saying I'm a fucking coward is literally
That is
because I'm
predictable,
the exact
Ben
opposite,
doing
where If
that.
I don't agree with something, I just say it. I can't stop myself from fucking saying it, whether it be America deserving 9/11 or this. Okay, that's the point.
the only reason he's not playing is because people who quote chirp are basically bullying him into not playing the
Chirp,
game.
chirp,
Later, he
chirp.
tried to walk this one back. He went on Twitter. He said,
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
People who want to boycott the game aren't wrong to hate J.K. Rowling. She's awful. Except it's
I mean,
That's true.
I mean,
That's
she
been my
is.
position since day one. Oh my god, he's clip chimping LSF fucking posts. He's watching LSF and he's clip chipping shit. I'm gonna lose my mind.
no matter how much trans folks want to push for it. It's like trying to boycott Disney. Most people have no idea and don't care about J.K. Rowling at all, and they just want to go to Hogwarts. Okay, well, I mean, you may be...
I never walked back anything. Oh my god, he is becoming the most annoying type of fucking debate lord. Ben Shapiro has figured out
Ben Shapiro has always been like this.
the trick to get me to stop fucking watching his shit altogether. This is it.
correct about the failure of the boycotts, but they've already won. By getting people like Hassan not to play the game, by bullying him, they've achieved their goal.
By the way, hey, to all the radlibs on Twitter that said these exact same words, you and Ben Shapiro are in agreement, because I saw this take a lot too from trans posters on
Oh,
Twitter. They're
no.
like, it seems like our bullying is working because like you're not playing it. I'm like, no, you're not understanding the point. He is incapable of understanding the point because he's a fucking reactionary piece of shit who's also a transphobe. You should be able to at least have a fraction of charitability to be like, well, this guy doesn't have to be fucking non-transphobic. This guy probably would make more money being a fucking transphobe. He must be genuinely against transphobia. So I'm going to be a little bit more charitable when I say he has a difference in opinion in what kind of tactics we could be utilizing in this circumstance.
I mean, that is true. People should be more charitable. When you make assumptions about how a demographic subset will behave based on stereotypes, it is by definition prejudice, is what it is. I mean, I think he should have done the fundraiser.
Now, again, there is a massive gap that has now been exposed between the market, which hates
think he should
wokeness,
have done it.
and the people who actually push the cultural window to the left. There is this huge gap because Hogwarts Legacy is dominating Twitch right now. According to Kotaku, the open world Harry Potter RPG is now the most popular game on the live streaming platform. So the market loves Hogwarts Legacy. And yet, all of the commentators and the gamers and all the people who are on the internet, the people like Hassan Piker, they're openly saying that it's not wrong to boycott it, that in fact, they themselves are not going to play the game out of pure fear of their own audiences.
I mean, it's not wrong to boycott anything, to be honest. Like, what do you mean?
No, I'm not afraid of my audience. I don't care. I've made that very clear multiple times. If I was afraid of my audience, then I would not have said any of those things I said, which has inevitably ended up with, you can say yes, you are all you want, you fucking idiot. Why is it that so many people refuse to comprehend the most basic thing here? If I was afraid of my audience, you think I don't know how to act around their desires? People always fucking say, Hassan, he says whatever the most popular left-wing thing is. You think I don't know what the most popular leftist thing to say in that circumstance, what the expected thing to say is, to be a good ally, quote unquote? Shut the fuck up. I would say that instead. I'd be like, I'm so sorry. I think it's the right thing to do. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free.
I think it might be still popular.
And you can also get gifted a sub. They're just clipping.
Also, I wanna make it the fundraiser game. I've already started it. I might as well finish, and I wanna make a lot more money on the back of it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I refuse to let it be like I wanna make J.K. Rowling mad, okay? Even if I'm very small, I'm gonna turn it into a tool of trans liberation. You know? That is my stance, and I stand by it like a real giggler. I fight hate with love and giggling. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. I think you will agree that I make perfect sense.
You, dude. That's why they're acting like they don't get it. I know. Anyway, one sandwich, please. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Kinda orange. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
I get it.
Allowing 10 people.
I get it. I get everything.
At the top of the hour. Yes, I do this to lift my spirits.
What do you think?
Shapiro loves your Piker. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
What?
Did that come to you in a moment's notice, or do you plan it in advance? No, it comes to me in a moment's notice, baby. When opportunity is hot, I strike. Okay. Whew, and it does make me feel a lot better, to be honest.
That won't make her
like,
mad.
It feels so good when I hit that segue. Oh, fuck, it feels good. Bro, honestly, souring your rant, you actually described how afraid you are of what people would say. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. If I was afraid of what people would say, I would literally fucking say the right thing. If I am, oh my God, you have to be deliberately obtuse. You cannot be this stupid. There is
oh my gosh.
Human beings are this fucking stupid. The irony is, I said I don't want the fucking headache, but because I can't shut the fuck up, I still said it. That it was like a bullshit piece of feckless and completely ridiculous boycott moment. Okay?
Yeah.
I still said it.
I don't think just ignoring people works.
Streamer says he's pro-trans, but is afraid of his trans audience. Curious? I'm not. Ism-ish. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Photo Metal 17, thank you for the 5 gifted. Socialist Thug James.
What's Ignode? We can play it, yeah.
The Jin, thank you for the 5 gifted. Okay? I don't know why people do not understand what I am saying. I think the point is you weren't proposing playing the game just for your own benefit and to do a fundraiser. I really like the idea of creating a huge PRL for J.K. Rowling, and it would have gotten huge media coverage while fundraising a huge bag of money for trans causes. Shame that it didn't happen. You understand concepts like earned media that regular chatters and worthless Twitter slacktivists don't. Exactly. Exactly. The problem is, because this space is just bullshit for a lot of people, I've thought about this a lot. What we do is just like seen as like silliness, right? And there is truth.
No, you should have done it. You should have just done it.
Valuable to a lot of people who change their minds over the course of me fucking endlessly yelling at them and doing ad break segues and shit like that. But like, from the outside, it's just like, oh, this silly bitch who's in a fucking mansion is like telling me, a trans person, what to do and what not to do. What do you know? Well, I know a few things. I didn't get to this position, okay, because I don't know anything. I got to the position I'm in because I at least have some understanding of fucking media and the space that I'm in, where I'm one of the top fucking performers. Like, god damn it, dude. And this is very much in my realm. That's it. Just show these brain dead chatters what you said yesterday. stop trans. We need to find a meaningful way to stop trans legislation from passing at state legislatures. Right now, trans existence is being fucking erased. These psychopathic fascist dickheads are literally making it illegal to be trans in public with their anti-drag laws. They're making it illegal to give HRT to trans people. It is fucking disgusting. It's despicable. It's one of the most significant ongoing human rights violations that is happening in the United States of America. I've talked about it a lot. Jake, you're not afraid of us? You hate us? Okay, shut up. Stop making these jokes, please. Stop.
I'm gonna look it up.
Because people do legitimately think that. Anyway, a lot. J.K. Rowling isn't even transphobic for real. She just wants the definition of what it means to be a woman to be diminished. She's pro-woman, not anti-trans. No, man, that's propaganda. She absolutely is anti-trans. Trans women are women. No, she 100% wants to fucking kill trans people, okay? Make no fucking mistake. Don't be ridiculous. Have you explained what J.K. Rowling has done financially as in anti-trans bills in detail? The LGB movement and a whole litany of other TERF and TERF-adjacent movements in the UK. But the way to combat that is not by like monitoring people's consumption, especially if you're monitoring people's consumption is not followed up by like tangible counter movements. You know what I mean? If you just say Harry Potter's written by a transphobe, so you're transphobic for watching it, and then leave it at that, you're not actually advancing something. For me, this is more about unsuccessful and successful protest movements and how people end up hyper-focusing or lasering in on certain things that otherwise are counterproductive. Anyway, if all you said was I'm not playing the game, the end, 10,000 chatters every day would ask why. I know, but I could, you know, if
Okay, let's unlock. I want to check out the thing that you've... Let me see. What is it? Where is that thing? That's 60th on 43rd. Ignite. I want to see the game. Wait, Ignite or Ignite? Is that it?
Is going to have a couple extra cards.
I want to see the gameplay. Wait. Is that it? Ignite? Oh no, if it's a racer then I'm not gonna play it. No way. Nope. What game are you telling me about? What is the game? I cannot find it. Ignite? Is this what? Ignite? Is this it? The horror game? What game are we talking about? Like, what game are we talking about? You have to tell me before I check it out because...
Here's the thing, man. If I was cowardly, I would have just said I'm not playing the game because of solidarity with trans people. That's it. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. Not saying that other people that are doing that are cowardly, by the way, because some people probably do think that that is the best way to show solidarity. Okay? I personally, on the other hand, don't believe that that is an adequate way to protest, and I can't fucking for the life of me shut the fuck up about it. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. I can't, and I won't. But that's partially why you appreciate what I do. Let's be real. Even when it sometimes pisses you off because you can't for the life of you understand where I'm coming from. Okay? How do you protest it? My goal originally is paired up with my assessment. Okay? I knew that this was going to be the fucking Masters release.
It's a great game.
One of the highest, most popular games this year, if not definitely the most popular.
Even if it happens to be one of the favorite games of Steven, because he did name this game when naming his favorite games of all time during the debate with that Andrew Tate fan person. So what's the game with outro? No, random string told us about some game.
it broke records on pre-release, like before it was even out. The game's not even fully out yet, and it's already breaking records on Twitch. I knew that was gonna fucking happen. So, instead of trying to do a disorganized movement that basically fell on its fucking face, yeah, Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out, so obviously that will be number one. But the point is, instead of yelling at people and like coming across and like turning this into propaganda, because I knew that it was going to turn into propaganda, like trans people are so crazy, like look at them yelling at everyone, bullying people, okay, shit like that. I thought that the best thing to do in this circumstance was instead to play the game and get a bunch of the top streamers who were going to play the game anyway to raise funds and to make people aware of J.K. Rowling's transphobia. People thought that that was silly because we were putting money in J.K. Rowling's pocket. J.K. Rowling is not making she's not making a noticeable amount of money off this game. Okay? She's a fucking billionaire. And the IP itself is already removed almost entirely from transphobia. J.K. Rowling isn't like, oh man, can't wait for the fucking Harry Potter game to come out so I can, take all those funds and fund another movement, like fund another anti-trans piece of legislation. Like, that's silly. She already has more money than God. And on top of that, nobody keeps the same energy for all of the other avenues that Harry Potter touches. The only reason why I was like hyper focusing on this game is because J.K. Rowling can't shut the fuck up, and that's a really
How can he talk this much about it when he backed out in the first place? Yeah, he should have done it, right? Like, at least, I don't know, at least I've done it. Even if it was small, even if the result was not anything big, like, I've done it and we managed to gather money. It was positive. It was good, right? And we can still raise more money,
fucking annoying, on top of her being like a psychotic transphobe. There are plenty of psychotic transphobes that own shit, okay? J.K. Rowling, on top of that, is like impossible to shut the fuck up. She loves flexing it. Anyway, I can't shut the fuck up either, but at least my heart is in the right place. You participated in Twitch boycotts that you knew were feckless, so it's understandable you had enough of this unorganized style of boycotting. Exactly. Ding, ding, ding. That too. I can't like constantly make people feel good about themselves, even when I see something that they're doing.
Yeah, but you didn't do the...
that is going to be unsuccessful. I don't like that. And if I did that, it would have 100% saved me so much heartache, okay? Anyway, so my criticisms of this are not about like J.K. Rowling. They're not even about transphobia. They're not about trans people. They're about successful and unsuccessful forms of protest. But given the nature of the internet and given the danger that trans people face on a daily basis, emotions were high. And of course, people did not interpret it as that. And they interpret it as another white cis ally who's shitting all over trans people because he wants to play a baby game so bad. I don't give a fuck about the baby game. I give a fuck about a successful version of a protest.
Well, then why didn't you do it?
Demonstrably a failure. And I hope that we can learn our lessons from this and then potentially do better next time. Obviously,
why didn't you do better
never be able
this
to
time?
A lot of trans people in this regard, because you automatically shut me out and you say you're cis, you're just speaking over us.
I know I didn't. I never did.
Well, that's not true. I mean, I am cis and I am speaking over trans people. That is true. I'm not speaking over trans people as a cis person, but you could play literally another game. This is why you are K-pop girl in my chat as a 32-month subscriber and not fucking a Twitch streamer, okay? Playing any other game and raising money is great and fine. You are missing the point. Please, please. I've described this so many fucking times, man. It's not about playing any other game and raising money for causes. And I'm also going to be helping Juniper establish her own Celeste gameplay on Twitch. That's starting on Monday, okay? It's not about that. People have also, Juniper herself even has made fun of me by fucking subtly throwing shade my way by being like, oh, it's capable. People are capable of raising money by not playing Hogwarts. It's not about that. The point is to play it and be a part of that discourse in a positive way, because the other way is just only going to lead to people being like, oh, fuck, you're the trans people again, going crazy. The game, in and of itself, is new.
I mean, that is a good point. That is what happened.
So honestly, I gave up. Okay, well, don't give up, okay? But, like, I didn't. And I think I know a thing or two about how this fucking space works. Can we please at least admit that? It's sad. I get why people don't understand how stream metas work. I get why people don't understand how the attention economy works, okay? But please, if you don't believe anything I'm saying, just there are things that I am demonstrably fucking good at, and that is understanding the attention economy and how to message certain things.
So much for the idea that capitalism rules all, or that capitalism always wins. It does win when it comes to money making, right? This game will continue to make money, but it doesn't win when it comes to the culture. I want to talk a little bit more about that in just a second. It's pretty amazing stuff. Speaking of woke
In my opinion, like, just the amount of money would have justified doing the playthrough for fundraising. Just the amount of money. Enemy.
Now, your wireless company probably is spending money on
Be
a bunch
honest.
of causes.
What the fuck? Oh my god, he's so... Wait, is this over? Is the story over? That's
Regard
it? He
to
just like...
Twitter for you. And 2, be a veteran for not for you. And 2, protect against downside liabilities for the company. This is the entire HR department.
That's it? That's all he talked about? Hunter Biden? Okay, he goes into Hunter Biden. That's it. That's all he said? Okay, got it. I'm glad. Even at your most frustrated while being met with no charitable, you'll still be able to be empathetic, and I appreciate
Yeah, he would have raised a ton. And that alone would have made it worth it, in my opinion. Because as I keep saying, that money would make will make no difference for J.K. Rowling, and that money will make a huge difference to the trans community.
We've done charities. Michael, in this chat, has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for trans charities by watching, like, fucking, you know, out-of-shape dudes drink breast milk and shit, okay? Like, there are many different ways of doing that. Over $300,000 I've helped out in those initiatives. Oh, this community's helped out in those initiatives. We've done this, okay? That's not the point. The point is to change the public discourse that I knew was going to turn into, look at these trans losers who are fucking trying to do this, like, dumb boycott and being really mean to everyone. To trans people have found a very cool way to redirect the attention over to J.K. Rowling being a transphobic person.
Yeah, I think that could have happened.
Against her, to raise millions of dollars of funds for Trans Lifeline, Trevor Project, and numerous other trans charities. That was the point.
Trevor Project, Trevor Project is the charity of our choice. That is our organization that we gathered money for. You know?
It doesn't matter, though. For some people, if you don't automatically agree with their opinion, they won't listen to anything you have to say, though. Yeah. Anyway, you don't owe me anything. Trans chatters, you don't owe me shit, okay? Go ahead. If you want to fucking farm cloud, if you want to clip chimp this, I said trans losers, you know, you could fucking use that. That's a great opportunity. You could be like, dude, look at him. He's, like, very clearly a bad guy. He hates trans people. You're not doing anything. You're just, like... You're just not coming into a community where you could probably enjoy yourself without fear that, like, someone's gonna try to fucking hunt you down and constantly debate your existence. And instead, you're just living a lifetime of isolation, or at least, like, going back to your Discord server. I guess that's the only place. The most wild part is that without seeing chat, you would think you're shadowboxing against strawman. No, I'm not. No, man, not everyone.
Yeah, true.
Criticizes you is doing it for recognition or for clout.
That's what I say. You should have just done it. You know.
I understand the validity of people getting fucking upset. I understand why people are mad. I already recognize that. I'm a cis guy who is, like, you know, speaking over trans voices. That's automatically.
Like, I can say.
They're going to be misdirected, okay? A lot of people are going to be angry. A lot of people are going to be angry. For example, I'm critical that you won't call my mom back. She's been real sad lately. Okay. Detornment, meaning rerouting, hijacking, and French.
I can't really say that.
Letterist International, and was later adapted by the Situationist International, that was defined in the SI's inaugural 1958 journal as the integration of present or past artistic productions into a superior construction of a milieu. In this sense, there can be no situationist painting or music but only a situationist use of those means. In the more elementary sense, discernment within the old cultural spheres is a method of propaganda, a method in which reveals the wearing out
Agreed.
and loss of importance of those spheres.
I think we will still do fundraisers around the game,
Media culture against itself, as when slogans and logos are
especially since literally 100% people said that we should do it. So we will do it.
Influential tactic called
You know?
situationist prank that was reprised by the punk movement in the late 1970s and inspired the culture jamming movement in the 1980s. Its opposite is recuperation, in which a radical ideas or social image of people who are viewed negatively are twisted, commodified, and absorbed in a more socially acceptable context. Anyway, I think people understand your turn it around idea, and I personally agree, and I think it could have been good, but at the same time, yeah, she's a billionaire, but continuously partaking in her IP is going to keep on validating her and her turfness. Well, we already established that, like, there is no way to overcome that by just simply saying, don't play this game, don't consume the IP, because of how, like, important it is for so many fucking people. Not me, by the way. I mean, I read the books, I liked it, you know, but, like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. I don't give a shit, okay? But for many people who have nothing in their lives, consumption, especially cultural consumption, is like very important to them. Okay, it's already a standalone thing. There are children on this planet that love the Harry Potter IP that have no fucking clue who J.K. Rowling is. Use the scary Terry argument. Why should we listen to J.K. saying my platform means people are transphobic when it comes to defeating her impact? Yeah, I think it's defeatist. You already had haters already bitching at you for raising funds for Turkey. Raising funds for trans causes would only fuel unhinged haters even more, especially because this is intense culture. Worse shit to the right. Murat? Oh, Maurice. Oh, what's up, dude?
What?
Fucking scared me. Normans will never even hear about this drama. Like, they're so far attached from this. They just like Harry Potter. Exactly. I know. Anyway, and to the people now who are saying, Hassan, you should play the game now anyway, it's over. The drops are probably going to be over. The discourse is already over. XQC already played it. Most content creators at the top have already played it and finished the game. It's done. It's too late. The ship has sailed. You know what I mean? It's
I don't think
the
so.
entire time arguing amongst ourselves, amongst allies, on what the fuck to do, while everyone already played the game. And not a single one of you motherfuckers yelled at them because you know you have no power there. Because ultimately you kind of recognize how silly it is, and also recognize that most people don't care. Most people do not care about, trying to create a trans acceptable space. Which personally, I obviously do care about that, but I don't think those are the boundaries to create a trans accepting sphere. Can we still do a fundraiser later, even though it won't be as effective? Of course. Yes, in time, we will do another fucking fundraiser. Of course we will. For a trans charity. Yeah, man, let's just ignore. Okay, dude. I'm gonna respond to this as charitably as possible. Okay? Yeah, man, let's just ignore the people asking for support and tell them how they can do a better good call. Yes, as a person who at least has a better understanding of how media works than you and the overwhelming majority of people who demonstrably pushed for a failed boycott. Yes, I'm not coming at this conversation as like a cis person speaking over everyone because I know best. I'm coming at this conversation as a person who does know better, okay? Because even the most meaningful criticisms towards me were like, why doesn't he play a different game? Why doesn't he play a different game by trans creators? And I really appreciate that kind of feedback. I do, but I don't agree with it. Anyway, we'll never. Is this what you are ignoring it? 3 days of discourse during a natural disaster? Yeah, I can't ignore anything. You know me. I can't shut the fuck up. Like I already, mentioned. Oh, you're talking about the chatter. Support the death of Harry Potter doesn't save anyone. Harry Potter didn't invent realism in fantasy, in the fantasy genre, or race essentialism. At this point,
I mean, there will be many fundraisers.
The Hogwarts Legacy category to see the new game, it'd be purely drama. Andy's trying to farm you for reactions. Yeah. Anyway, but
No, I think he should have done it.
My counter is that you're speaking over trans voices, and that therefore you're a piece of shit. Is a much more marketable position to accrue likes on Twitter.
Like, if you position yourself as the person that knows best, knows better, then you should have just done it, you know? That's not really a good excuse not to do the thing, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? If you pride yourself as the person that knows media, the gaming space, etc., knows best, and you know what the best thing is to do, then you should just do the best thing, right? You shouldn't both say that you know what the best thing to do is and then not do the thing that you thought was the best thing to do, right? You know what I mean? If you believe your gut, then you should follow your gut and do the thing that you believe is best, you know? You cannot just do nothing.
Because yes, that is true, and that's why a lot of people did it. Some people did it because they just saw other people doing it. Some people did it because they genuinely were upset. Some people did it because they've been hurt by other cis content creators before, who have devalued them. And some people did it, a lot of people did it, because they like getting Twitter clout. It makes them feel like they're appreciated. Some people did it for self-promo so they could sell their OnlyFans or their Substacks. And some people did it specifically because that kind of validation from other trans people makes you feel good. You're like, oh, that's a sense of community. It's an understandable desire. It's not weird. The funniest thing was seeing Swerfs and TERFs, by the way, also pile in on the drama. I saw this fucking TERF who literally 3 tweets below were like saying, trans women are not women and rapists or whatever, literally calling me a rapist and saying I'm a brothel goer. That was kind of funny. It was a weird mixture of like unironic people who like hate one another, but they were united in their overarching hatred for me in that very moment. It's like, bro, what? But it doesn't matter. Usually Swerfs, sex work exclusionary radical feminists, are too stupid, so they have no way of comprehending anything. They're just literally acting out on like whatever they see, and are hysterical, by the way. Yes, sex work exclusionary radical feminists are fucking hysterical. TERFs too. Literal different.
True, trans Twitter is not the trans community. Good point.
You saying you don't want a headache and managing to make every side mad during the charity stream on top of it is so funny to me. Yeah, I know. Okay. Saw this one person being like, you support him, you're an enemy of women and don't have any revolutionary thought. Yeah, except me. I have all the revolutionary thoughts because I'm tweeting instead of, doing exactly what Hassan is doing, but just less successful and on Twitter. That's
Swerfs are ridiculous.
Streamer drama. Like, everybody loves shitting on streamers, and
TERFs are usually Swerfs as well. It comes as a set. Bigoted beliefs comes in sets usually. They're usually not isolated beliefs. Usually it's like...
To be fair, we are pathetic, and we do usually deserve it. But it's pretty funny because, like, it's always other pathetic people who also are just less successful in probably an identical medium. Like, you tweet because you want to move on from Twitter to, like, a medium that is at least, like, a medium that will make you money, like, to generate revenue. Your goal is that. Let's be real. You're posting. You love shit posting. We all do. Okay? So you
I think...
streamers and you go, that guy's doing the same shit I'm doing.
I will repeat it once again. I think we really should become more goal-oriented, cooperate more. I really would like to live out the Year of Solidarity. Sanderhall wanted to do the fundraiser for the game, and I wanted to sort of cooperate with him on that, but unfortunately his situation has changed rather drastically, so that did not end up happening. But I think we can do a lot of really great things together in the future. You know? Does that make sense?
Why the fuck can't I do it? I have better ideas than he does. Not realizing the intricacies of what goes into it, which, by the way, still doesn't make it as difficult of a job as fucking roofers or whatever, obviously. But it literally is. It's just like, you're just constantly, endlessly chirping about how pathetic streamers are because you're also fucking pathetic, but you just don't make money off of that. That's it. And that's precisely why you want to turn that into something that is a money-making operation. You want to either make a Substack or you want to make a podcast. And no one fucking listens to your podcast, so you get more mad and hope that, like, maybe if I fucking put this streamer down again, I'll have that same crumb of attention and then maybe I'll have some return customers.
Some people watch
It's
me.
not gonna happen. I promise you. It could happen. You just have to change your tactics and make something that is entertaining, unique, interesting. Okay?
I try my best. Come on.
Peace, bro. You look
I do my best.
tight. What? Charlie and XG debated on the Darman situation? What the fuck?
I expect myself to throw them under the bus when shit gets bad. I think it's called business. They're called business relationships.
But like when you say it this way, do you realize
Right?
the more
Yeah.
As a guy who works in a mine, I feel like a loser because you're killing it money-wise. So I don't know. I feel like a dumbass at times. What the fuck do you mean, dude? You're doing something that's like actually important. Okay. I ain't doing shit, brother. Darman debate. What is the problem? Then why the fuck is he still working for the?
I
company?
try to do
Dark
nice
side.
things.
What does that even mean?
you say things like this, the more it seems like you are legitimately having the same thought process as the people who end up using like sweatshops, slave labor, that kind of thing.
I'm just gonna cook you.
Oh, this is awesome. What the fuck? This was an hour conversation. It was fucking hilarious. Charlie said XQC sounded like a sweatshop owner. Dude, I love this. This is my favorite genre. XQC debating people and taking it very seriously by like taking notes and shit is like some of my favorite genre, okay?
I see.
But before we get to that, which is a wonderful conversation to approach, friend of the show, Jason Schreier, who I appreciate, who I think is a very good journalist.
The journalist.
Wrote a Bloomberg feature on Hogwarts Legacy being one of the biggest video games of this year, but for some fans and even people who made it, it's been difficult to reconcile enjoyment of the Harry Potter world with author J.K. Rowling's views on transgender people. Jason follows by saying, Rowling's comments in the summer of 2020 rattled a number of people working on Hogwarts Legacy. Some looked for new jobs, others stayed and tried to grapple with their ethical questions, and the company responded by making one NPC transgender, according to 4 people familiar. Although Rowling was not involved with the creation of the game, her creative agency, the Blair Partnership, played a big role. She still owns Harry Potter and benefits financially and culturally from sales, leaving some fans facing ethical dilemmas. Hogwarts Legacy is already breaking records on Twitch and topping pre-order charts. It's going to sell gangbusters. Ironic he said gangbusters, a word I like to use when describing situations like this as well, which I did earlier. But thanks to Rowling's incendiary comments over the past few years, this isn't an ordinary blockbuster launch. Full story. Fuck. Still transphobic, woke bait. Yes, dude, I am literally an enemy, okay? Yeah, I have no interest. If you think I'm transphobic, then yeah, okay, I'm just another transphobic content creator. Like, I don't care if you think that. Honestly, I don't. There are plenty of trans people in this community that know that that is not the case. You could just fucking cry about it all you want. I'm a foe, dude. Why is there more hate speech from your chat than on Twitter? No. Those are manifestations of Twitter in the chat. How do I bypass this paywall again, guys? Carefully? Okay, thanks. I don't know how to do the fucking 12. Can someone just link it to me?
What?
Wait, hold on. Not working. That 12-foot ladder shit never works for me either. Yeah, it doesn't.
What about my thing?
Linking it to me. Fuck
You
it.
know, I should be working on.
Is your villain origin story as an Akatsuki member? Yeah. Not gonna
Akat-
stop. People are
what?
I did turn JavaScript off on uBlock origin. Look. Wait, what? I turned it on and it worked. What the fuck? That's weird. That was weird. How the fuck did that work? Okay. Harry Potter fans have been waiting more than a decade for a video game worthy of the blockbuster entertainment franchise dedicated following. They dreamed of we already covered all that. Pre-orders are busting. They're bussing. Rowling, this is good because this also like will give you an accurate history
Okay.
of J.K. Rowling's like slight transphobia that
Slight.
turned into very overt, very obvious transphobia. Like because
Oh, yeah.
becomes like no one becomes a gender critical person or a TERF overnight. They just like kind of dip their toes in the water. Like they have
And
those-
escalate.
They have those opinions, but they just like market test it a little bit. You know? what I
True,
mean?
I remember.
They're like, ooh, let me put my tippy toes in the water. Just like talk about how like I think it's a little weird. We talk about how like I just care about the ethics of like female
Video game journalism.
think about what it means to be a woman and how we should well define it, that kind of thing, right? Of course, gender essentialism is the normative position. You are absolutely correct. This is something I talk about all the time, which is precisely why so many people are transphobic, because it literally is just the learned behavior, right? Especially in Western culture. It is a part of our existence. Like that's just what we're taught, and it's something very personal to us, especially when nothing else is. You know what I mean? You have cultural signifiers.
We have the
what kind
status
of
quo.
consume, what kind of food you eat. Is it good? Is it bad? And then you have gender. It's like one of the things that is very rigidly defined from birth. Okay?
True.
Boys wear blue, girls wear pink. Now, has that always been the case historically? Of course not. Of course not. That has changed throughout time. But now, in the space that we exist in, that's how it is. We learn that from a very early age, and that is precisely why so many people hold on to an idea that is outdated, especially even like the entry point into that idea of gender being socially constructed, like the clothes we wear on our backs. You know what I mean? Like how we present ourselves. The expectations are all a consequence of social construction. Yes,
Right.
pink used to be a boy's color not that long ago. All right. So Rowling began to promulgate views that were widely perceived as transphobic in 2018, liking a post on Twitter
That was so long ago
men
already.
in dresses, and following certain commentators who described transgender women as men. Then, in the summer of 2020, I remember this vividly because everyone started saying it back then, and I was like, wait, is that the case for real? What's going on? And following certain commentators, then in the summer of 2020, Rowling wrote a 3,700
Manifesto.
on sex and gender issues. The
Oh
moment
my
that you do
gosh.
that, it's over. The brain rot has completely set in.
True.
You've lost.
When you start writing manifestos,
Woo! Let's go!
let's not go.
Bitch!
No, let's not. Let's not go. Let's stay. Let's not go.
All right. Saying she refused to bow down to a movement that I believe is doing demonstrable harm to women. In the months that followed, Rowling spoke out against Scottish legislation
my
that would make
gosh.
it easier for people to change their gender on their birth certificate.
And then the UK government.
Rose Handler, 25, whose sister is transgender, didn't know how to feel. It was a world-crushing experience for me, he said. I was just shocked and appalled. Whereas previous Harry Potter games were mostly mediocre movie tie-ins, Hogwarts Legacy is the first to be treated like a big-budget video game with high-end graphics and an original story. The
Yeah.
technology has significantly evolved since the last Harry Potter console game came out in 2011. Early reviews have been glowing and certainly are the best for any Harry Potter game yet. For Gross Handler and tens of thousands of other fans on the Harry Potter game subreddit group he runs, it's the first real opportunity to immerse themselves in a detailed recreation of Hogwarts Castle. He's choking back his reservations and plans on buying and playing the game. Others are struggling to resist the temptation. Patrick, who asked to be identified only by his name, said he's a gay man who adored Harry Potter and saw the game as a childhood fantasy that he would love to play. But after what he perceived as a betrayal from the author, he is ambivalent. I'm leaning towards not spending any more money on products connected to J.K. Rowling anymore, he said in an email. And I don't feel superior because of it. Quite the opposite, it all feels very sad. What has she done to her own creation? I personally think statements like this actually give a false sense of hope to people who think boycotting and trying to create decentralized boycott movements like this, a false sense of hope. I'll admit. They're like, look, it's working. No, it's not. A representative for Rowling declined to comment. A spokesperson for Warner Bros. Said it has been a high priority. Murat! Topi kapat! Close the door! Motherfuckers using
Oh
power
my
tools
gosh.
in the background, bro. Like, come on, dog. I always tell him to close the door. He loves leaving the fucking door open when he's using power tools, dude. He loves that shit. He loves it. I don't care if it works on principle. Okay, well, like, literally reevaluate your...
People obsessing over childhood stories and heroes is a coinciding factor to the rise of fascism. I mean, I think it's nice to sort of play the things that you've liked as when you were young, but I think it's weird to obsess over it, right? Like there are many stories, there are many things to experience all the time. You know? It's true, close the door.
Your principles then. What the fuck? It's such a bad take because then what's the point of boycotting anything? Have you ever heard me say anything of the similar sort towards boycotting, divesting, and putting sanctions on the state of Israel? No. I'm a supporter of said movement. Why am I a supporter of that? Because it has tangible goals associated with it. If your tangible goal is literally just to state that, we just want no one to watch Harry Potter, you're never going to be able to...
Lucy needs more viewers. Although, I will admit, I just started this stream suddenly without any sort of announcement, or I didn't even share the link anywhere. So I guess, considering those factors, the turnout on this stream is pretty good. I would say. 15 viewers right now. And I haven't really told anyone to come to the stream. I haven't really shared the link anywhere. So I guess that's pretty good.
Achieve that tangible goal. I'm gonna lose my mind. You can probably hear him again. Holy fuck. I'm gonna go yell at him.
Oh my gosh.
Insane. Poor Marat. No, poor me. Okay. So Warner Brothers Games and Avalanche Software teams up. It's an important release for Warner Bros. And console makers Microsoft Core, Sony Group Core, which are relying on big games this year to goose.
Hey, I have gained some subs. Wait.
Development
Wait, have I?
First started in 2017 when Warner Bros. Acquired the Salt Lake City.
I haven't gained any today. I've gained 2 subscriptions after I have uploaded the forest video, which surprisingly has 3 dislikes. I don't know how you can watch a short of a forest, which, by the way, this video is from the forest which my mom painted, and one of the paintings depicting that forest was the painting that I have sent to Demon Mama. So I'm really surprised that, people have pressed a dislike on that video. Forest haters. I don't know.
Avalanche Software, previous game studio, have been a part of Walt Disney, Disney Infinity, Toy Story, Cars. Those games I don't even know existed. From the start, the game's production was riddled with challenges according to people who worked there. Avalanche dealt with growing pains as it tried to pivot from mostly licensed kid games to a big-budget open-world role-playing game that was meant to appeal to adults. Departments that were used to operating in silos suddenly had to work closely together.
So I guess it's not a kids game, is it?
Founded in 1995,
It's supposed to appeal to adults, yeah.
Employees who have worked there for decades found an entrenched culture that could be difficult to penetrate. Rowling's comments about transgender people also rattle some developers of Hogwarts Legacy. There's some Hasanabi heads that also worked on this game, by the way. Oh my god, this guy keeps asking me about Fethullah Gülen. Fethullah Gülen de sikim, seni de sikim yani. Okay. Others push for the company to make a statement or otherwise acknowledge the controversy. Instead, Warner
Should I use more Polish on stream? Would it make me...
all-employee hands meeting that Rowling was
Would it make me like a more appealing streamer if I intersected like Polish words into my streaming? Zamknij drzwi i nie wchodź tutaj, bo jest stream i muszę streamować więcej, bo muszę mieć więcej subskrybentów. I don't know. Does that sound cool when I use the language? Does it sound cool when I use Polish? Czy ma to swoje plusy, czy ma to swoje minusy, kiedy używam języka polskiego? Is it cool when I use Polish or...
to express her personal opinion. Shocking. Shocked to find out that
Shocking
the Warner Brothers
development.
Interactive Entertainment president was like, yeah, no, she's allowed as a billionaire to be as transphobic as she wants to. Look at me, man. Look at me. My oh my, incredibly shocked at that reality. The author wasn't involved in the game's development, but she still owns the Harry Potter license and will benefit from the sales. We already know that. Creative agency Blair Partnership is, playing a role in the development of the game. We already know that. Eventually, Avalanche management decided that Hogwarts Legacy needed to be more inclusive and respond to the controversy in one key way. After Rowling's comments in the summer of 2020, the studio decided to add transgender character to Hogwarts Legacy. According to 4 people familiar with the discussions, one of the game's non-playable characters, a bartender named Sinona Ryan, was now a trans woman. Serona Ryan, not even Sinona. Sir Ryan,
What?
Anyway, it's a subtle nod to J.K. Rowling and the type of naming conventions she engages in. Another feature, the character creator allows players to mix and match voices, body types, and choice of dormitory. We wanted to make a game that felt welcoming and inviting to everyone, said Troy Leavitt, formerly a designer and a producer on Hogwarts Legacy. It was a way to extend the invitation a little wider so that more fans can see themselves represented in the wizarding world, he said in an email. Leavitt has faced controversy of his own. He resigned from Avalanche in 2021 after social media users discovered that he had made videos in support of Gamergate, a loose community of gamers who battle vehemently against journalists and developers for voicing their progressive views. Leavitt maintains that the movement was primarily about ethics in journalism. Oh god, he's still an ethics in journalism guy? At this day and age, I thought he would at least be like apologetic and be like, yeah, I was younger and stupid. That's insane. And said he believes the video game press has been ideologically captured. Oh, Jesus. Finally, you come across it, finally. It doesn't matter. He left the company. What are you talking about? He was outed and left the company. It's pretty funny to think about this, though. Like, my man is still in the halcyon days of fucking being a groped up shouty. A representative for the Blair Partnership said in a statement that the agency was proud of the work Warner Bros.
Game Educator
done on this groundbreaking game and the part we have played in the development of it. And by the way, in some respects, it is groundbreaking. Doesn't matter if you get mad at it. Doesn't matter if you think that like, you know, acknowledging that makes you transphobic or whatever. It truly is. It is video game IP, or sorry, it is well-established IP that had a blockbuster success in the movie theaters. It is in the same vein as Spider-Man. Okay, it is. It is a collaborative effort between video game studios and movie studios, which is literally still a newer front in general. Okay, but how is that groundbreaking? It's industry defining, which means if they continue, they could potentially make even more big budget Hollywood productions turn into like successful mainstream video games. I think a lot of people forget that like this is still not like there is still no adequate method for this. There is still not adequate. There's still no
adequate method.
Perfect method to take all these like big budget movies and then translate them to big budget video game productions.
Well, Hogwarts Legacy does not really have much to do with Harry Potter. The setting's different. The timeline, like, the setting is quite different considering that it's like 100 years before. So it ends up being told something totally different in practice. You know? Does that make sense? So yeah, sure, on one hand it's a successful adaptation of the IP, but on the other hand, it strays from the IP because the time, like, setting is different.
I want to make one other point, by the way. Even if this game had like insanely
You're right, yeah.
narratives, that would make me want to play it
Star Wars have been really big in computer. Yeah, that's right.
more. Not because I myself am like secretly transphobic or whatever, contrary to popular opinion of Twitter users, but because I do cultural commentary.
You're right, yeah.
It's I would see it in the exact same vein as playing the single player missions of Call of Duty. Like, this is right up my fucking alley. We look at stuff that we criticize on a daily basis.
That's a really good
I
point.
would go so far as say I probably watch more Fox News than I watch CNN. You know what I mean? And the reason for why I do that is because I like to look at what kind of propaganda that they're creating and you know, make jokes about it. It is a totally valid thing to do. Twitter can use this as an opportunity to clip and ship and go fucking crazy, but I don't care. This is literally what I do. Also, I would be the absolute worst secret conservative on the planet. Why the fuck would I have garnered the attention of
Oh yeah.
perhaps the most
Although Alien has had hits and misses, let's just say. The old Alien vs. Predator was a pretty big hit, but Alien Isolation was the one game that really hit it. Alien Isolation was that game that really
fucking
nailed it.
liberals and leftists in order to secretly be racist or secretly be transphobic.
You know?
When I could just be making infinitely more money with no one chirping at me from my side, I mean, by becoming a right-wing commentator. Anyway, yeah. Harry Potter is insane. One of the top
Yeah.
5 movie franchises in history.
I don't really think it's groundbreaking either.
So, good luck. And that's only after Spider-Man was like, I guess, treated as a separate franchise in the Marvel Cinematic Universe too. You will become right-wing in 10 years, bro. Yeah, I know. They've been saying that for the past 10 years. They just become more left-wing for some reason. Plenty of things have been said of that sort. People say, I'll become more right-wing eventually, or I will, I will fall out of favor. I'll drop off. I know. It just hasn't happened yet. But it will one day. I'm
Yeah.
sure. Avalanche's efforts at inclusivity in Hogwarts Legacy don't go far enough for some fans. Are fans boycotting Hogwarts Legacy? Jessie Earl, a transgender woman, writer, and YouTuber who has spoken out against Rowling, called for a boycott of the game.
Oh, Alien had like games from I mean, both Alien and Star Wars has had games since early times, right? Or, wow, I'm sorry to see that you've almost lost friends because of watching my fundraiser. Yeah, you're right, Flippant. Welcome to the stream, by the way. You're right. It is the least shocking development ever. But I still believe that doing the fundraiser was the right move, which is why I went ahead and did it, right? Like, I'm not gonna say that people were super wrong for boycotting the game. I'm not gonna say that it was all wrong and bad. But I still think that the fundraising was the right move. If that makes sense. Like, choosing one route does not mean that I automatically think the other route was wrong and morally reprehensible or anything like that. Star Wars style games even into stuff before Commodore F4. Yeah, Commodore 64. True. Although it's important to discuss the success of these games, right? Let's see if there's anything here. Oh, let's let him continue.
It says, we as a culture are going to continue to hold on to what she is making and allow her to have this presence in our society, Earl said in an interview. I think Jessie Earl is a wonderful person, okay? I think she's great.
I've had a Commodore 64.
I can have a disagreement with someone over the most successful way to use the media momentum.
I've played on Commodore 64.
Created by a trans person, okay?
With my mom.
This does not make me transphobic. This does not make her wrong, okay? I just, I hope everyone understands that, all right? People should at least consider your opinion on how to hijack the algo to change the discourse. Someone who gets 40K viewers every day talking leftist politics on a gaming platform knows what they're talking about. Exactly. This is like literally right up my alley, which is why I'm so fucking personally annoyed. Because everyone just keeps undermining, like, what I have accomplished and what I want to do with more momentum. Anyway.
Star Wars. Oh, Star Wars has like... Okay, Star Wars actually is a great example because Star Wars... Like, Star Wars is a great example because Star Wars has had a really, really popular game when I was small. It was called the X-Wing. Like, X-Wing was a really popular game. Even though the gaming... Because it was like a cinematic game. Like, I remember X-Wing. X-Wing was like X-Wing was like this big Star Wars cinematic game at the time when it was released, okay? It might not seem like big much now, but it was a big thing when it was, Oh yeah, I remember those. TIE Fighter, X-Wing, I remember those, yeah, for sure. Like, I'm gonna show you glimpses of it, but... Oh yeah. I remember that. I really wanna do some playthrough from the games of that era. They're really nice. could play those games maybe and get some. Gosh darn. Oh, I remember that. Oh my. Okay, let's return to Hassan Piker. Don't argue in the chat, okay? Don't be mean to one
Announcing
another.
Harry Potter has been painful. Like Jesse Earl has more of a
You know?
personal association with Harry Potter than I fucking do. I don't give a shit about it that much. You know what I mean? I feel like this happened with another game recently. You are correct. Cyberpunk. That's right. We have forgotten all
Cyberpunk.
about it because Cyberpunk was unplayable, and you know, the criticisms went away quickly when it was again unplayable. But yes, I had this exact same argument with outspoken trans members in my community about
Oh, KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic was a huge hit, and we will definitely play that. Oh, for sure.
how Cyberpunk was transphobic, and I had pretty much the exact same conversation that I should boycott Cyberpunk, that I should not play Cyberpunk, that Cyberpunk is a transphobic game ultimately. Okay, it wasn't. It literally wasn't, and a lot of people were very, very upset at me at the time. And guess what? Probably some of those people are in here right now that forgot that they said it was transphobic and are in here.
Oh my gosh.
And I did play it. Exactly. I did.
I played only the first KOTOR.
Like, it wasn't. There was a couple things in it where, are you gaslighting us? Wait, you think Cyberpunk is transphobic was not a conversation that we had?
It was.
Let's take a look. Let's look. Is Cyberpunk 2077 transphobic?
It was a conversation because of that poster with the outline of the junk. It was a conversation. I remember the conversation. Don't worry, I remember the conversation. I remember everything about that conversation. Okay?
3 years ago, 42K views. I don't think so.
To their internal beliefs. While I am sure
My favorite jobs are probably
I'm also sure it will miss
Ninja
I'm sure
and
it will miss on important themes of gender, transhumanism, etc. The only thing
Summoner,
right,
maybe
is
even.
criticism of media
Summoner,
choices.
yeah.
But that is really no leap considering who their target audience seems to be. Examples of egregious behavior. Cyberpunk Twitter account makes that don't assume they're.
But this isn't even the one I was thinking of. This is just the first one that came up. 0% prediction accuracy? What? What do you mean? You're telling me I have 100% prediction.
Because people say it's sort of like tokenized trans people or something like that. I remember that conversation. You know, I remember the whole thing. I remember when reactionaries mocked the interview in which the CD Projekt Red people were interviewed and asked about gender issues during the interview. I remember that as well. So yeah, there was definitely a conversation that was had about Cyberpunk
Because I
2077.
literally was fucking correct. I've always been correct. One thing you have to remember is like I was right and I was correct.
Everybody says they're correct.
Okay. I was right. I was correct. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I'm correct about that too.
And what makes me the streamer that you should watch is that I will not tell you that I'm correct. I will tell you that I'm doing my best. Okay? I will not try to tell you that I'm always correct. Because I'm not always correct. I make mistakes. I do my best to do the best thing, but I am not always correct. Nobody's always correct. Well, maybe Talisan. Talisan is a like this
for $5 or
one of those special,
Prime. By connecting your Amazon
you
Prime
know,
account,
exceptions of
don't
being
say
correct.
Ukraine, I was not correct on that one. Please shut the fuck up about a prediction I made that was not correct. When I'm in the
Oh,
problem.
you were not correct on Ukraine. On Ukraine, you were horrible. Hassan's takes on Ukraine were so horrible that I'm still. Oh. Let's just drop it for now.
Process of talking about how correct I am. Do not remind people that I was incorrect that one time. Nobody ever lets me live that down. It's
Who's
very
Sophie
annoying.
from
Anyway,
Mars?
You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But yeah, this Discourse pops up all the time. Anyway. Yeah.
Got released during E3. Cyberpunk 2077 Studio CD Projekt Red.
I've seen a shift in what people are saying. Maybe it's just people in my friend circle, but saying now that HP is anti-Semitic because of a lot of a plot involves goblins. So now it's anti-Semitism along transphobia. I still agree with you that boycotting a game is dumb and doesn't accomplish anything productive. But if people feel morally unsettled and then shouldn't play it, but that's true of any consumer item. I mean, I will never in a million years be like, you definitely have to consume it because trans people are telling you not to. I don't give a shit. I also don't think that anyone has, other than like the permanently online brain broken weird fucking Gamergate neck-bearded losers are
My
actually
gosh.
turning around and being like, I can't wait to buy this game now because it pisses off trans people. Like, that shit is so... No.
Oh, Thought Slime.
care.
Yeah, okay.
This is just a culture war
Thought
blip.
Slime.
Okay? It is a culture
Okay.
war blip on pretty much no normal person's radar. Okay, I'll tell you a story. Okay? I will tell you a story. I was shocked. Like a laser zapping me in the
Laser.
brain, and shivers went down my spine last night. Why? I'm on the basketball court. One of my favorite things to do
Okay.
is just like kind of dive into the lives of Normans when I go there because there's a lot of fucking 9-to-5ers out there trying to
Oh, DJ Mule.
There's a lot of
Not a fan of DJ
people that
Mule.
are playing basketball on the pickup courts. Everyone's the same. You're judged
I
by
am not a fan of
well
DJ
you
Mule.
ball, okay? One of my favorite things in that situation is to sometimes hear whatever fucking people are talking about, okay? Not eavesdropping, not being creepy. I just want to get a better assessment of what's going on. I also like to communicate with these people as well. It's like, I feel it, like I see it as like, you know, it's a weird way to look at it, but almost like market research. And one of the dudes that I was playing ball with, some fucking Indiana dude, okay?
Who?
They were talking about like what films they've been watching. One of the guys said to the other, two just like the most normal looking white guys, they looked identical to one another.
Okay, that's
Fucking
good.
Indiana. One of the dudes.
That's
asked
good
the other
that
one, have you watched any films lately?
Sophie is
And the
better
guy
than
said,
DJ Mule.
Yeah, I watched a documentary actually. It was pretty good. And I was like, ooh, I wonder what documentary you watched. I'm like eavesdropping a little bit. I'm being creepy. Okay? Because I thought like maybe these guys are like wannabe actors or something. Who knows? Okay. And he talked about the Tinder swindler, dude. So as far as like normal people and like being up to date with like cultural relevancy or an understanding of like what's popping right now.
There is no such thing as normal people, by the way. There is no such thing as normal people. Everybody's in their little bubbles, in their little spaces. There is no such thing as normal people. Forget about the idea of there being such a thing as quote-unquote normal people. They might not be in your particular little space, but they have their own little particular spaces, and everybody's like that. There is no such thing as quote-unquote normal people. That does not exist. It's a mythical creature that does not exist in real life. You know?
We are so far removed from the motherfucking Normans, dude, okay? That's literally such an old documentary at this point that, like, you probably forgot about it, okay? It's, like, a year old, but it feels like it was...
Oh my
ages ago.
gosh.
Why? Because we are at the forefront of, like, information processing, where it's just, like, being fucking hit and just pumped into our fucking brains every goddamn second. But Normans are out there being like, yeah, I watched a new documentary that was sick. It's like about a guy who like scammed a bunch of women on Tinder. Is fucking fire, actually. Okay? So that's where motherfuckers are when they're not extremely online. Do you understand? That's where people are. So if you were to fucking pull someone aside at Universal Studios and go, you know J.K. Rowling's a fucking TERF and hates trans people, they'd be like, what language are you speaking to me right now? Please get away from me unless you are trying to cast a new spell that I did not know about, that wasn't in the books or something. Explain to me what the spell is, or move away, okay?
The
That's
what
point.
spell?
We always think that, like, the things that we're talking about right now are super culturally relevant. They're, like, so important. Everyone's thinking about these things and making assessments off of that. They're making deliberate choices to be like, I want to be transphobic. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't want to make a safe space for trans people by purchasing this fucking piece of content. Like, dude, it's not even remotely relevant. Even on the other side, when people say, it's the Barbara Streisand effect. They just Streisand affected Harry Potter. I'm like, dude, no, look at this. You can't Streisand affect the Bible. You can't Streisand affect Adolf Hitler, okay? These are things that are like permanently fucking a part of our existence and consciousness, okay? There is no such thing. Stop it. Stop over analyzing and overvaluing your place in the consciousness. You are nothing but a blip on the fucking radar. You can't, in any meaningful way, change the direction of IP that is this popular, okay?
True.
You can't Streisand affect it and get more people to go out and purchase it. And you can't do the opposite. It's just the moment that you think that, you are unfortunately extremely online. I saw this argument on LSF threads. People being like, oh, dude, that's why I think people are just like, more people are buying it. Like, no, there is no one way or the other on this. It is completely outside of your control.
Like, it's really ridiculous when bigots started saying, oh, thanks to the failed boycott, this game is so successful. No, it's not. The boycott did not really affect the sales. Come on. Like, bigots really are coping when they try to say that the boycott was the cause of the game's success. Like, I really think that a lot of people have not even registered a boycott happening. Yeah, like, nobody will make me believe that the boycott, like, affected the game's success. Come on, that's ridiculous. And mainly bigots pushes such a narrative. Ridiculous. Yeah. Like, blaming people who boycotted on the games for the game's success is what bigots do. A lot. In their cringy YouTube videos.
Okay? Yeah, it's like when racists try to boycott the NFL. Exactly. You understand? What the fuck? How did you find this? This is unlisted. Correspondences with that are good characters, well-written characters, and on top of that, there's some negative depictions of trans people as well, of course, as there is of all different marginalized identities. Then, yes, it is, I guess, transphobic. They get your gender through your voice, a known transphobic trope, dude. First of all, from what I understand, they changed that. They fixed it. So what the fuck are you still complaining about? Again, and secondly, even if it was even if it was originally a fucking misstep, even if it was originally a fucking problem, okay? Even if it was originally a problem, understand? It's still an oversight problem. Okay, it's still a fucking oversight problem where they built two fucking entire different like plot lines. It's like saying it is biased against pansexuals. Okay, the game is biased against pansexuals because there's only the main character can be bisexual.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, boycotts affecting or not affecting the the game sales is not really economics related.
Or pansexual, but the main character is locked into romance options, like with someone like Judy, for example, who only fucks you if you are a girl, or someone like River, who only fucks you if you are a girl, and unfortunately, Pan Am doesn't fuck you if you are a girl. Like, is that the same room you're in now? No. Okay, as a community, if something like this happens again in the future, can we agree to immediately support Hasan by critically consuming, exploring problematic content like how we did with COD? This community always will inevitably, understand my perspective on it. It's just you are never going to be able to
Yeah, true.
weird.
You're right.
That's it.
Karasu is absolutely right. Like, my personal perspective, if you want to, I mean, you probably want to if you're watching me, right? My personal perspective is, I understand why people would want to boycott the game. I understand the boycott. In my opinion, the better move was to do the fundraiser. But in my opinion, it was it was just choosing a different road in how to address the topic. But it doesn't mean one road was inherently better than the other. Does that make sense? And yet, at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. Right? Does that make sense? So in my case, I choose to do the... Yeah. I even understand the feeling they felt hard to trust those who did not. Yeah, I think so. Like, I'm not gonna judge or, criticize people for that. Because it is understandable.
Anyway, that Trump
You know what I mean?
sold for charity. Making up states for the sake of your basketball story is a new low. Yeah, Indiana does not exist. I can't believe you caught it. Okay, let's finish this. Sorry. My ideal world is that we just stop talking about her, stop talking about the game, stop talking about Harry Potter, Earl said. If you buy the game, I'm not telling you you're a transphobe or an anti-trans bigot, but I would question whether you're an ally. Conflicted feelings have prompted some fans to agree to only buy the game secondhand. What are we going to do about liberals, man? What are we going to do about libs? Oh, maybe I could just buy it secondhand. It's like, why are you making, like, what is, just buy it, just fucking buy it. You're a blip in the goddamn radar if you want to buy it that bad, or pirate it. Like, I don't get it. Others, like 28-year-old Ryan Mills, said they plan to match every dollar they spend on Hogwarts Legacy with a donation to the Trevor Project, a non-profit organization that offers mental health support to the LGBT youth. Life is short and sucky. I think this game is just going to make me happy, make me feel warm for a while, like I did when I was a kid, said Mills.
I did a fundraiser,
If the early buzz
So, yeah.
the calls for boycotts may not be as effective as Earl and other activists had hoped. I think pre-order has been particularly strong because it's launching at a time when there has been a vacuum of major releases of big budget games, said Pierce Harding Rolls, a research director at gaming and media analytics firm Ampere Analysis. The budget for Hogwarts Legacy won't have been small, so WBIE has taken significant risk in funding the title, but it looks like that is about to pay off. On Tuesday, Hogwarts Legacy had more than 1.2 million concurrent viewers on the video game site Twitch, breaking the record for most one-day viewers of a single-player game. Hogwarts Legacy is also on pre-order sold 10 million copies when Elden Ring, had sold 13 million copies in the first month after release. So we're talking pre-releases at 10 million. So get ready for a wave. Get ready for a fucking wave. It's gonna grow even further. You'll never see terminally online weirdos telling you to boycott COD because many of those affected don't have the time or resources to be terminally online radlibs. So you won't hear that obnoxious self-obsessed argument that you should just listen to X marginalized group and they feel that they've been harmed by X commodity. Yeah, because like they're not in the fucking first world, dog. That's it. Can you imagine some fucking kid in Afghanistan literally being like, dog, you gotta stop playing Call of Duty. You are normalizing American imperialists. Every dollar that you spend against this American warfare propaganda, even though you are probably one of the loudest anti-imperialist voices in the United States of America. I am going to decide now that you are unironically promoting imperialist propaganda by playing Call of Duty. That'd be so funny. It's a product. It's a byproduct of being like living in the first world.
Right.
By the way, that does not delegitimize the harm that trans people are experiencing in society. Please do not misunderstand me. Okay? COD actually employs Oliver North, unironically a war criminal, and literally nobody makes this argument. Exactly. Anyway, so I understand a normal person buying HP, but what about big streamers who buy it or take sponsorships? Are they trying to delegitimize trans people being harmed? Dude, you know what my opinion on this matter is. I don't give a fuck. No, that's kind of the main point of contention. That's why everyone's so mad at me for saying that. Like, no, it's so silly. Anyway, Rowling, meanwhile, continues to make incendiary comments. Last week, she posted a tweet about excluding women from women's prisons because they've got penises, which makes Hogwarts Legacy feel markedly different than any other blockbuster video game launch. For some people, it's been hard to discuss without a butt attached. That's the thing. She's like so perfectly conditioned as a billionaire living in...
Oh yeah, I've made a Hogwarts Legacy toilet short for your enjoyment. There you go. I'm gonna link it, okay? Toilet talk is very apropos, okay? Here we go. Might make the second short sooner or later. So look forward to my second toilet short sooner or later. There you go.
Earth Island, where like they shoot you if you're not transphobic, okay? And also like she's removed enough from the IP that like it doesn't mire the creation of the product, but still she benefits from it. At this point, it's like J.K. Rowling trying to associate her with product that she's not even making more than the other way around. Does that make sense? Yeah, they don't shoot you, sorry. They stab you. They give you a proper shanking. If you're
Oh
not
my
fucking transphobic, yeah? Bro, she has terminally online brain too. You chatters are bad as her. Yeah, of course. These activists aren't reaching normies IRL, only online. It's the only space they know, and they think it's everything. I don't disagree with the premise of a boycott, but also, it's an unwinnable fight. Please do something else. Yeah, that's why it's like, that's why I think my words were like almost more offensive than actually playing the fucking game for a lot of people, because they not only felt betrayed by maybe someone who they perceived as like a cis ally, but also on top of that, I was right. That's it. That's the reason why they were more mad, and there's more discourse around what I said than like fucking XQC playing it. You know what I mean? Because you know you can't do anything about XQC playing it. He's gonna play it, and there's no problem with him playing it too. Let's be real. I don't have an issue with it. Anyway, you also said posting is not praxis, which is the worst thing you can say. I know. Yes. Which is why people did not want to fucking see that as like a criticism launched against extremely online people, but instead a criticism launched against trans people. You know what I mean? Which is like, no, I'm, you know, I know the two go hand in hand sometimes, but like I'm talking about people who think that they're doing the right thing by posting. We are going to talk about anti-trans legislation right after this, actually, because Matt Walsh got fucking eviscerated by Tennessee. Okay.
Matt Walsh is getting really...
said he doesn't expect Rowling's comments to have much of an impact on the game's commercial performance. Potential customers will likely fall into three camps: people who won't buy the game due to Rowling, people who aren't aware of Rowling's comments, and people who are aware but will buy the game regardless. I'm expecting the last two of those to be a big enough majority.
What happened to your messages? I don't see them now.
Reviews of Hogwarts Legacy have mostly been positive, although several have addressed the Rowling
Were
comments.
they like...
The blurb in the middle of an otherwise glowing review by IGN noted that
What were your
our
messages?
job is to answer the question of
I'm in live chat and I don't see them.
be fun to play and why. Whether it's ethical to play.
I think they are getting eaten,
very important question.
even though you're a
They
mod,
were also declared that
which
Hogwarts
is
Legacy
strange.
is the Harry Potter RPG I've always wanted to play. Oh, Jesus.
Try again.
Some who disagree with Rowling's views are attempting to reclaim the Harry Potter franchise for transgender fans. Moon, who grew up loving Harry Potter and asked online only to be identified by his first name, is a moderator for a small Hogwarts Legacy Discord server. He's transgender, and he said he sympathizes with the people who abandoned the franchise or boycotted the game, but he said it's almost impossible to make millions end their relationship with something they like. Instead, Moon figured he could help build a positive community for those who choose to play Hogwarts Legacy, no matter how they identify. Next best thing we can do is spread awareness from the inside, he said.
Right.
I think we need to find where Moon is, dox him, and fucking send hate his way immediately. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm making a joke. Twitch posted about you? Yeah.
Moment to talk about something else that's very important to us here. Now, the players are playing for $250,000 in charity, and it's really important to the players here, but we also want to take a moment to shout out Hassan. Hassan was supposed to play in the Streamer Bowl, but decided to back out at the last moment to try and continue to support the efforts of helping the recovery in the earthquake aftermaths in Turkey and Syria. He decided to step out. He tweeted about this a little bit ago, saying, "I've made the decision to stay home and continue to fundraise for Turkey instead of attending the Streamer Bowl in Arizona today. Apologies to Austin Eckler and everyone else involved. I hope everyone has fun. Felt bad leaving in the middle of this important moment." Obviously, we totally understand, and there is no apology necessary. We fully support what Hassan is doing in his efforts during this horrible tragedy. If you would like to help contribute to those efforts, please search hashtag Hassan Abi for Turkey Syria Earthquakes Fund. That's Hassan Abi.
Well, if you can repeat what you wanted to say before.
Then Syria. No,
Damn,
we'll be
that's
right back. But before we...
That's my co-pilot. Dude, how the fuck can anyone hate you after this week? What the fuck? Dude, trust me, they will... Dude, you're crazy. Don't worry. People will find a way always. Still don't understand why he has to be such an asshole. I work 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I was trying to have fun playing basketball and talk about my favorite Netflix docuseries. Shut the fuck up.
Well, that's it from Hassan Piker. Wow, the thing keeps being, YouTube like really recommends me to me. Pincer mod. We're turning the browser off for now. We're gonna do some story in Final Fantasy Tactics. Because we are on our crusade to finish every single Final Fantasy game. I don't think it was a unique opportunity, but it was a good opportunity. I mean, I think it still is. Oh, you want to hear my thoughts? I personally believe that Hassan is trying to have it both ways a bit. Trying to say that he knew from the start that doing the fundraiser would have been great, that he knows media, knows gaming spaces better than anyone, and that doing the fundraiser would have been the best, and that he knew better than anyone. But on the other side, he also didn't do it, right? Do or do not do, there is no try. You can't claim you know better than anybody else and yet somehow still not do the best thing, you know? Like, at the end of the day, if you didn't do the best thing, then maybe you didn't believe it to be as best a thing as you say, right? Does that make sense? Or no? Where's the... You know? That is basically my main thoughts on the topic. Like, if you think that something is the best course of action, then you should just do it. You should just do the best thing, right? Right. I don't know. Oh, thank you. Like, believe in yourself and do the thing that you believe to be best is what I try to do. Like, true, Gigglers lead by example. At the end of the day, I am growing my own platform, and I will try to do together with you all the things that I believe to be the best courses of action, you know? And that makes sense. And that is all that we can really do. Move forward, grow, and do our best. What happened here? Oh, and we have done a little bit of nice work revolving this game. Yeah, but my point about the Hassan thing is not that, oh my gosh, he didn't do it. Oh my gosh. My point is, he didn't do it, but he still says that doing it would have been the best thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you don't do it, then you clearly did not think that it was the best thing to do. Because if you did, you would have done it. And if you didn't do it, then don't say, I think that would have been the very best thing that I could have done, but I just didn't do it, right? Because that becomes a little bit silly, in my opinion. You know? I was right, we should have done this. Or rather, I should have done this, but I didn't. Because I didn't. I don't know. That's a bit silly to me. There you go. I mean, it does a bit, doesn't it? Boom. True. All we can do is do what we can do. And what we can do is not nothing, as we have demonstrated already. What we can do is not nothing. And we're gonna continue doing things. So share this and let's continue doing stuff together. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. Right. It does have permadeath, yeah. Final Fantasy Tactics actually does have permadeath. If your character dies, and 3 rounds pass without reviving the character, then your character will permanently die. And if your main character, of course, dies, then it's game over. So yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics does have permanent death. But it happens if you do not revive your character within the next 3 rounds from them falling unconscious. So yeah, you're correct. This game does have permadeath in it. Okay, let's do some story. True. What's wrong? Why aren't you sitting? I was surprised to know you're in Lesalia. Alma's here too. See her before you go. Brother. What? Can you stop the war? Don't be ridiculous. What's the purpose? Beowulfs have fought to protect the people, not royalty. But now, they're fighting for self-interest. You don't know anything. You don't understand, brother. This battle is someone's plot. Someone's using Lark and Goltana. Using? What are you talking about? I don't know much either. Daisadar tried to kidnap the princess to keep Goltana from the throne. But someone took the princess to Goltana. If she was killed then, Goltana would have been killed as a traitor. Daisadar planned the kidnap? You're saying your own brother came up with such a plot? Don't you know anything? You fool. Don't you trust your flesh? Get out. Go back to Igros. Don't you believe me? How am I supposed to believe an irreverent kid like you? I've cared about you being my half-brother, but after all, bad blood is bad blood. Wait, why didn't Ramza open the discussion with, so there's this magic stone that turns people into bloodthirsty demons? Why not start with that? You know? But whatever. I'm not Ramza. I'm not gonna give him advice on how to conduct conversation. Okay? I'm not gonna be the advisor of the character in a game. Okay? If he wants to not persuade his brother, it's not my business. Alright? Here you go. You know? Not suitable for a bee wolf. Zalbak. Your Excellency, I was told TJ Sid broke through Dogola Pass. What? I thought they were at Bethla. We'll have an assembly. Tell everyone to join. I'll be there too. Yes, sir. Bye. I guess he left. Why didn't you? Oh, well, forget it. Forget it. I don't care. So annoying. Bar. Let's go to the bar. There's probably a job. I knew it. Wait. Let's go to the shop first. Shop. Bye. Wait, I'm gonna fitting room. Here. What's the recommended? Okay. Ancient sword. There we go. Boom. Oh. Okay then. Not many cool weapons here. Alright. I expected there to be some sort of a cool weapon, but I guess not. Let's go to the proposition. Sunken Salvage Tour. This is what I know about Sunken Salvage Tour. Trip to experience the mysteries of the sea. Treasure may be lurking. From 3,000 gil with free meals. Okay. Okay. No, wait. What? Wait, hold on. Oh. I have an unfinished thing. I didn't realize. I didn't realize I had an unfinished thing. Okay, we're using Agrias, the Holy Knight. Back gate of Lasalia Castle. Rams away. Alma. You were going to leave without telling me. I hate goodbyes. You won't be back, will you? Delita is alive. What? Delita helped kidnap the princess. What does all this mean? I thought he joined Galtana to get back at us, but he seems to be involved more with someone else. Someone other than Delita saved the princess from being killed for some scheme. Is it true that Isodark was involved in the kidnapping? Yes. I'm sure he had his reasons, but I don't know them. So Teta, is Teta? Yes. Alma, listen carefully. I don't know who's behind Delita, but he's dangerous. taking advantage of the war to achieve something vicious. Is Delita party to the plot? I don't know. He seemed to have his own ideas about things though. You're fighting against them? I'll go with you. Are you out of your mind? Of course not. I want to prove what you're saying is true. No. I don't want to see another Teta. Alma. Ramza Beowulf, aren't you? I'm Zalmo Lusnada, Heresy Examiner. I order you to appear at a heresy hearing on suspicion of murder and heresy. You will follow us. Any resistance will force us to execute you immediately. Heresy Examiner. Run, brother. I won't let you. Get him. Kill the heretic. Hello, Arkael. Giggling. Wait, where's the... I see. The rest of my troops were just sitting here behind the wall, eavesdropping. I see how it is. It's pretty silly. True. It is the same streamer. That's right. That's right. We've been streaming for almost 11 hours. I didn't even realize. Please become a Patreon if you like watching this stream. If you like what you're seeing, if you consider me a real giggler, then become a Patreon or something. Let's share the link. Let us share the love for your favorite streamer. Yoink. There we go. And let's spread the word that I am the streamer that you can enjoy and stuff. I should be finishing soon and preparing myself for the Chad Logic, the discussion thing. Uh-oh. Well, I'm strong now. Magic barrier. Is Alma going to join the party actually? I'm pretty sure she became a heretic as well or something in the game. Gosh darn. Gosh darn. Elemental. Hell Ivy. Holy P. What the? That hurt, Holy P. What are you doing? in a couple of days or something. Unless something changes, I don't know. I know Chud Logic joked about having someone moderated, but there we go. Taking them out one by one. What did you break? Oh my god. I will have to return to the store. Of course. What did I break of my gear? What got broken? Let's go. Helmet. That's annoying. Dragoon. Or a Lancer in this game. Alright. Guess I can move away now. Elemental. Hellvine. There we go. Guess I'm taking you out next. Wait, what's your weapons? What's your gear? Nothing. Nothing exciting. Oh my gosh. What is your gear? Elon Muskron. There we go. Silence. Oh. You heretics don't fear God. I'll fix you. Uh-oh. Oh, it's over. I didn't... what a weakling. Are you alright? Yeah. So we're both okay. Yeah, we are. How did the examiner find out about the Holy Stone? Maybe it was someone behind Delita or Glabados church. Why didn't you tell your brother about the Holy Stone? But why would the church... Holy Stone? You mean the legendary Holy Stone? It really exists? Then maybe I've seen it. What? Where? Promise to take me with you? Do not be ridiculous. You'd have a terrible time. No, I won't take you. Okay then, I won't tell you. Come on, don't play games. You might get killed. It may be too late already because you disobeyed him. By now, I'm probably a heretic, a fugitive like you. Dysadark may desert me to protect Beowulf. He's capable of that. No, it's too dangerous. Explain it to Zalbag and get permission from the church. I saw it at Orban Monastery. Yes, a crystal with a carved Virgo crest. Virgo. Before it passes into their hands. Thanks for telling me. Now go back to Zalbag. How do you get in Orban? You're a heretic. You can't go into a monastery of Uglabados. There's no way. See, you do need me, don't you? Only as far as Orban, alright? Then you go back. Alright? Promise me? Promise me? Oh my gosh. Promise me or else. Yiggling. Where's the Orban? Where is it? Where is it? Where was it? Where's the Orban Monastery? I don't even see it. Oh, it's here. Okay. Guess we're fighting here again. But for now, I need to replenish. Wait, new gear? New gear appeared right now? Oh my gosh. Alright. Alright. New gear. Okay. Oh. I guess she's in the party now. Fitting room. Bar. Not call back, we're gonna... Alright, bar. 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 Report job. Wool of Elder Topa. We left Gul'dan Gold City and I excavated the Coldman mines. I had a good feeling. That area is famous for monsters, but we tried our best. As a result, we were able to excavate it. Different ores were found from the dike, but there was one big one that stood out. Alicia opened it with faith inside was. There was a precious ore. So this job was a big success. This is the way. Alright. Proposition. Oh, no propositions for me. I happen to know there are propositions here, so... Oh, maybe there's new gear here as well. Wait. Shop. Fitting room. Best fit. Best fit. I knew there would be new gear. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Wait. Have I fitted this character? Yeah, I have. Okay. Shop. Oh, wait, we might as well give the best gear to my two favorite. Alicia and Kasia, right? Wait, where's Kasia? Wait, hold on. There we go. Oh, Run City. Run City. Here. Shop. We're gonna equip those two Knights of the Best Gear. Or not. Okay, bar. Let's go to the bar now. Proposition. Suncat Salvage Tour. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, those are the 14 days. Okay, let's go. We left the Zalia Imperial Capital and I went on a sunken salvage tour. I had a good feeling. Many people participated on this tour, but we tried our best. As a result, we were able to recover it. Various cargo was found in the recovered vessel, but there was one big treasure chest that stood out. I opened it with faith. Inside was a treasure that I've never seen before. A machine gun. A rifle, I guess. Oh my gosh. This is the way. Machine gun? What? Literally a machine gun. Oh my god. Alright then. Mine excavation tour. Oh my gosh. Superstition of finding a machine gun. Well, well, well. Bar. Okay, let's go. We left Lasalia Imperial Capital and I went on a mine excavation tour. I had a good feeling. This job required quite a lot of strength, but we tried our best. As a result, we were able to excavate it. Different ores were found from the dike, but there was one big one that stood out. I opened it with faith. Inside was a treasure that I've never seen was sealed inside. So this job was a big success. This is the way. I don't know what this is. Guess we're leaving the bar now. Is there anything in the bar now? Okay, no propositions. I guess we'll save the game, do one more mission. Ready for the mission? Are you ready? I'm ready. Underground book storage, first floor. How many floors will we have to dig into? How many floors deep will we have to go? How deep will it go? How deep does this conspiracy go? I wonder. Simone, please answer me. Alma, why are you here? What happened? It's dangerous here. Hurry, run. They came for the Holy Stone, Virgo. Holy Stone? Then Alma was right. The stone's been a royal treasure for generations. When Princess Ovelia came here, they gave it to us as proof of her status. Who are they? Who is trying to get the stone? You're Alma's older brother, Ramza, aren't you? Don't get any more involved. You'll be killed. Where's the Holy Stone? Wait, it must be here somewhere. Look for it. We can go underground from here. Let's go. I'm a fugitive, branded by the church as a heretic. Is it because of the stone? Please tell me, who are they? High Priest and his sect are trying to regain power. First, they're reducing Larek and Goltana's military power by causing infighting. If the war drags on, it not only reduces their power, but trust in the royal family. What's the real reason for collecting the stones? And reviving the Zodiac Braves? To gain the people's trust, of course. But the Cardinals already joined Lucavi. If it's only the stone's power, it'd be strong enough to replace the military. Funeral wants that power. You're different from your brothers. More like Balbanas. Perhaps you might be able to destroy their ambition. You stay here. I'll go after them. I'll go with you. We can't leave Simon alone. Hide in a safe place. Okay, I will. Hold on to this stone just in case. If I don't come back, make sure to throw it in Burgosa Sea, okay? I regret I can't help you. I wish I were born a man. Don't be silly. You're the only one I trust. Brother, take care of Simon. Do you want to save? Yeah, yeah. Come on. Alright, gigglers. It's giggling time. Wait, oh, okay. It says MP restore, but it says that it restores HP. So I have to. I think translation for this skill is busted. But okay. That's okay. One more mission. Or 2 or 3. But we will have to interrupt this stream before the 12-hour mark because YouTube will delete permanently anything that's 12 hours plus. You stay here. Understand? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's not over yet. Never give them the stone. There we go. I can now jump in your hand because you cannot move. Yoink. Boy. Oh no. Oh no. High potion. Whatever. High potion's like whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Summoning beasts. Bahamu. Come on. Let's go, Bahamu. Wind, fade to silence and light. Give us power. Shiva. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh wow. It's actually very weak. Okay. I was scared for a second there. Fire free. Yun. I guess we cannot do anything. Uh-oh. Fire free. Alright, let's go, Bahamut. Alright. Yay, Bahamut. Yoink. What a cute little dragon thing. Alright, that works. That does not work. You are weak. You are weak. Weakling. 70 Q. Oh my gosh. This is such an annoying map. Thank you. Okay, let's clean up shop. We're doing some cleaning now. All right. Oh no. I should have checked the jump thing. Strip away the ground with glistening blades. Bolt. Boruto. Here we go. Missed. Missed chance. Uh-oh. Starfire awake and deliver your giggling to those quacky duckies. Here we go. Destroyed. Destroyed forever. Now it's your turn. Feel my wrath. Easy. Easy clap. Easy giggle. That was fast. Yoink. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Bunk. Oh. Alright. Master of creation, imparted thy help. Ramu! Ramu! Impart thy help, Ramu! There we go. I'm just gonna do this. How do you like that? Pretty heavy stone. There we go. The game was kicking my butt at the start, but now I'm doing pretty well. Wow, is this Virgo? How beautiful. Underground, let's go. Kneeling. Yeah. Battle deck. Yeah. Alright. Did you like to save the game? Yeah, of course. Of course I like to save the game. Yeah, of course. How deep does the conspiracy go of the giggling thing? I have no idea, but it's pretty deep conspiracy. Ability, learn, summoner. Okay, I don't have anything new to learn. Let's go. Come on. Let me destroy my enemy. Come on. Summoner. Let's go. What is the battlefield? You giggly gigglers. Underground book storage. Third floor. And stuff. What a maze. I didn't expect you to find us here, but just in time, said Izlude. Heretic Ramza, hand us the stone. No, why don't you give me yours? Do as I say and I'll let you live. You think you can beat us? Then I'll take it by force, said Izlude. Izlude. Wait. This is summoner. Weak weapon, but this person probably has a good weapon. I'm stealing your weapon. Oh, that's for sure. For sure. Shiny sword at Platinum Mithril. The wide edge cuts extremely well. Attack power 12. Okay, what's my weapon? Yep, I'm stealing your weapon. Let's go. I'm gonna steal your weapon. I'm here. I'm gonna take your weapon. Wait, for real? You're actually a dragoon? Oh my gosh. A secret dragoon. I didn't see that coming. What are their weapons? Probably nothing special, but we'll check just in case there's anything cool to be gotten here. Okay. Okay. Shiva's kind of weak, so that's okay. There you go. All right. Let's check your weapons. Mithril bow. Okay, one down. A few more to go. There you go. Elementary. Fire free. Oh no. Nightblade. I'm gonna steal your weapon. Oh my god. So strong. Oh my gosh. Hold on. This is not good. I have to revive. Bahamut. Finida. There we go. I guess I'll just have to pick you up one by one. There you go. Oh no. I need to start X potioning, not high potions are weak. And X potions are not even that expensive. Bahamut. Okay, your weapon is mine. Wait, I cannot steal it? Are you for real? I really cannot steal your weapon? Why not? Why do you go against us, Ramza? Though you're a Beowulf, you don't obey your brothers. Why? It's because I am a Beowulf that I don't obey them. The name shouldn't be used to self-gain, but rather for divine justice. During the war, my father fought and died to save the people from invasion. Beowulf must not fight for a defunct royal family, but only for noble rights. Wow. Then let's fight together. Our goals are the same. Listen well, Ramza. The Glabados want a world where all people are equal. Saint Ajora's ideal world is God's world. You know people don't trust the royal family or nobility. We must do something before Ivalice is ruined. You started this war. Was that the will of God? Certain sacrifices must be made for the revolution. Descendant royalty, decadent royalty, and nobles must pay for the people. Now cooperate with us, as Delita did. What? Oh no. You can't be serious. It sounds good when you say for the people, but what you really want is a stronger army than the knights and the evil power to control the people. Evil power? No, the stone is holy. We want to guide people by God's miracle, never evil power. You know the Cardinal joined Lucavi, right? If that's not evil power, I don't know what is. What do you mean? You killed the Cardinal and took the stone from him. But he died because he was secretly collecting the holy stones for us. I can't believe I cannot steal the weapon. Oh, screw you. Just destroy you then. I can't believe this is real. Explosions are not that strong either. There we go. Bye. Damn! I refuse to acknowledge his power. I can't die. I must bring the stone back. Ramza, the next time I see you will be your last. Remember. Yoink. Wait! Islude. Islude. Wait, it's Lude. It's Lude. Oh, I'm gonna drink a 7-Up. Do you wanna save? Of course I wanna save. I wanna save more than ever in the universe. Saving. I am saving the best for the last. But now, I have to go to the toilet. So I'll be right back, okay? Come on. Come on, Giggling. Don't go away. And then I will have to finish the stream soon. We might need to reset the stream soon. You know what? I think I'm gonna reset the stream now. I am resetting the stream, okay? Resetting the stream in 3,